Thanks, John.
Routine proceedings, tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Création de
Statements by ministers.
interparliamentary committees. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. As Chair of the Permanent Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, I have the great honour and pleasure of presenting 3 reports to the House of Commons today. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled Impacts of Artificial Intelligence on the Creative Industries. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Secondly, Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to Bill S-227, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thirdly and finally, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to Bill S-210, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Clearly a busy committee and very productive, Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, on behalf of the Conservatives that sit on Canadian Heritage, would like to offer a dissenting report that we did in Heritage on AI, and I offer that to you today. We had an extensive meeting, but over the course of weeks, we have some concerns with the report that is coming out, and I'd like to offer that to the House here today on behalf of the Conservative members that stand on Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Immigration and Citizenship Committee, I am presenting 2 reports today. Thank you. Thank you. It's a busy day. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Reconstituting Canada's International Student Program. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government tables a comprehensive response to this report. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration in relation to the motion adopted on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 regarding Canada's immigration system. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 108.1a, I rise as a member of the official opposition supporting the dissenting opinion appended to this report. We found the government failed to consult communities on whether they could sustainably handle the massive influx of international students. While institutions collected record profits, international students were left at food banks and suffering from the heightened local housing crisis their large numbers were causing. The lack of oversight from the government has recently come to light in the Auditor General's report that found that the government only investigated 2.6% cases of the 153,000 suspected cases of international student fraud. For these reasons, our recommendations include, among others, 1, the international study permit approval should be tied directly to regional housing availability, healthcare capacity, and employment. 2, stronger language proficiency for requirements to ensure student success. 3, financial liability for institutions should be established when students overstay or file asylum claims. I ask this dissenting report opinion be appended to the committee report, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Bexty, seconded by Mr. Leslie, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Feeds Act, the Fertilizers Act, the Seeds Act, the Pest Controls Act, and the Food and Drugs Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The people of Alberta didn't send me here to sit quietly while farms are run out of business by bureaucrats in Ottawa. Farmers sent me here to fix what's broken. Today I'm introducing the Farm Act, a simple, practical way to make life better for Canadian farmers, more affordable for every family that depends on them. For years, our farmers have been buried under layers of red tape, rules that don't make sense, delays that cost them money, and barriers that keep them from using the same safe, proven tools that their competitors already rely on in the United States, the EU, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. Meanwhile, our farmers are told to wait. Wait for approvals, wait for reviews, wait while their costs climb and their yields fall. That's not protecting Canadians, that's holding them back. And when farmers fall behind, Canadians feel it at the grocery store. The Farm Act changes that. It creates a trusted system where products are already approved by at least 2 of our closest allies, and they can be made available to Canadian farmers within 90 days. Not years, 90 days. Canadian reviews still happen, safety remains paramount, and the Minister will retain authority to step in if there are concerns. This bill gives ranchers in Strathmore the meds they need to keep herds healthy. It gives potato farmers and PEI the inputs they need to produce more food. There's no new bureaucracy, no new spending, just common sense written by a farmer for my colleagues in the field. That means stronger yields, lower costs, more food produced right here at home, and it means stronger rural communities. It means some relief for Canadians who are tired of watching the grocery bills climb higher and higher. Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers are the best in the world. They need the government to get out of the way so they can grow food for families. Thank you.
Mr. Bexty, seconded by Mr. Leslie, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read? Second time at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion, présentation de...
Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Speaker, I have multiple petitions to present today. Petitioners in Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford recognize that the total cost of regulation to Canadian businesses reached $51.5 billion. $17.9 billion of that was red tape alone, and small businesses spent an average of 735 hours per year complying with regulatory requirements that provided little or no public benefit. Small businesses pay over 5 times more per employee than large firms to comply with regulation, making unnecessary red tape a major barrier to growth and a drag on Canada's productivity and competitiveness. Petitioners therefore call upon the Government of Canada to immediately review and eliminate redundant regulations, overlapping requirements that disproportionately harm small businesses. The second petition I would like to present today is on behalf of residents of Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford, raising concerns about individuals linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, a listed terrorist organization in Canada. The petitioners warn that such actors threaten national security and may be operating within Canada, while also noting that sanctions and the closure of Canada's embassy in Iran have delayed immigration applications and prolonged family separation. They call upon the Government of Canada to enforce its designation of the IRGCC by investigating and removing affiliated individuals where warranted, freezing linked assets, and expediting immigration processes for affected Iranian nationals while supporting the Iranian people and protecting democratic values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, a member for Courtney Alberni.
It's an honor today to table this petition on behalf of petitioners that are part of the peace train movement, Mr. Speaker, and they're highlighting that for lasting peace, military deterrence must take place within the context of long-term solutions identified through research and analysis, that within its NATO funding commitment, Canada can and should establish a national centre dedicated to peace building and should contribute much more funding, training, equipment, and personnel to UN peacekeeping. The Canada's preeminent free institutions dedicated to peace building have been terminated, including the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre and the Canadian Institute for International Peace and Security. They point to a National Defence report that the Government of Canada re-established the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre with a mandate that includes and not limited to conflict research, conflict prevention and mediation, and civilian protection. And lastly, that the Canadian Peacekeeping Veterans Association advocate also for the reestablishment of the former Peacekeeping Centre. And the call to action, Mr. Speaker, is to establish and fund, as a fundamental part of Canada's increasing commitment to defence and security, an independent Canadian Centre for peace, dedicated to peacekeeping and global security through research, education, policy, and training in conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace operations for Canadian civilians, police and military personnel, and the international community. As you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, this is a timely petition given the global conflict that we're enduring right now. Thank you.
Now, member for Kootenay, Columbia, Southern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present petition E7104 with over 700 signatures. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to establish a comprehensive legal framework to protect minors from predatory drug dealers, monitor social media in a target online trafficking and requiring social media companies to implement policies to prevent it, enact a federal law against child criminal exploitation based on the approach of the United Kingdom's Crime and Policing Bill, and empower and require police to thoroughly and effectively investigate all reports of drug trafficking and criminal exploitation involving minors, and to provide witnesses and protection when needed. Mr. Speaker, 60% of all illicit drug users in Canada are young people aged 15 to 24, and drug dose is a leading cause of death amongst youth ages 10 to 18 in several Canadian provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, young member for Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My first petition is being presented on behalf of citizens and residents across Canada who are calling on the government to reverse the planned cuts of 665 AFSC staff and closures of the Organic and Regenerative Research Program at the Swift Current Office and the Lacombe, Guelph, Quebec City, Indian Head, Scott Portage, La Prairie, and Napen research facilities that serve our agriculture industry. The second one that I have to present today is in regard to C9, and I have many, many petitions still on this issue that has passed from the House to the other place and have been requested to continue to present them because it will come back, and they are hoping that this particular concern around the ability of all scriptures for all religions in our country to be protected as they are supposed to be, and that in the future, when the House on the other side is doing the research, that they will truly do their job and have the witnesses and stakeholders that will present what we hope will bring what Canadians want, and that is an end to C9. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper there, Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Business of supply, opposition motion in the name of Mr. Halan concerning fuel taxes.
Mr. Halan, second by Mr. Guglielmin, moves that given that gas prices have soared upwards, Canadians now pay, gas prices soared upwards, two, Canadians now pay almost 20% more at the pumps than Americans do to high Liberal taxes. The House call on the government to adopt the Conservative plan to save Canadians 25 cents a litre by removing federal taxes on gas and diesel for the rest of 2026, including en supplément la taxe
A, removing the fuel excise tax for the remainder of 2026, which costs Canadians 10 cents a litre. B, removing the GST on gasoline and diesel for the remainder of 2026, which costs Canadian 8 cents a litre.
Fuel standards tax, which costs Canadians 7 cents a litre, and D, permanently removing the industrial carbon tax, which will rise to $170 a tonne and is projected to shrink the economy by 1.3% and lead to 50,000 job losses. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I just wanted to say I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from York, Durham. Mr. Speaker, the great Winston Churchill once said, and I quote, "The idea that a nation can tax itself into prosperity is one of the crudest delusions which has ever fuddled the human mind." And after over 10 years of this Liberal government, life has become miserable for Canadians, more unaffordable, more unsafe than ever in the history of this country. And families are struggling just to get by, and they can't even make up the basic necessities, and they're just looking for a break. Now, recently, this Liberal Prime Minister, said that he's looking for ways, he's trying to find ways to save on gas. Well, we presented an idea. We put the solution in front of him. The solution: remove all federal fuel taxes temporarily for Canadians to save them at the pump. Now, from what I understand, the Prime Minister did like a typical Liberal would do and just recently took our idea. But he didn't take the whole idea, he only took parts of the idea. Our goal was to save on the GST, the excise tax, and of course, the Liberals' hidden carbon tax repackaged as the clean fuel standard, which will go up. These savings would have saved Canadians 25 cents per litre at the pump. Now, we have to look at what's going on right now. Of course, there are external factors that all countries are facing. Everyone is facing those same factors. But we have to look at why are Canadians paying, at minimum, 20 cents per litre more than the Americans are for fuel. The difference is the federal fuel taxes. So we put this solution in front of the Liberals. And again, they did not implement it fully. We would have saved 25 cents per litre for Canadians at the tank. And it's not just Canadians that would save money. This would help our farmers, this would help our transporters, this would help in many different ways. It could help also bring down the cost of food, which we know under the Liberals, after 10 years, Canadians are faced with the highest food inflation in the entire G7. Canadians have the highest household debt in the entire G7. And Canadians are struggling, we know that, because having 2.2 million Canadians going to a food bank every single month isn't a stat that anyone should brag about. The cost of food is out of control in this country. So the solutions Conservatives are proposing would help to lower the cost of food and for everyday life for Canadians. Now, this would also overall save Canadians $1,200 on gas just this year. That's significant savings. Because if you look at, even when you go to the grocery store, you can just feel the difference while you're there. It wasn't that long ago when you could get by in a week with $100 worth of groceries. $100 gets you nowhere these days under these Liberals because they made the cost of food so expensive. Their industrial carbon tax, their clean fuel standard, that they refuse to drop, is making life more expensive. It makes food more expensive. That's why we see so much food insecurity. In fact, if I talk about my riding of Calgary East, our Salvation Army that does amazing work just reported a 500% increase in the usage for its food security program. A 500% increase, and it's because the cost of food keeps going up. These aren't numbers or stats that anyone can say that, is that really a first world country where 2.2 million Canadians are going to a food bank every single month? And Canadians are overtaxed. In fact, Canadians pay more in taxes than they do for food, shelter, clothing, or in other words, necessities, combined. That's the result of overspending, overprinting money, flooding the market with cheap cash. And who benefits from that? It's always Liberal insiders. For example, this $90 billion boondoggle, called the Alto high-speed rail project, where the finance minister has a supposed conflict of interest too in there. And it'll be these wealthy Liberal insiders that will get contracts, they'll get money from this contract. They're the only ones that get rewarded, and who gets left with the bill? It's Canadians. Every day Canadians have to face the reality of this corrupt Liberal government. Now, the clean fuel standard is also a tax on everything. As I said before, the farmers that are making our food, or growing our food, to the shippers who are transporting our food, to even those that are storing the food, all of them get hit with either the clean fuel standard or the industrial carbon tax, or both. And then sometimes they're in hidden ways. But these costs don't just stay with those people. It doesn't just stay with the farmers, it doesn't stay with just the shippers. It actually gets put into the cost of the food at the end of the day. So Canadians that are buying the food, that are seeing food costs out of control, they're the ones that have to pay this cost. And it's always Liberal insiders that get to benefit from these costs, and the Liberals don't have any control over what they're doing with Canadians' finances. In fact, we thought Justin Trudeau was Canada's worst money manager, but this Prime Minister said, hold my champagne, I can do much worse. He doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit, if you can believe that. Something we thought that no one could do. It was item number one once he became Prime Minister. Now, by removing the GST, the excise tax, and this carbon tax 2.0, the clean fuel standard, this will help those truckers, this will help the farmers, it will help the cost of food go down. And that is why Conservatives are proposing this, because we know Canadians are struggling with the cost of food. We all hear it in our ridings of moms who are having to choose between less nutritious food or no food that week. And some of them are starving, so just that their kids can eat. These are the choices that Canadians are having to make. Seniors are having to make these choices too. There's people in food bank lines that have never used a food bank in their life. They used to proudly volunteer at the food banks, and now they're standing in line for food. That is the result of this Liberal government. And they're increasing costs, and there is no looking back for them. They will increase the industrial carbon tax. They will increase the clean fuel standard. And it's only going to make things more expensive for Canadians. Now, the Liberals will argue that it might leave a hole in their budget. We're surprised that they would even care about that with all the money that they print and spend. But in fact, if we implemented this removal of the taxes, the fuel taxes, federally, there would be more saving for Canadians and less of a downfall in how much they would collect in revenues. So this is a win-win for everybody. Most importantly, this is a win for those families that are struggling after 10 years of this Liberal government. We need to get our economy up and running again. We need to make Canada what it used to be, a safe and an affordable country again, which after 10 years under this Liberal government, it has not. It has become a joke around the world. We need to get our resources to market. We need to get rid of the industrial carbon tax, remove Bill C-69 so we can get projects built in this country. We need to remove Bill C-48, the tanker ban, that doesn't let our product leave the West Coast to the Asian markets. We need to get rid of the clean fuel standard. And every single one of these red-taped policies that have stopped anything from getting built in this country. We need to get our country back on track so we can be sovereign, independent, and an energy superpower once again, and that is something only the Conservatives will do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, question et commentaire, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, look, Mr. Speaker, I listened attentively to my colleague's speech, and I would like to inform him that as we speak, literally, the Prime Minister is announcing an historic break for Canadians, a summer break from excise taxes on diesel, on jet fuel, on gasoline. That follows the incredibly generous and necessary grocery and essentials benefit that was previously introduced. The government is putting in place solid measures to give Canadians a break and make life more affordable. That follows on a number of other initiatives, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask the member, does he not have anything good to say about the affordability measures put in place by this government?
I'm a member of Calgary East.
Seems like the government House Leader just got here, because I just addressed that. Once again, like in typical Liberal fashion, they stole our idea, but they didn't steal all of it. They only took a part of it. In fact, they didn't get rid of the clean fuel standard, they didn't get rid of the industrial carbon tax, and we are even calling for the GST to be removed. That would be a saving of 25 cents per litre. But like a typical Liberal, they only did half the work and half measures. but that's what they're known for. And it doesn't really matter to them because everything is politics for them. Right now, they can go out and make this announcement, but there's clean fuel standards still in place, which will make food more expensive. Canadians won't see that a break at the grocery store whatsoever. And the break at the pump could have been a lot bigger if they just implemented the Conservative plan fully.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for LaPointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if my colleague has calculated the environmental impact of the measures he's proposing. I also wonder if he's considered the impact on the deficit. These measures could increase the deficit by up to $7 billion.
Thank you to that member for the question. And in fact, the impact on the deficit would actually be a lot less than what they're taking in revenues. This would actually benefit, and at the end of the day, that benefit would go to Canadians. Canadians would see this directly impacted at the pump, and it would directly help to lower the cost of food. So there are many different reasons why we propose this idea. It's too bad the Liberals, once again, didn't implement the whole idea. They just stole a small portion of it. And once again, it's just politics to them.
Question comments. The member for Cordial Morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just hosted 4 town halls in my riding on the cost of living and affordability. And I brought this very idea that the Conservatives are proposing to the people at those town halls. And nearly unanimously, people at those town halls wanted to see those taxes removed temporarily and provide relief. But what's also unanimous, Mr. Speaker, is that the people at those town halls wanted the big oil and gas companies that are posting record in profits to pick up the tab. They agreed that the relief needs to happen, but it shouldn't be at the expense of investments in roads, infrastructure, and health, Mr. Speaker. So through you, Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives and Liberal Coalition for Corporate Welfare, when will it end? What is the threshold, Mr. Speaker, on corporate profits for big oil and gas before they'll ask them to pay a little bit more when they win, Mr. Speaker, so that they can take the pressure off of everyday Canadians and pay their fair share for once?
For Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for his question. In fact, it's interesting because I held a town hall in my riding as well last week and overwhelmingly heard about how the Liberals have caused this cost of living crisis and how they would like to see federal fuel taxes removed as well. That would help them at the pump and, of course, at the grocery store. Now, where we differ and where the Liberals have held Canada back from growth is if we want to properly fund our roadways, if we want to properly fund social services, we need a good and booming resource sector, something the Liberals have refused to do. In fact, by keeping our resources in the ground, we've not only become more dependent, but the world has become worse off because they don't have good, clean, low-carbon energy from Canada. That's good jobs, good-paying jobs, good economy that could help contribute to those roads and social services that the colleague is talking about.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for York Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I got up this morning and called home, as I often do each day I'm here in Ottawa away from my family, as I'm sure many do. And I asked, what's the price of gasoline this morning? What's the price of diesel? And in my part of Ontario, just north of the GTA, it ranged from anywhere from about $1.65.9 to $1.75.9 for regular to around $2 for diesel fuel. Now that's in Uxbridge, Port Perry, Cannington, Beaverton in Brock Township, and of course Sutton and Keswick in Georgina, all in my riding, Mr. Speaker. So here we are. The reality is we have about $2 diesel and $1.75 gasoline in a country that sits on the 4th largest reserves of conventional and unconventional oil and gas. So what should be a time where Canada is benefiting from instability in the world, instead we are suffering because of it. The war in Iran has certainly caused a spike in oil prices and is part of the cause of what we're seeing at the pumps. But the other cause is, of course, self-inflicted. It's 10 years of policies by this government, whether it's old or new, regardless of what they call them. They've been consistent, at least, that they want to keep our resources in the ground, and they would rather see Canadians starve, freeze, and lose their jobs for some figment of an environmental ideology. And the result is that we have $2 diesel and $1.75 gasoline. Now, of course, we also don't have enough infrastructure. We don't have refineries. We don't have enough pipelines. We don't have one east to west. And so we can't even get our resources to our own people. And so that's why places in my part of the country and further east, instead of utilizing Canadian energy, are importing energy from places around the world that neither you nor I, Mr. Speaker, would want to vacation in. For example, Saudi Arabia, where, of course, women have no rights, but we are funding their regime to the tune of billions of dollars by importing their oil rather than consuming our own from Canadians who have hardworking jobs, high pay, and where our industries have high environmental standards. So, and on top of these policy choices, Mr. Speaker, what's worse in this whole situation is that we clobber Canadians with taxes. So we keep the resources in the ground, we buy higher at world prices rather than consuming our own, and to put insult to injury, we clobber Canadians with taxes on top of that. Now, depending where you live in this country, taxes on fuel will range anywhere from between 40 to 60-ish cents per liter. Now, that's combined federal and provincial taxes. So bear with me, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go through them. It might take a while, but here we go. Provincial excise tax. Local consumer carbon taxes if you're in certain parts of British Columbia, transit taxes, again, if you're in certain parts of British Columbia, provincial sales taxes, federal excise tax, federal sales tax, clean fuel regulations tax, and industrial carbon tax. Now, if you're keeping track, that was quite a list. But one of the ironies of all of these taxes, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals have, for months, called them imaginary. Every time I've asked a question on the clean fuel regulations or the industrial carbon tax, the government House leader who just spoke will get up and say, these are imaginary taxes. Well, let's take two of them today that they have said are imaginary. The industrial carbon tax. This was and remains a flagship Liberal policy. In fact, if you go back and read their budget from the fall, it's mentioned at least 9 times. 9 mentions of the industrial carbon tax, and in fact a promise to increase that industrial carbon tax in the future. How imaginary indeed. Next, the clean fuel regulations or clean fuel standards tax. That's a real law, Mr. Speaker. It's not imaginary. You can go on the Justice Lob's website and look up the clean fuel regulations. And in fact, the government has a dedicated web page for those regulations. So those are anything but imaginary. So because of this uncertainty, because of the cost on families, we are today proposing as the Conservative Party, as the official opposition, to remove all of the federal taxes on fuel. Now, we have estimated that this will save Canadians about $20 every time they fill up at the pump and about $1,200 from now until the end of the year. And we would pay for that, Mr. Speaker, by using some of the profits that the government will reap in higher revenue from higher oil prices. Because, of course, we know as oil prices go up, provincial and federal governments take in more tax revenue. And we've estimated that we can pay for our proposal with about 5 of the approximately $9 billion that will be taken in higher oil revenues in this country. So it's we're using existing resources. We're not adding to the debt or deficit. So we've suggested and proposed to remove 4 federal taxes, suspending the federal excise tax until the end of the year, suspending the GST on gas and diesel to the end of the year, and then eliminating both the Clean Fuel Standards regulation, the Clean Fuel Standards tax, and the industrial carbon tax. Now, in my view, all of these are necessary, Mr. Speaker. Each one by themselves is simply insufficient to provide any real relief to families. So I know the Prime Minister just a few moments ago this morning announced basically not even a half measure, maybe a 1/8 measure, where they are intending to remove only the federal excise tax and only until September. So let me put that into context here. Our plan, as we've proposed, would save about 25 cents a litre. What the Prime Minister has proposed today is just the federal excise tax, which is 10 cents per litre on regular gasoline and 4 cents per litre on diesel. So that's less than half of what we have proposed, and for about half of the time that we have proposed it. And in fact, I'll comment just on the diesel for example. Many companies, as we've seen reported in the media, are announcing fuel surcharges to deal with higher fuel prices. Well, taking 4 cents off a liter is not going to change corporate decision-making on that. So we have our proposal, 25 cents, about $1,200 a year. Liberal proposal, 10 cents or 4 cents, and so just a few dollars, and not even till the end of the year. And the irony now is actually, after this week's events, they will have all the power in the world to take all the most ambitious measures that they want. Because, of course, I mean, after the events of last week and this week and the prior weeks, the Liberals will have a majority in the House of Commons. And so they could implement more ambitious measures with ease, Mr. Speaker. But I want to comment, and I think the media has been very disingenuous over the last evening and the last week. It wasn't elections last night that gave the Liberals a majority. It was a handful of members of Parliament, including 4 previous Conservative members of Parliament, 4 previous Conservative members of Parliament, trying to have the member from out east hear me, but he's not paying attention, who made the decision to leave this party and join another. But despite my best efforts, I have been unable to locate any real issue of substance that would justify that member's crossing or any of the other 3 prior Conservative members of crossing. Now, leaving a caucus might be understandable if there was an issue of principle for which the floor crosser stood. But here, Mr. Speaker, there is none. No issue of conscience, no fundamental break of faith, just raw opportunism. Even statements by each of the members who made that decision reveal nothing really of substance. In the case of the member for Sarnia, just a reference to people telling her in the grocery store that they, quote, liked the Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly like you and other members in this House, but I wouldn't cross the floor for you. In the case of the member for Markham, just a vague reference to unity and decisive action. What decisive action? We've been here a year since the Prime Minister was elected. In the case of the member for Acadia, simply a, quote, better path forward. Well, I would invite him to explain what that path forward is, but I don't think he has the political courage to do so. And in case of the member for Edmonton Riverbend, he was simply clearly smitten with the Prime Minister's speech in Davos. But none of those statements, Mr. Speaker, none of those statements reflect any real issues of substance. And that's the problem. That's what Canadians smell. Canadians are not dupes. They smell the rank hypocrisy. They smell the rank hypocrisy of the members of our caucus who left and the former members of the Conservative Party. Because the reason you take an action matters, Mr. Speaker. The reason you do something, the justification you have, or in the case of that member or the others, when they don't have, matters. And that's why Canadians are so upset with these floor crossings, because there is no substance behind them. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go back over the Conservative motion, because of course that's why we're here today. As usual, their motion contains a number of different elements. We agree with some elements. And in fact, we're the first to announce them. But it seems to me that whatever the problem, the Conservatives point to the same answer. The industrial carbon tax. They think that by removing it, they will work magic and everything will be fine. So again, I wonder why they're bringing up the industrial carbon tax when it has been demonstrated that it has zero impact on the price of gas.
Durham.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not magic. It's just mathematics. When you remove the taxes, you lower the price of things in this country. And that's why our plan, all 4 of them, would estimated to remove gasoline taxes, lower the price of gasoline by about 25 cents. So it's not magic. Just add up the numbers, remove the taxes, and you get a better outcome for Canadians. Now, I don't disagree with some of the things they've done. Yes, please. But do more. Do them all. Don't take a half measure when you can clearly go the whole way and give full relief, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I'd like to come back on what my colleagues mentioned. The industrial carbon tax has no impact on gas prices at the gas station, so this is just a hidden gift to oil companies, but it won't have any impact. This would only help big oil and gas, and they're already making billions in profits.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess we simply have a disagreement on this. I mean, I think it's common sense that if you tax a business in the production of their goods or services, they will pass that cost on to the consumer who buys their good or service. So if a farmer has to pay an additional cost to buy fertilizer or buy a piece of equipment, that will find its way into the products you buy at the grocery store. So the industrial carbon tax raises the cost of food and fuel, and that cost is paid by consumers. It's as simple as that.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that excellent speech. My colleagues laid out some very common sense principles. Inputs increase pricing, and if you control the inputs, you can give people relief. But more importantly, he spent a part of his speech talking about principle and why in this House we must adhere to our principles. I was wondering if the member could take this opportunity to elaborate on that.
Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge, who himself was in the manufacturing industry and knows a thing or two about keeping a budget and keeping costs. He also knows a thing or two about principle because I've got to know him, and he is a man of principle, unlike some of the others who were formerly in our caucus, Mr. Speaker. But what I would say is on this side of the House, our principle is about providing relief to Canadians. That's what this opposition motion is about. And that's why the suite of measures we estimate will reduce the price of fuel taxes by about 25%, saving families $1,200 a year. And that's a principle that all members of this House, I hope, will support.
Before I go to questions, comments, I'm just going to caution the member just to be judicious in the comments he uses. We don't want to impugn motives of any member of this House. We have time for a quick question, about 45 seconds now, member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada highlighted yesterday that inequality is skyrocketing even more, that the bottom 40% only hold 3% of the wealth, and the top 20% hold 2/3 of the wealth. Mr. Speaker, this is at a time when the big banks have posted $70 billion in profits. The top big 5 oil companies, almost $25 billion. The top 5 grocery stores have gone from $2.4 billion in profits to $6.3 billion. At what point? At what level is there a threshold between the Conservatives and Liberals that they'll charge an excess profit tax on the big corporations or a wealth tax on individuals so that they're moving forward with attacking inequality in this country? This measure alone, Mr. Speaker, won't do that. It'll actually push the deficits, push investments in infrastructure and health that is going to help those people down the road, Mr. Speaker.
A member of York Durham, about 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleague, for that question and for his concern for those who can least afford government taxes. And he will know, and I know he will agree, that things like the industrial carbon tax and the clean fuel regulation are the most pernicious sometimes of taxes because they put the burden on people who can least afford to pay more. Those are lower income people who have no choice but to pay more to go to work, no choice but to pay more to buy groceries. And so they are harmed the most by some of these taxes. And that's in part why our proposal says, let's give them some relief. Let's give the Canadians who need it the most some relief. Thank you.
Une debate reprise débat et on va parliamentary secretary, the Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un grand...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take part in this very important debate. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Cumberland Colchester.
It is for some Canadians to cover their day-to-day costs. Making life more affordable has always been a core priority of this government. More pressingly, we know that a significant pressure on household budgets is the cost of fuel. Recent events in the Middle East, including the partial blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, have led to a global spike in oil prices, and Canadian families are feeling the impacts. That's why I am pleased to be able to say that today the Prime Minister announced further action to help Canadians manage these challenges. As the Prime Minister made clear, Canada's new government will use the improvement in the fiscal outlook associated with higher oil prices to provide targeted relief to households and businesses. Specifically, we are reducing pressure on fuel prices at the pump by suspending the application of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel effective next week until Labor Day, September 7th, 2026, delivering over $2.3 billion in relief to Canadians at a time when they need it the most. And this temporary suspension of excise taxes for gasoline and diesel is expected to save Canadians up to an estimated $5.75 on regular gasoline and up to $2.30 on diesel when filling up a typical 50-liter tank of fuel. This is a serious moment in our nation's history, and it deserves serious leadership and serious consideration. The announcement made earlier today by the Prime Minister reflects that. This Conservative motion today, on the other hand, is unfortunately anything but serious. Canadians expect and deserve more than back-of-the-napkin math. Let's look at some of the issues with this Conservative motion. Oil prices, as we know, are highly volatile and highly unpredictable. We know that recent events have led to a global spike in prices, but we also know that it's difficult to forecast what will happen 6, 8, or 12 months down the road. Conservatives are arguing that the current price per barrel will generate an additional $9 to $10 billion in government revenues. This assumption is based on the price per barrel staying the same between now and the new year. The Conservative plan is based on forecasts that are optimistic at best. Moreover, the Conservatives are allowing their ambivalence towards environmental action to overshadow a reasonable approach to the environment and the economy. They know that the clean fuel regulations do not add to the price Canadians pay at the pump. They know that an industrial carbon price makes us more competitive in a lower emissions global economy. But they're intentionally conflating these issues instead of focusing on what matters to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this measure builds on one of our very first actions we took at a government which also lowered costs at the pump. One of the first things we did was to eliminate the federal consumer fuel charge effective April 1st, 2025. Our government removed the consumer carbon price on gasoline, diesel, and home heating fuels while ensuring Canadians received a final rebate during the transition. At the same time, we preserved carbon pricing for large industrial emitters, focusing emissions reductions where they are the most effective while easing cost pressures on households and maintaining a strong competitive economy. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we have been working tirelessly to address cost of living challenges experienced by too many households across this country. And Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely delivering for Canadians. We have presented ambitious plans to reposition Canada for a far better future. But of course, this will take some time. We know that Canadians need immediate relief, and we are delivering. Let me take a moment to highlight some of our recent actions to address housing affordability in Canada. Mr. Speaker, put simply, we need to build more homes. We recently introduced Bill C-26, which will help unlock new housing across Canada. Bill C-26 will deliver a federal investment of $1.7 billion to provinces and territories so that they can implement measures to boost the housing supply. These funds can help reduce development fees or levies on new home construction. They can also make incremental investments in existing provincial and territorial programs that are dedicated to building more homes. We are also enabling more home building across the country with investments in infrastructure that Canadians rely on every day. Earlier this month, the Prime Minister officially launched the Build Communities Strong Fund, a $51 billion investment to help build essential infrastructure projects, including hospitals, universities, roads and bridges, and water and transit systems. Investment in housing enabling infrastructure under this program will help accelerate the right housing-related infrastructure needed to support housing growth. To access funds for infrastructure related to housing and post-secondary education, provinces will also need to show a commitment to reducing development charges where those charges pose a significant barrier to new construction. Provinces and territories will also need to commit to not levying other taxes that hinder housing supply to encourage housing development. We have also eliminated the goods and services tax for first-time buyers on homes valued up to $1 million. And we reduced the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. We will build faster and smarter thanks to the launch of Build Canada Homes, a new federal agency that will drive investment in public-private cooperation. Mr. Speaker, in addition to housing, we are working to provide Canadians with relief from the financial squeeze of everyday expenses. We all know that one of the areas that stresses Canadians the most is the cost of groceries. Food costs have gone up far too quickly in this country. Our government's new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit will help more than 12 million low and modest income Canadians afford day-to-day necessities. We have also cut taxes for the middle class. Since July 1st, 2025, Canadians have been paying less tax after the government announced lowering of the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14%. This change will ensure nearly 22 million Canadians benefit from tax relief of up to $420 per person, saving two-income families up to $840 a year. Mr. Speaker, a more affordable Canada also means a more competitive Canada. And as you can see, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, at a time when many Canadians are feeling the pressure of rising costs, our government remains focused on what matters the most, supporting people and easing financial strains wherever we can. We can take practical, responsible, and pragmatic actions to help families afford the essentials, strengthen housing, household financial security, and ensure that economic growth works for everyone. Every decision that we will take should be guided by a simple principle: to stand with Canadians, protect their well-beings, and help build a more stable and resilient future for communities across the country. And Mr. Speaker, with the results of the by-elections last night, we have a choice. We can all work together across party lines to continue to make things better for Canadians, or we can hear diatribes directed against former colleagues, personal attacks against other members of Parliament, and not work together. I think we have an opportunity as Canadians. Nous avons une opportunité comme Canadiens. Nous avons une
We as Canadians have an opportunity here. We, as members of all political parties, have an opportunity to continue working together in committee and in this place. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we parliamentarians who represent our communities and riding, we who care deeply about affordability, well, I hope that we will be able to take a pragmatic look at things and accomplish things together.
I look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Comments, question et commentaire. The member of Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I find it concerning that the member used the words as calling our motion unserious when clearly it was serious enough that the Prime Minister just had a press conference on it. So what I do find unserious is that he took his time, instead of talking about gas tax and talking about how to save Canadians money at the pumps, he just talked about housing most of the time. So my question to the member is, does he believe that Canadians should get relief at the pumps, yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that the first 4 minutes of my speech dealt with fuel prices, I would say, of course, which is why we're removing the excise tax. The excise tax has been in place since the 1990s, and we are taking the proactive step based on the current worldwide oil prices to cut that. The excise tax is 10 cents per liter for regular people buying standard gasoline. This will no longer be the case from next week until Labor Day. So, of course, we are sensitive to the issue. What I was talking about was all of the different things in the Conservative motion that were not things that should be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the fact that the Conservative proposals don't take into account Quebec's system. Quebec has its own carbon pricing system, a carbon market. So Quebec would end up funding this for other provinces. So how does the member feel about the importance of respecting Quebec's jurisdiction? Or here's another example. There was an election goodies check to compensate for the carbon tax, which had already been scrapped. All provinces except British Columbia and Quebec received those checks. Should British Columbia and Quebec be compensated? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by answering the first question. Yes, some aspects of the Conservative motion are unrealistic. First of all, they don't consider the environment and how important it is to care for the environment. Next, the costs that the motion seeks to eliminate have nothing to do with it, as my colleague said earlier.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to commend my colleague for his very thoughtful and insightful presentation on the motion before us. But I have a question. The global economy has been grappling with higher gas prices resulting from ongoing conflicts in the Middle East and the partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Could you elaborate how it impacts gas prices in Canada?
And again, we'll just comments through the chair, the Honourable Permanent Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as, of course, as my friend knows, the global gas prices are driven by global supply and demand. When you have some of the leading producers in the world that are unable to ship oil to markets, the price goes up. When you have instability, the price goes up. When the President of the United States makes certain announcements, the price goes up. And global oil prices are completely unstable, which has led to an increase as a result of the conflict and the inability to deliver oil to market from certain of the most important producing regions of the world. And as such, prices in Canada and around the world have gone up. And what we need to do is give temporary relief. And as we have done, today the Prime Minister announced the excise tax is being cut until Labor Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comments time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So basically, right now the oil prices are very high. And that means that this government is bringing in tons and tons of money. So my question to him is, in light of that, young people are seeing this and going, why will they not do the full recommendation from the Conservative Party? Because they can certainly afford to do that and not make it even more difficult for young people who are facing these challenges as their constituents of Canada.
Permanent Secretary, a brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, one of the things is the Conservatives are assuming in their motion that the cost of oil will remain the same for the rest of the year, and the price of oil fluctuates constantly. The $9 billion to $10 billion that the Conservatives claim is going to be collected by the government depends on oil prices not falling over the next 9 months.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to today's debate, particularly as we navigate a period of geopolitical volatility and significant change. Disruptions to global energy infrastructure caused by ongoing military conflicts in the Middle East are driving higher fuel costs, creating economic uncertainty for families in Canada and across the world. While governments cannot control global events, I can assure my honourable colleagues that Canada is doing what it takes to support Canadians facing the financial effects of this and other crises. Not only because we know that it's the right thing to do, but because we want more Canadians to be able to support their families and contribute to our country's long-term national prosperity. As I just mentioned, higher fuel prices driven by global conflicts are adding stress to household budgets in Canada and across the globe. That's why today we are taking further action to help Canadians manage these challenges, as just announced by the Prime Minister. Canada's new government will use the improvement in the fiscal outlook associated with higher oil prices to provide targeted relief to households and businesses. Specifically, we are reducing pressure on fuel price at the pump by suspending the application of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel effective next Monday, April 20th, 2026, until September 7th, 2026, delivering over $2.2 billion in relief. This temporary suspension of excise taxes for gasoline and diesel is expected to save Canadians up to an estimated $5.75 on regular gasoline and up to $2.30 on diesel when filling up a typical 50-liter tank of fuel. So now folks will have no reason not to come visit my beautiful home province of Nova Scotia this summer. Of course, Today's announcement is just the latest measure our government has announced to help Canadians manage affordability concerns and build a stronger future for everyone. Since taking office, our government has taken considerable, concrete, and targeted steps to put more money in Canadians' pockets. My honourable colleagues will recall that one of the first things the Prime Minister did last year was cancel the consumer fuel charge, directly allowing Canadians to save money from the price they were paying at the pump. And our government also removed the requirement for provinces and territories to have a consumer-facing carbon price as of April 1st, 2025 at that time. Our middle-class tax cut, which lowered the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14% since July 1st, 2025, will save two-income families up to $840 in 2026. Going forward, it is expected to deliver over over $27 billion in tax savings to Canadians over the next 5 years. What's more, the bulk of tax relief will go to those with incomes in the two lowest tax brackets. That is, those with taxable income under $117,045 in 2026, including nearly half to those in the first bracket, $58,523 and below in 2026. This means the relief is effectively targeted at those Canadians who need help most. By eliminating the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes at or under $1 million and reducing it for first-time home buyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million, our government is also saving first-time home buyers up to $50,000. Yes! Making the goal of home ownership a reality for more Canadians, especially young Canadians. Moreover, we tabled Budget 2025, Canada Strong, which includes numerous affordability supports for people across the country. For example, we made the National School Food Program permanent, a program that helps 400,000 more children each year to receive healthy meals every day, while saving families with 2 children $800 per year on groceries. By making it permanent, we will work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to expand the program into more schools across Canada. The budget also proposes to start automatically delivering federal benefits to low-income Canadians. That includes the GST credit and the Canada Child Benefit. And we will continue protecting childcare, dental care, and pharmacare to maintain these essential services so many Canadians depend on. Moreover, to support Canadians with the cost of groceries and everyday essentials, which have stretched many Canadians' wallets thin, the government has also announced the new Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit, which will provide significant support for more than 12 million Canadians. When it becomes available this spring, the CGEB will replace the existing GST credit, but it will also be more generous. First, we are providing a one-time pop-up payment to be paid as early as possible this spring, equal to a 50% increase in the annual 2025-26 value of the GST credit. Second, we will increase the benefit by 25% for 5 years, starting in July 2026. Combined, this means that a family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and about $1,400 a year for the next 4 years. And a single person will receive up to $950 this year and about $700 a year for the next 4 years. And that's not all. Listen to this. We also recently took action to put a cap on NSF, non-sufficient funds fees, to make banking fairer and more affordable for Canadians. As of March 2026, consumers cannot be charged more than $10 in NSF fees when they do not have enough money in their personal deposit account to cover a payment. Consumers also will not be charged an NSF fee more than once in a period of 2 business days for the same personal deposit account. And consumers will not be charged NSF fees on a personal deposit account when the amount of their overdraft in the account is less than $10. Mr. Speaker, to support Canadians amid ongoing global energy market disruptions, we are delivering timely, meaningful, and tangible relief through a comprehensive set of actions that will put more money in Canadians' pockets. Canadians need relief. That's clear as day. And this government is absolutely delivering for them, as well as for generations of Canadians to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make my case.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
So-called benefits. How does a member possibly square this with our current economic situation where our unemployment rate is nearly double that of the United States? We just went through one of the worst quarters at negative 0.6%. We're 1 quarter away from recession. Inflation is on the rise. How does this member, if the Liberals were so great, why are Canadians suffering so much?
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
I thank the member opposite for his question. I would say that our government is keenly aware of the situation that everyday Canadians find themselves in, and that is why, whether it's through the Canadian Grocery and Essentials benefit, the elimination of carbon pricing for consumers, increased support for first-time home buyers, or measures to increase housing supply through Canada Homes, our government continues to work for Canadians to improve affordability.
Questions, comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech today. You know, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, it's at least my opinion that when this government seeks to bring in new initiatives, there are always initiatives that are geared towards those who need it the most, and in particular those that that need those supports in times of crisis like this. I'm wondering if the member can elaborate from her speech on what she thinks that this government is doing to fulfill that.
Yeah, I'm a member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Our government is keenly aware and engaged in what Canadians are dealing with these days, and I myself have not been immune to being at a poor financial situation and having to, rob Peter to pay Paul, as they say personally. So I am keenly aware that we are working to benefit all of our constituents and all of Canada by taking concrete steps to support Canadians through these challenges as we position them for long-term success by building the strongest economy in the G7.
Comments, question et commentaire. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that there are a number of conservative measures that would penalize Quebec. They would lower taxes for most people, but Quebec has its own carbon system. So every time there are measures like this that are taken, does my colleague believe that there should also be some thought given to finding a way to compensate Quebec and respect its jurisdiction? The honourable member.
Je remercie mon collègue.
I thank my colleague for his question. And I am taking French lessons, but I'll answer in English today.
I would encourage the Conservatives to join us in our work to grow our energy exports, protect Canadian workers, and improve our competitiveness on the global market. Thank you.
Questions, comments? The honourable member for Brantford, Grant South, Six Nations, about 45 seconds.
Yes, another illusion that this Prime Minister cares about affordability, yet for 4 months, just over 4 months, he's going to drop taxes by 10 cents on gas and 4 cents per litre. Will this member support a common sense solution that delivers real tangible results to Canadians and support our motion to provide an extra 25-cent relief for the rest of 2026? Will she do that?
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
I thank the honourable member for his question, Mr. Speaker. I would say that the majority of Canadians will be travelling this summer, as it will be the tourist season, and this will be a significant savings for those individuals coming home to visit their friends and relatives this year. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. L'honorable député de John.
The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with my colleague and often friend. Now, we know that gas prices have skyrocketed since Israel and Donald Trump launched their war, This military operation started on February 28th. It blocked the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of world oil transits through, despite the fact that people had warned Trump that this would happen. Now, we have the Conservative motion today. The Prime Minister also just announced that he's going to be suspending the excise tax until Labor Day, so for around it'll cost around $2.5 billion. Maybe it should have been a more targeted approach. In today's motion, the Conservatives are proposing something that would have a total annual cost of $13 billion. So that would really increase the deficit. With the current state of public finances, it's necessary to have more targeted measures that are less expensive and that maximize their impact on actually helping people in terms of the cost of living. Now, the calculations here are kind of far-fetched. For example, they talk about saving 7 cents per liter from the fuel standards tax, but that's false because currently that type of fuel is equivalent to other fuels, so there's actually no savings there. And Quebec also has its own system. What's being proposed here, essentially, is, the price of gas and fuel is going up, and so we need to consume more of it. Kind of far-fetched. The Conservatives also, in this motion, suggest getting rid of the industrial carbon tax, but as they have also indirectly recognized in the motion, there's not actually a cost associated with that. That would just be a gift to big oil. Oil companies have their production costs, which is set at the world level. That price is going up, and so they make more profits. And by eliminating the industrial carbon tax, they essentially would just be getting a gift that would reduce any incentive to pollute less. As I said, that's not a good idea. Then, when it comes to the excise tax, I want to quote an expert, Luc Godbout, who has said that even temporarily, this is not the thing to do. A few months ago, he said we need to resist the temptation to lower the gas tax, both for reasons of balancing the budget and for environmental reasons. We know that it would be hard to get back afterwards because citizens would have to deal with the cost rise. So as I said, what we need is more effective and more targeted measures. But it seems like on both sides of the House, parties prefer to take these broad measures. Now, should we be giving absolutely no limit as we did to Trump here? We know that Trump wanted to eliminate the EV mandate, which had previously allowed for more efficient vehicles. But that standard actually existed far before the fight against climate change. It came in 1975 in order to make the U.S. less dependent on foreign oil. At the time, the average efficiency was only 13 miles per gallon, and a new standard came in to fix that. Getting rid of that standard really just leads to more polluting vehicles, which is more profitable. But it also makes the industry and consumers more vulnerable to price shocks and oil shocks. And in the long term, consumers lose out because measures from President Trump and the government today are neglecting measures that would actually take into account people's health and environment. A few weeks ago, when we were last sitting, the Conservatives proposed getting rid of standards around electrifying public transport. They're against the high-speed train. We are in favor of it with reservations in terms of expropriation. And the Conservatives are trying to keep us entirely dependent on oil by opposing any alternative to it. That is their reaction to the current spike in gas prices. Now, Paul Krugman, the economist, wrote about this in his blog. He said that skyrocketing gas prices and oil prices have to do with shortages, and this really shows the risks of depending on fossil fuels. He says the savings from, or that rather fossil fuels are hit harder by increasing prices than other energy sources. So again, do we want to remain dependent on fossil fuels? Krugman also says, although the previous plan to develop energy efficient solutions was scrapped, Trump is attacking solar energy and battery energy. So where is the world going to get most of the renewable energy sources that it needs? Well, it's going to get them from China. We know that China is the world's workshop, and it has a more significant manufacturing sector than many other countries combined. If China is strong in a number of sectors, it absolutely dominates the electro-technical sector, including building EVs and solar panels. Krugman quotes the Wall Street Journal, saying that that China is really dominant here. It represents more than 80% of world production, except for wind turbines, which is where Europe plays a significant role. And China keeps much of this solar energy to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels. Krugman also says that under Biden, the U.S. had taken indispensable measures to develop their own sector, notably batteries and EVs, and tried to accelerate the green transition in general. But the Trump administration now has canceled all of Biden's programs and is actively blocking investments in the sector. Is this the right thing to do? Again, I don't think so. Krugman also says that until the U.S. is free from Trump's obsession with fossil fuels, then China will continue to dominate production in this area. So the U.S. will essentially self-destruct and leave the entire sector to China, losing influence in a world that is speeding toward the energy revolution. In the end, we aren't just burning fossil fuels, we're also burning our future. End of quote. So that's essentially what seems to be proposed here today, and that also matches what the government is doing. When the government says that it wants to be an energy superpower, it's talking about oil and gas. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not the right path. These are non-renewable resources. The current crisis is telling us that it's urgent that we reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and that we have a more sustainable economy. That's the path that Europe has taken. We can do the same thing. But the problem, as Krugman said, is that all of this stuff is currently being produced in China. But we could play a role here. Quebec could play a role here because the new green economy is something that we're really strong in. We have everything that we need to be one of the to be an important link in this new supply chain and to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. This is the future. We need to support the development of a new sector to embrace this transition and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels so that we can compete with China, who has a big advantage right now. But those are not the choices being made by Ottawa now, and that's certainly not what's in today's motion. So these are missed opportunities for Quebec. Currently, in the world, we have the opportunity to bank on our strengths in Quebec, to renew our skills and to be a bridge between America and Europe. But that is not the choice that the opposition party or the current government are making. And that's what we want to propose.
Is that?
Mr. Speaker, I see I'm out of time, so I will now take questions. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found my learned colleague's speech to be very interesting. I noticed he quoted Paul Krugman, and I'm a fan of his as well. So there you have it. We have something in common. And this is just one thing we have in common among many. I wonder if my colleague would like to say a little bit more about the fact that the Conservatives seem just obsessed with the clean fuel regulations. They want to remove the clean fuel regulations. Could my colleague, well, does he understand it? I don't get it. What is his interpretation of this Conservative obsession? The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. He's an economist, and so we have a number of interests in common. First, Quebec has its own standards, so if Ottawa changes its standards, nothing will change in Quebec. Then, the Conservatives have come up with this number, 7 cents a litre, based on an old analysis back when oil was more expensive. And so lifting that that standard would be a gift to big oil. The same can be said for the other taxes they're proposing to lift. It would increase the profits of big oil without bringing down prices at the pump. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my Bloc Québécois colleague. I think he did a great speech. Joliette is well represented. On the Conservative benches, there's a lot of people just tearing out their hair and acting upset that the government is taxing the price of gas. But when the price of a barrel of oil goes up, oil companies' operating costs don't go up. They just take in more profits. So is there anything that could be done to regulate these oil companies a little bit? The Honourable Member. This is an inflationary context, and everything is more expensive for consumers. Now, truckers, for example, cannot change their technology from one day to the next. They will be stuck paying for diesel. Maybe the government could do something about that. The Conservatives are proposing a measure that would dig a $13 billion hole in the budget. That's a pretty sizable hole. Is that truly the best approach? Instead, the government should focus on targeted measures. We know that Donald Trump's war that he's carrying out with his Israeli allies has driven up inflation. But is the solution to this inflation a massive hole in the budget? I wouldn't think so. I think instead we should reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and do more to tax oil companies. Oil companies, I will note, are mostly foreign-owned. For every dollar that goes to them, 75 cents leaves Canada. So that's what I would propose.
Bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's a known fact that the world will be using oil and is using more oil now and will be for the next 40 years. So what I don't understand in this picture that we're seeing here is that we have the most efficient, environmentally appropriate means of getting oil out of the ground, and we have that ability and that resource. But what I'm hearing from people in this House is they would rather see other countries who are not as conscientious as we are about our environment. And I know that Quebec itself has a great deal of oil under the ground, but they're choosing not to do that right now until they become their own nation, I understand. So why does this government and these individuals not understand the reality that our government is making incredible money on that oil price right now, and they will...
I do need to give a little bit of time to the Honourable Member for the answer. 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot to say in 30 seconds, and I won't cover all of this ground, but first, in the current crisis, there's a lack of oil, which has driven up prices. The solution is not to take more oil out of the ground. It is to reduce our dependence on oil. If my colleague will let me answer in the few remaining seconds I have, the solution is not to double down on oil when it puts us at the mercy of price shocks like we're seeing currently. Paul Krugman noted that countries less reliant on oil are less impacted by the current crisis. But I see my colleague would rather have a conversation while I give my answer, so I'll leave it there. The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Joliette for his excellent and very interesting speech. He's always gives great speeches, and he answered the questions ably. We are now here to talk about the price of gas, because there is a situation currently where households are worried. They're going through a lot. They're concerned. And we are now here to talk about this issue. This issue is partially, if not wholly, caused by President Trump's military expedition in Iran, which has closed off the Strait of Hormuz, the strait that 1/5 of the world's oil and gas supply moves through. Obviously, that's a concerning situation, and is a situation that has driven up the price of oil and therefore gas prices. Currently, gas costs over $2 a liter. It is reasonable for households and families to be concerned by these trends. I've looked up some Statistics Canada statistics lately. In a typical gas station in the Montreal area, I looked up the price of gas over the last 20 years, and I converted the prices into $25. And what I observed was that over the long term, gas hasn't really gone up in price. The real issue is that the price of gas fluctuates a great deal. And we know that because of this, families are at the mercy of these ups and these downs, and they can't budget, they can't predict how the prices are going to change. That's the issue. We noticed this just after the pandemic, and we see it today. Now people are paying $2 a liter. The government has decided to lift the excise tax, I guess because they're influenced by all the conservatives that have joined the party. But really, it doesn't address the main problem, which is the fluctuation in the price of gas. Experts have told us, like the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin noted, that over the years, households' purchasing power has increased, but that's not true for all households. Sure, the 80% wealthiest households have seen their purchasing power increase, but that still leaves 20% of households where purchasing power has stagnated. And that 20% is more vulnerable to price shocks. So here's what we've got. There are poor households. Their incomes have stagnated. Meanwhile, the price of gas is fluctuating, and that makes it difficult for them to fill up their tank. For the remaining 80%, they can handle the fluctuations, and the price of gas has remained relatively stable over the long term. This has led to people purchasing more and more vehicles. The number of vehicles is growing faster than population numbers. So they consume more gas. The government is now giving them a massive handout at the expense of the 20% poorest people in the population. And the Conservatives are proposing an even bigger handout to the wealthiest portion of the population. I would also note that the Conservatives cannot complain endlessly about the deficit and know that the government is not balancing its budget and then go and propose a measure like this. To support a motion like this would be to shred our own credibility. The government has proposed a temporary measure, a temporary lifting of the excise tax. But will that actually help the poorest segment of the population? Well, it might. Is it the best measure possible? Is it the most targeted measure? I would say no. Is it a costly measure? Yes, it's costly. It doesn't have a lot of bang for its buck. And it relies on oil companies to pass on price savings to consumers. Now, there are people who need their cars to get to work and who have to use gas because there's a lack of public transit and there's a lack of EVs. These people are in a very vulnerable situation. And because of that, they are easy prey for oil companies. Oil companies can take advantage of these people, and there's nothing there that could protect them. There's no guarantees that price savings for oil companies will be passed down to these people. But the Conservatives are populists, and they like to say that they can snap their fingers and just cause gas prices to go down. I would invite them to show some caution. We are in a context where the Liberal government has become a Conservative government. The Liberals are more conservative than the Conservatives these days. Sure, the Conservatives want to put on a good show, but every time they propose a measure, the government will just do it. They will just imitate them. After all, the Prime Minister may not care about the purchasing power of households, but he cares about recruiting Conservative MPs. So every time the Conservatives suggest this measure, the Liberals will imitate it, and they will draw more Conservatives to their side. For months now, the Conservatives have been saying that we need to get rid of the industrial carbon tax to reduce gas prices. But Mr. Macklem, the governor of Canada's central bank, has noted that the industrial carbon tax has a negligible impact on inflation. He said this right before a parliamentary committee, and he told Conservatives that if you really want to increase the purchasing power of households, you need to look elsewhere. That's worth noting. So what should be done? Well, the government should put in place targeted measures. They need to target their measures to the households most vulnerable to price shocks and fluctuations. That's the solution. Because if every time there are fluctuations, the government puts in place temporary measures and does not focus on the green shift, we will only have a series of band-aids, and we will not permanently make things better for the most vulnerable segment of the population. They will continue to suffer every time there is a crisis, just like we are seeing today. This parliament is focused entirely on short-term gains. And because of this focus, a number of households will be left behind. Another point. The government has announced an $80 billion deficit. A few weeks ago, they handed out $4 or $5 billion as part of a grocery benefit. Now they're spending $2 billion more as in another handout. But will this help households? After all, households want health care. They want education services. Those services are offered by the provinces, including by the Quebec government. But the provinces are cash-strapped. We could also look at public transit. My colleague, the transport critic, noted that money that could be used for public transit is being held up in Ottawa instead of being passed on to the provinces. We need better infrastructure, better streets, and for this to happen, federal money needs to reach provincial coffers. What does it matter if the price of gas goes down if public streets are undrivable? If the government increases its deficit, that will impact households. And then we could also look at productivity. Oil and gas is something essential for productivity. So increased oil prices can bring productivity down. Sure, the government wants to increase productivity, and that's a good thing. But if they actually want to increase productivity, they should make ourselves less. They should make us less vulnerable to fluctuations and price shocks. That would let us be more stable. It would let us increase salaries. We can't have a government that talks about productivity while at the same time making our businesses more vulnerable to price shocks due to fluctuations in the price of oil. I've been a parliamentarian for a long time, and I haven't seen any real solutions proposed by the government. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're on a streak now. 2 or 3 economists have spoken in a row. I have a question for my esteemed colleague and whom I sit with on a parliamentary committee. He talked about the need for targeted government support, but would he not think that the groceries and essentials benefit, which increases the GST tax credit, is a targeted measure, the very thing that Canada needs? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I would like to thank my colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin for his question. I really enjoy working with him, and the answer is yes, which is why the Bloc Québécois supported that measure and why we actually welcomed the announcement of this check. That was a measure that took into account household makeup and things like that. But that's the very thing that surprises me. A few weeks ago, the government did recognize that targeted approaches were the right one. And today, the very day that the Conservatives have an opposition day, the government decide that targeted measures are out the window and we don't need to do that anymore. That's what I don't get. This inconsistency. How come the government didn't wake up this morning and say, why don't we adjust this excise tax exemption? That would be a more consistent approach after all.
Speaker, with regards to, I'm moving that, with regards to Standing Order 43-2A, that the Conservative slots now all be split in half.
I thank the member for his intervention. Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Smilkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his eloquent speech. But I'd like to ask the member, how long does he think it's going to take? How many years is it going to take before he feels we can lose our dependency on fuel? He'd like to change things so that we aren't dependent on it anymore, and yet it's well known that this could take years. My riding, Smilkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a lot of people cannot afford electric cars. They need to drive trucks because they work in agriculture. They work in professions where they need large car, things that aren't even made electric at this point. So how many years is it going to take, and how many people are going to have to suffer if we don't take off the taxes off fuel?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. If I may, I would like to question the question itself. It's a bit of sophistry we heard from the member across the way. She said that the transition would take time, and because of that, we might as well not do it and just double down on oil. Well, we've always acknowledged that the transition would take time. We never talked about shutting down pipelines overnight. Not even the International Energy Agency wants to see that. We just don't believe in new pipelines, and we believe that we should begin a transition that will take time and be phased in. She says that we should that we can't do everything all at once because people will suffer, so we might as well do nothing at all? That makes no sense. I believe we should put in place a gradual transition, one involving incentives. No one is saying that tomorrow morning we will suddenly not need oil.
And comments?
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend my colleague on his speech. My colleague rightly mentioned that the Liberal announcement this morning will not provide targeted support to those who need it the most, who are the most vulnerable. And to expand on that, could the member explain us how increasing the deficit when spending was not targeted to help the most vulnerable, well, increasing the deficit, what can that do in the future? Might that affect the most vulnerable through inflation or in other ways? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I thank my colleague for his question. Let's come back on the debate we had yesterday at the Finance Committee. We all know that we have a productivity problem in Canada, and we were told that we had to increase people's income, especially the income of the 20% of poorest Canadians, and we were told that for that we needed private investment. Now we all agree that there's a deficit, that we won't be able to eliminate it in 2 or 3 years. We are all realistic about that. But each dollar the government borrows is a resource that is not available for the private sector for more productive investments, Mr. Speaker, more profitable ones. So in the future, we need to focus more on productivity. We shouldn't drown ourselves in reckless spending and endless deficits. And Conservative opposition motions, though, they're very incompatible with what the Prime Minister says on a daily basis.
Member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are moments in public life when a government is tested, not by what it says, but by what it does when people are hurting. And this is one of those moments. Across the country, Canadians are not just frustrated, they're stretched to the breaking point. They're making trade-offs that no family in a prosperous nation should have to make. They're choosing between filling the tank and filling the fridge, between getting to work and paying the mortgage, between keeping the lights on and keeping food on the table. And at the center of that pressure is a simple, unavoidable reality: the cost of fuel. Here at home, fuel is not a luxury. It is not discretionary. It is the lifeblood of our economy. It is how a nurse gets to a night shift. It is how a contractor gets to a job site. It is how food gets from the farm to shelf. And when fuel costs rise, everything else rises. And yet, while Canadians here at home are paying more, Ottawa's coffers is taking in more. This Liberal government is cashing in on higher oil prices while forcing Canadians to pay more at the pump, making work more expensive, family life more expensive, and running a business more expensive. Let me put it plainly. Canadians are being squeezed, and this Liberal government is profiting from that squeeze. That's why Conservatives are calling for zero tax on gas to give Canadians a break, not Liberal half measures that cut the tax half the way and for half the time. Last week, Mr. Speaker, when asked what he would do about rising gas prices, the Liberal Prime Minister said, "That's something we're going to look at." Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't need a Liberal government that is looking. They need a government that is doing. Because while this Liberal Prime Minister is following gas prices, quote unquote, Canadians here at home are falling behind. And every day of delay is another day families fall further behind. I want to tell this House about a woman I met in my riding of Richmond Hill South, mother who works 2 jobs, one during the day and one on weekends. She does everything right. She budgets, she saves where she can, and she doesn't ask for handouts. She only asks for a fair shot. Last week, she told me that filling up her car now costs her nearly $100. That's not a luxury vehicle. That's a basic car that gets her to work and gets her kids to school. She told me, "I don't even look at the total anymore. I just stop when I can't afford to keep going." Think about that for a moment. In Canada, in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, we have people who can't afford to fill their tank. Not because of laziness, not because of poor choices, but because their Liberal government in Ottawa is piling taxes on top of rising global prices. That is wrong, It is economically wrong, it is morally wrong, and it is fiscally unsustainable. Canadians deserve a break. That's why Conservatives are calling on this Liberal government to scrap the 25 cents per litre on gas for all of 2026, not just simply meet us halfway there. Mr. Speaker, now let's talk about some of the facts. Yes, global events like the conflict in the Middle East have driven up oil prices. That explains part of the increase. But it does not explain why Canadians here at home are paying about 28 cents a litre more for fuel than Americans do just south of the border. That difference is not geography. It is not geopolitics. It is not destiny. It is a homegrown, made in Ottawa, Liberal tax policy. It is the result of a Liberal government that has layered tax on top of tax on top of tax and expects Canadians just to absorb it. While Canadians here at home are struggling with higher prices, this Liberal government is enjoying a windfall. According to a former Liberal economic advisor, every $10 increase in the price of a barrel of oil generates about $2 billion in additional federal revenue in Ottawa's coffers. In recent weeks, oil prices are roughly $45 to $50 higher than the pre-war baseline. So when you crunch the numbers, that is close to $9 to $10 billion in additional revenue flowing into Ottawa's coffers, money that is coming directly from the higher costs here at home that Canadians are paying. So here's the question. This Liberal government is making billions more because Canadians are paying more. Why is it not giving all of that money back and suspending all gas taxes for the rest of 2026? Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are offering a clear, practical, and immediate answer. That take $5 billion of that windfall to Ottawa and give it back to Canadians by removing all federal taxes on gasoline and diesel until the end of 2026. Not next year, not after another study, but right now. That means suspending the 10 cents per litre federal excise tax. It means suspending the GST on fuel, which puts about 8 cents per litre on gasoline and 4 cents per litre on diesel. And it means permanently eliminating the so-called Liberal clean fuel standard tax, which is already costing Canadians 7 cents per litre and is set to rise to 17 cents per litre. Stacked together on top of one another, these Liberal taxes add up. They are crushing. So when you remove them, Canadians would save about 25 cents per litre on gasoline and 21 cents per litre on diesel. That is about $20 every time a parent fills up a minivan. On average, that is more than $1,200 back in the pockets of a family of 4 by the end of the year. That is money for groceries, money for rent, and that is a much-needed breathing room. And here's a key point. This Liberal government can afford to do the right thing here, but they're choosing not to. So why won't this Liberal government borrow our Conservative ideas and provide immediate relief for Canadians here at home by scrapping all gas taxes and their beloved Liberal industrial carbon tax? Mr. Speaker, right now, the priority of this Liberal government is clear. Take more, give less, and hope Canadians don't notice. Well, Canadians across the country are noticing. They notice it every time they see a higher total at the pump. They notice it every time a delivery fee goes up. They notice it every time their grocery bill climbs even higher. Because rising fuel prices do not stay at the pump. They spread through the entire economy. When transportation costs rise, suppliers raise their prices, and we're already seeing it. Because just last week, we learned that food producers are now introducing these new fuel surcharges on top of the food products they sell. So when suppliers raise their prices, grocers pass those costs on. And when that happens, families here at home pay more. Elevated fuel and transportation costs are compounding on the affordability crisis faced by families after more than a decade of Liberal policies. Food banks are now seeing over 2 million visits per month, including 700,000 children. A family of 4 is expected to spend $17,500 on food this year, which is $1,000 more than last year. Canada has become the food inflation capital of the G7, and of course that's not a title to be proud of. That is a warning sign, and it is directly linked to the policies of this Liberal government here at home. According to a recent academic study, the Liberal industrial carbon tax is undermining the competitiveness of our agri-food sector and has contributed to food prices rising 48% faster in Canada than in the United States. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that the Liberal so-called clean fuel regulations alone are adding 7 cents per litre this year, rising to 17 cents per litre by 2030. They're starting to sound a whole lot like the Liberal consumer carbon tax. On top of that, the Liberal industrial carbon tax is rising to $170 per tonne, costing workers over $1,100 per year, shrinking the economy by 1.3% and putting 50,000 Canadian jobs at risk. These are the real consequences of Liberal ideology. The Liberals can provide immediate relief to everyday Canadians by scrapping the Liberal industrial carbon tax and suspending the punishing 25 cents per litre tax on gas, including the Liberal fuel standard tax for all of 2026. Mr. Speaker, Canada's affordability crisis is not an unintended consequence by global factors. This is the predictable result of deliberate Liberal policy choices here at home. Choices that prioritize ideology over affordability, choices that treat working Canadians as a revenue source rather than people to serve. So now let's take a step back and look at the broader picture. After a decade of Liberal government, Canada is falling behind here at home. The OECD reports persistent weakness in business investment. GDP growth is projected to decline this year. And since 2015, Canada's GDP growth rates have lagged behind the United States. A report recently shows that business investment, adjusted for inflation and labor force growth, has declined since its 2014 peak. More than half of Canadians are not living in their ideal home, mortgage affordability continues to worsen across the country, and young people are being completely priced out. This is not a blip, it is a pattern. And here at home, Canadians were facing higher costs, lower growth, and fewer opportunities. And now, instead of course correcting, this Liberal government is doubling down. This Liberal Prime Minister told Canadians he would bring serious economic leadership, that he would reverse the damage of the last Liberal Prime Minister. But Canadians here at home are still waiting while costs rise, waiting while wages fall behind, waiting while their government looks at their problem. Canadians have been pinching their pennies long enough. It is time for this Liberal government to pinch its own. Other countries understand this. Australia, Spain, Ireland, Italy, Germany, and Austria, they all have moved to cut fuel taxes or provide direct relief at the pump. Because behind every statistic is a real person here at home, working hard, doing everything right, and still falling behind. Because for the mother of two who's working 2 jobs, she shouldn't need a pay raise just to fill up her tank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So fuel prices are indeed very high. Crude oil prices went from about $60 a barrel at the end of February to about $100 a barrel at the moment, and they might even go much higher. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. I don't think there's anything to do with Liberal policy, but anyways. Now, in the motion of our colleagues, they point to the permanent elimination of the fuel standards regulations. Really? In 2026, permanently eliminate fuel standards? Is that what the Conservatives stand for?
In Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are calling for the permanent scrapping of Liberal taxes. That includes the 10 cents federal excise tax, the GST on top of all those taxes, and the Liberal so-called clean fuel standards tax. So let's not forget that this 25 cents a litre tax that we were calling for is a Liberal made in Ottawa problem. You can't just blame that on global oil prices. And this is at a time when Canadians are facing an affordability challenge. 2 million Canadians are relying on food banks. 700,000 of them are children. And food prices are expected to rise by about $1,000 for a family this year. So Conservatives are providing real solutions. Will the Liberals support it?
Questions, comments? Question et commentaire. La députée de Pierre.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by the Conservative motion today. Now, not too surprised because the motion's about gas and oil, and we're used to that. But what is surprising is you look at all the exemptions, and they want to increase the deficit by over $7 billion. Yet every time there's a deficit announced by the government, they are outraged. Now, that's somewhat legitimate because the deficit is so high these days, the deficits. So they want to add $7 billion in deficit. But then they also say that for every dollar the government spends, they should save. So where are the savings? What savings are they proposing?
Mr. Speaker, this is not deficit spending. This is taking from the windfall that Ottawa is receiving from elevated oil prices. And what the Liberal government is doing is not returning that money that belongs to Canadians and putting it in the pockets of Canadians at a time of an affordability crisis. And even for those who don't drive or they take public transit, this still affects the price they pay at the grocery store. Just last week, we learned that a major food producer is now slapping a fuel surcharge on top of all the food that they're selling in bulk. And eventually, that's going to make its way to the price at the grocery store. Conservatives are calling on this Liberal government to do the right thing and scrap the 25 cents a litre tax on gas for the rest of 2026.
Questions and comments. The member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives on this side have been listening to Canadians, and that's why we brought forth cutting gas taxes. And today we've seen that the Prime Minister is caved to Conservatives because we are actually listening to Canadians. But again, it's not all the way, it's halfway. I'd like my colleague to maybe enlighten us on why this is so important to his riding, because I know his riding is a transportation hub as well. So if he can enlighten us and let us know what it means to scrap all the gas taxes for a full year, not just halfway till Labor Day.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that wonderful question. Yeah, it does affect everyone across the country, including residents in my riding of Richmond Hill South, whether it's lower food prices, lower transportation costs, and a lower price to pay at the pump. But instead of focusing on delivering on solutions to address the affordability challenges that this Liberal government has caused, this Liberal government is laser focused in trying to stitch together a Liberal majority government through dirty backroom deals that Canadians did not vote for, and to overcome the power of the people. This Liberal government should be focused on Canadians rather than dirty backroom deals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, Canadians are being hit twice. First at the grocery store and then at the gas pump. Canadians are paying close to $2 a litre for gas, a 35% increase that follows them everywhere. To work, to school, to the people they love. And here is what makes it worse. While Canadians are paying more, this Liberal government is profiting more. Because of rising gas prices, the federal government is expected to take in billions in additional tax revenue. And this is money they never budgeted for. While this government rakes in the profits, Canadians are left with higher bills that they didn't budget for. And let's be clear, this doesn't stop at the pump. Higher fuel costs ripple through everything. They raise the cost of shipping. They raise the cost of farming. They raise the cost of food. So when Canadians walk into the grocery store, they're not just paying for groceries. They are paying for failed Liberal government policy, which continues today. Conservatives are happy that we were able to force the government to cut some of the taxes on fuel. But these measures hardly even satisfy a quarter of the affordability measures we have demanded. Not only that, these half-baked measures are only for the summer. Clearly, the Prime Minister is buying a short-term political win while leaving Canadians with a long-term affordability crisis. We all have known for some time that the Liberal affordability crisis is not seasonal. So Canadians are asking a simple question. Why is the Liberal government profiting while my family is struggling? Other countries like Australia, Spain, Ireland, Italy, Germany, and Austria have already moved to provide direct relief at the pump. They immediately lowered fuel taxes. They stepped back. They gave their people breathing room because in extraordinary times, government should take less, not more. So I reiterate our entire ask for the rest of the year. Give Canadians a break. Drop all federal taxes on gas and diesel. Let Canadians keep more of what they earn because they need it now more than ever. This government promises that its programs can deliver affordability. But it is an economic truth that a government cannot spend their way to affordability. Each dollar spent by this Liberal government was first a dollar that belonged to and was taken from a hard-working Canadian. While this Liberal government stands to taking billions in additional revenue from higher gas prices that it did not budget for, Canadians are being crushed by increasing grocery bills and gas prices that they have not budgeted for. And the Liberals respond by saying, well, this is a global problem and this is sort of out of our control. But Canadians know better. Because when you look at the facts, this is not just a global problem. It is a made in Canada problem as well. Canada has the highest food inflation in the G7. I'm going to repeat that. Canada has the highest food inflation in the G7 in a country with some of the most fertile land on earth. We have the highest food inflation amongst our peers. And the same is true for energy. Canada is one of the most resource-rich countries in the world. We have massive oil and gas reserves, and yet Canadians are paying some of the highest prices. Why? Because for years, this Liberal government has and continues to block development, discourage investment, and choke growth in our energy sector. And basic economics tells us that when prices go up, when costs go up, prices go up. And when supply is constrained, prices go up as well. And Canadians are living that reality every single day. Now, layer on years of excessive spending, deficits piled on deficits, and a dollar that doesn't stretch the same way that it used to. And what is the result? Higher fuel costs, higher food costs, and lower purchasing power. And what does this Liberal government say? Well, trust us, we'll take your money, but we'll give it back at some point. Canadians don't want a middleman taking a cut. Canadians don't want affordability filtered through Liberal bureaucracy. They are saying clearly and firmly, stop taking so much in the first place. Because affordability doesn't come from handouts. It comes from letting people keep what they earn and building an economy that actually works. The Prime Minister has doubled the deficit run by Trudeau. Now, with gas prices soaring, he's clinging onto the expected billions in additional revenue to make a tiny dent in his projected $80 billion deficit. Their announcement only affects a third of the taxes on fuel they collect for a third of the year. Unchanged impact is the GST on fuel costs of 7 cents per litre and other taxes. While this Liberal government could have budgeted but didn't, Canadians are paying higher gas prices for which they couldn't have budgeted. And this Liberal government, of course, is raking in billions in profits. Canadians are left paying for the Liberal government's reckless fiscal irresponsibility. This weekend, I spoke with a couple in my community who I have known for nearly 20 years. They're seniors, and they still live in the same home that I used to visit when I was in high school. And they told me that they needed to return to work as their pensions no longer were enough to cover basic essentials. Their pensions don't go as far. Their grocery bills have doubled. Their gas bills keep climbing. And now, after a lifetime of work, they have had to go back to work. Not because they want to, but because they have to. There was a time in this country when seniors could retire with dignity, when they could trust that what they had saved was enough, but that their government would protect, not erode, their standard of living. But today, inflation is eating away at those savings, and rising costs are forcing impossible choices. Do I fill the tank or do I fill the fridge? Do I visit my grandchildren or do I stay at home to save gas? That's not the Canada they built, and it's not just our seniors. Young families are feeling it too. Parents are looking at their children and asking, what kind of country are we leaving behind? Because they remember a different Canada, a Canada where you could afford groceries, you could afford gas, you could afford a life. But today, a simple trip to the grocery store can cost you $300 for 2 bags. And then you go to the pump and get hit again. And Canadians are tired of being squeezed, of being told that this is normal, of being told to trust the Liberals to restore affordability. Affordability for who? Where are the homes the Liberals promised? Very few in my riding benefit from the grocery credit, while everyone pays more at the pump and for groceries. My neighbors want this government to have the humility to understand one simple truth. You cannot spend your way to affordability. Each dollar spent by this Liberal government was first a dollar belonging to and taken from hardworking Canadians. So let's do the right thing. Give Canadians a real break at the pump. Cut all taxes on gas and diesel for the rest of the year and start putting money back where it belongs, in the pockets of the people who earned it first. Because in this country, the Liberal government should not profit from the hardship of its people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
But just a very clear expose of why we cannot be in favor of the motion of the Conservatives. First of all, the recent increase in gasoline prices come as a result of the war in the Middle East. But most importantly, at the heart of the issue, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that, and the honourable colleague mentioned it very, very clearly. She said that affordability doesn't come from handouts. Well, we believe that government assistance, government direct assistance, social programs are a key component of the government's role and of making life more affordable for Canadians. So my question to the honourable colleague is, does she find any virtues in things like the Canadian Child Benefit?
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, we are calling for long-term, permanent solutions to affordability. Okay, programs and handouts do not address long-term affordability issues. They do not target the cost of living. Okay, a handout will not address the cost of living. This is something that the member must understand. So what Conservatives are calling for are permanent long-term solutions, remove the taxes that are driving up the cost of everything, and encourage hard work, encourage Canadians to actually keep their money, to be responsible, to open up businesses, to create wealth. That is how we grow the economy permanently, not through short-term programs. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, with the program that the member opposite has mentioned, only 1 out of 20 kids benefit from it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to applaud my colleague from Newmarket for a fantastic speech. I do agree with her that the Liberals should suspend the fuel taxes till the end of the year to help not just the people of London Fanshawe, who I've heard from that are concerned about the rising fuel prices, but also help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I was wondering if my colleague could elaborate on that, on the benefit of suspending the fuel taxes until the end of the year. Thank you.
Honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question from my colleague. We are in a time where Canada has big problems, and we need to address them immediately and thoroughly. So on our proposal today, we are lining outlining the wholesome proposal to address the affordability that problem, to address the rising cost of gas that every Canadian feels across our country. And as I mentioned, this is you will feel it at the grocery store, and then you feel it again at the pump. And it follows you because you don't have a choice but to go to work, to drop off the kids at school. And so these costs impact Canadians every day, all day.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Joliette, Madawan. Yes, Mr. Speaker. 2 quick questions for my colleague. First of all, what's being proposed here would cost annually $13 billion. So that would really increase the deficit. Would it not be preferable to have more targeted measures? Second question. When it comes to the clean fuel standards, the motion says that it would save 7 cents a liter, but that's based on the difference of price between biofuel and gas when oil price was lower, but now oil prices are higher. So actually the 7 cents isn't valid. So why even maintain that in the motion? Thank you.
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the budget, I don't believe that this government should be profiting off of or benefiting off of a surge in prices and taking these costs, this tax revenue in, and at the cost of Canadians. This government had the opportunity to budget properly, to lower expenses, and attempt to balance the budget in that way, not at the cost of Canadians.
Debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, before I begin, I'll just let you know that I will be sharing my time with the member for Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie. It's my turn now to speak to this Conservative motion. And I'll try to cover 5 themes, if I can remain disciplined in my speaking here. First of all, I would remind all of my colleagues that the Conservative motion has 4 parts. So eliminating the GST on diesel and gas, removing federal taxes on gas and diesel, the fuel excise tax, removing the fuel standards tax, and permanently removing, they say, the industrial carbon tax. Those are the 4 measures which they calculate would lower gas prices by 25 cents a liter. Okay. Of course, we don't agree with this proposal, and we're going to be voting against it. The first point that I'd like to make, Mr. Speaker, is why are we in this situation? It's been said a number of times, but I think it's important to say it again. The cost of oil has gone from $60 a barrel, more or less, in late February, to $100 a barrel today. Maybe a little more, but around $100 a barrel. And that's due to the war in the Middle East and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This situation is extremely concerning, Mr. Speaker, because we don't know how this is all going to play out. We can't just decide today, oh, fine, everything will go back to the way it was. We can't say that. Nor can we assume that the price of oil will not hit $150 a barrel. We simply don't know. The Strait of Hormuz saw 20% of the world's oil pass through it. There are extremely important parts of the world economy, notably in Asia, that are already feeling the effects of this. They're experiencing fuel shortages. So this shock that we are experiencing is going to be potentially even bigger than oil shocks experienced in past decades. So this is not just a small disruption. This is a major shock. And we simply don't know how it's all going to play out. In Iran's response to the American attack, there were also a number of attacks on energy infrastructure in the region. So even if the Strait of Hormuz were to reopen tomorrow morning, we couldn't simply resume shipments of oil as they were before February 28th. So the world economy is going through an extremely concerning period, and we need to be careful in terms of the measures that we take, because we simply don't know what the future will hold when it comes to energy. In Canada, we have enough energy to meet our needs, so we won't have an energy shortage, that's clear, unlike the 1970s. But it's also clear that the price of that energy is very high and will be very difficult to determine. So that's the context in which we find ourselves. And it's important to keep that in mind. And of course, we need public policies to help citizens who are facing significant challenges due to these price increases, and that will have an impact on supply chains and so on. Now, in the Conservative proposal here, there is the removal of the fuel excise tax. Now, that was already announced by the Prime Minister, so we're going to do that. In terms of the other proposals, the other parts of the motion, we simply can't agree. I'll try to explain to you why we can't and must not make these changes. First of all, the GST. The motion proposes removing the GST, but that is a tax which was created, in fact, and implemented by a progressive conservative government in the 1980s, 80s and 90s. And this is a tax, an added value tax. So the tax is very effective. It's a relatively low tax, but there are very few exemptions from it. That's what makes the tax work well. In Europe, the value-added tax is much higher, but there's a very complex system of exemptions and exceptions, which makes it very difficult to manage. So it's better to have a consumer tax than an income tax. And when it comes to a consumer tax, it's best to have a consumer tax with a very low rate, but few exemptions, making it easy to administer. And to be clear, that type of tax promotes and supports local producers, domestic producers as opposed to foreign ones. So I think it's very important to think carefully before making any changes to the GST. And in this case, I think it's better not to proceed. Now, the other part of this Conservative motion that we believe is not a good idea is what they are calling removing the fuel standards tax. So this is all of the regulation around clean energy. And they're proposing removing the fuel standards tax permanently. Now, this is 2026, Mr. Speaker. I think that we need to continue to have regulations to ensure that the air we breathe is actually breathable. We don't want to go back to the days, as our American neighbors seem to be doing, when you can just burn any old thing and have it pollute the air. So we need to maintain those regulations to ensure that we have air that's clean to breathe for our children.
And then the industrial carbon tax. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I always thought that the Conservatives would be able to understand that tax. It's a pricing system that would send necessary signals to make the economy move in a certain way. And yet the Conservatives, this is a measure that is being put in place by such famous socialists as Brian Mulroney and Ronald Reagan. So you'd think the Conservatives would understand it. You'd think that they would understand the need for such mechanisms in an advanced economy like ours. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, because it seems like I have barely a minute left of my speaking time, we will be suspending the fuel excise tax. Yes, it's just a temporary break, but it's one measure among many that we are putting in place to help consumers. Like, for example, the groceries and essentials benefit, which will transfer financial resources directly into the bank accounts of the Canadian families most impacted by affordability issues. This is a targeted measure, and if necessary, we could increase this measure going forward. Thank you.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech. He talked about the rising cost of oil on the global markets and how that's affecting the price of gas and diesel fuel here. What he didn't say is that when the price of fuels rise, the amount of taxes charged on that fuel also increases significantly. He didn't talk about the $10 billion in extra revenue that this Liberal government is going to be realizing on the increased pricing. Yesterday, I asked the Prime Minister if he would consider four things: removing the federal excise tax on gas and diesel, removing the fuel standard tax, removing the industrial carbon tax, and removing the GST for the balance of the year. This would have put $5 billion back into the pockets of Canadians, and at 25 cents a litre. The Prime Minister has only gone partially that way with 10 cents a litre on gas, 4 cents a litre on diesel fuel. Can the member, the Parliamentary Secretary, ask me why they only are putting that measure until September?
Interrupt the member to give the chance for the Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Industry, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the point is that it is at this point it's very difficult. We cannot make the assumption that the government will get 10, 16 billion. We don't know if the oil shock will lead us into a recession and government revenues would actually go down. So it is very audacious on their part to say so clearly that, oh yeah, there will be a $16 billion windfall revenue. We just don't know that at this point, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his detailed speech. I would like to hear what he has to say about what experts are saying, which is that the government should resist the temptation to reduce fuel taxes for either environmental or budgetary reasons. At Labor Day, the excise tax will be put in place and the gas prices will go up again. Wouldn't that lead to considerable pushback from the part of the public? Instead, should the government not consider, for example, targeted measures to assist the trucking sector or people who most need help? Wouldn't that be better than suspending the excise tax? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. And I know that expert, Luc Godbout. I know what he has to say on the matter. And in general, I do agree with him. However, We are going through a very strong price shock right now, one that requires a rapid response, and the most rapid way to respond would be to suspend the fuel excise tax.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that my colleague on the other side there can relate to his colleagues to advise them to stop calling us obstructionists, because today we've witnessed what a healthy opposition can do. We've held their feet to the fire. We've been calling for zero tax on gas. And now the Prime Minister has actually made an announcement. He's gone halfway till Labor Day. We want zero taxes for the whole year. But make no mistake, this wouldn't have happened unless Conservatives have brought this issue forward. And I would like him to comment and acknowledge that if it wasn't for the Conservatives, we wouldn't be seeing relief at the pumps today.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we can, like everybody in this room, we can read the newspapers. We can see what is going on at the gas pump. We can see the impact of the higher global oil prices. So we have to do something, and the fastest way to really assist consumers is by suspending the excise tax. If other measures need to be taken later on, we'll consider them as well.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Mont Saint Bruno L'Acadie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is doubling down on our efforts to make life more affordable for Canadians because we need to act. We cannot sit back and do nothing. The global context is rapidly changing. The global economy is dealing with a great deal of uncertainty. Canada is no exception to this rule. People and businesses see this reality every day. Our government is therefore focusing on what we can control, building a stronger economy and making life more affordable for Canadians. We have put in place a number of measures to make life more affordable and to let Canadians keep a larger portion of their hard-earned money. The excise tax announcement. It is a good thing that the opposition leader has referred to the price of gas in his motion. Worldwide military conflict has reduced refinery capacity and made it more difficult to transport fuel. The government is aware that due to these conflicts, consumers are paying more at the gas pump here at home. We know that this has led to uncertainty and stress, as well as pressure on families who are struggling to make ends meet. Like the Prime Minister noted earlier today, the government will be offering significant fuel price relief by suspending the federal excise tax on gas and diesel from Monday, April 20th to Labor Day, September 7th, 2026. Currently, the federal excise tax adds 10 cents to a litre of gasoline and 4 cents to a litre of diesel. Suspending this tax should allow Canadians to save up to $5.75 when filling up a 50-litre tank with ordinary gasoline and up to $2.30 on a tank of diesel. Mr. Speaker, this represents a total of over $2.3 billion of relief. The price of gas is just one example of a number of global situations which are having impacts here at home, requiring targeted government intervention to assist Canadian families. By reducing the price of gas and diesel, we are taking steps to support Canadians facing difficult situations. Because this measure will cost just over $2 billion, it will not endanger our public finances or our other efforts to build the strongest economy in the G7. Provinces also charge gas and diesel taxes. Should they wish, they can put in place their own measures. On our end, we are working to improve the federal government's finances, while at the same time offering targeted support to households and businesses so that they can deal with higher oil prices. These support measures come on top of other previously announced measures. We know that many families are having trouble making ends meet, and these people don't need abstract promises. They need concrete, immediate, long-lasting support. That is exactly what we as a government are giving them. That is the very reason we launched the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. This benefit replaces and increases the former GST tax credit. It will offer increased support to over 12 million low or middle-income Canadians. In spring, there will be a one-time payment equivalent to a 50% increase in the annual value of the GST tax credit for 2025-2026, and this will represent an immediate inflow of $3.1 billion of aid to Canadian families. Also, starting in July, the value of the benefit will increase by 25% for a 5-year period, which will add an additional $8.6 billion worth of support. In total, a family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year, and then $1,400 a year for each of the next 4 years. A person living alone will receive up to $950 this year, and then roughly $700 a year going forward. This is real support that can help Canadians pay for their groceries, their bills, and their regular expenses. With this same goal in mind, we got rid of the federal consumer carbon tax. This measure has been put in place for a year now and was made official with the adoption of Bill C4. Also in C4, we reduced taxes for almost 22 million Canadians by reducing the tax rate of the first bracket from 15% to 14%. In 2026, that represents a savings of $420 per individual and $840 for a 2-income family. Furthermore, in Bill C4, we got rid of the GST for first-time home buyers purchasing a new home worth $1 million or less. We also reduced taxes for properties valued at $1 to $1.5 million. Furthermore, we signed an agreement with the Government of Ontario to further reduce taxes on home buyers. Furthermore, we put in place tangible measures to make the banking systems fairer and more affordable for Canadians. Starting in March, overdraw fees will be capped at $10. Banks will also not be allowed to impose such fees more than one every other day. And when someone overdraws their account by less than $10, no fee can be imposed. That's another way our government is helping Canadians in a way that counts. Mr. Speaker, this government's measures to promote financial accessibility, including the measure announced today, are examples of how this government is helping Canadians. As our Prime Minister said in January, we cannot control what other countries do. But we can control what we build. We can build Canada strong. And that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're building a strong Canada. We're building an affordable Canada. We are making Canada the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals came out today, and I don't think they were prepared that the Prime Minister was going to announce that he was going to adopt Conservative policy. So most of their debate has been everything but cutting gas tax, right? So the Liberals have, and the Prime Minister have come half the taxes till Labor Day. My question to the member is, Why not cut all the taxes for the rest of the year and save Canadians even more money, because they've been listening and they've been emailing them and they want real relief at the pumps. Why not all the way, all the taxes for the rest of the year, not just halfway to Labor Day?
The Honourable Member for Mont Saint Bruno L'Acadie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are a responsible government. We put in place measures that are well thought out and are targeted. Right now, we are putting in place a one-time measure recognizing current global challenges. We are acting in the short term. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I am disappointed that when there are French language discussions taking place, English-speaking MPs speak out loud, and it's hard for my question even to be heard. This is a problem affecting both sides of the House, and I find it quite deplorable. The price of gas has shot up. Should the government therefore not be doing more to reduce our reliance on oil? For example, the government could do more to electrify transportation. Should the government not be doing more? Before I give the floor to the member for Mont Saint Bruno L'Acadie, a reminder to members.
Standing Order 16.2 still applies, not to cross between the person who is speaking and the speaker. That applies to members to my left right now. Ceci dit,
having said that, the Honourable Member for Mont Saint Bruno L'Acadie has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a government, Mr. Speaker, we make responsible decisions based on the budgets that have been announced. We are acting in a way that will not dig too big of a hole in the budget. We are moving forward in a way that is targeted and in line with the current budgetary situation. We will see how the situation develops. We have a pragmatic government here to make decisions, and we can always do more further on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Emergency Management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my honourable colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, for you, to my honourable colleague, I would ask, the Conservative motion is based on this idea that the price of oil will stay the same all year long. Could my honourable colleague explain why this is a completely baseless idea, because the Conservatives have no idea how the price of oil will change going forward? The honourable member, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, this government bases its decisions on available data. When data is unknown or not yet published, we cannot use it to make a decision. We need to act based on the data that we know. As a government, we have decided to bring down the price of oil because we are acting based on existing data and we have sufficient latitude in the budget to act. For this reason, we are putting measures in place to help Canadians. We have time for a quick question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to fight to eliminate gas taxes for the rest of the year so that every Canadian who drives a car may save 25 cents a litre, $20 on a tank of gas, $1,200 for the whole year. This is part of Conservative efforts to make life more affordable so that working people can keep more money in their wallets. It is a measure to energize our economy, literally, with more affordable oil and gas, and to reduce the inflation that 10 years of Liberal governance has caused. But before I get into this, I will note that just yesterday, the Prime Minister cobbled together a costly majority that Canadians never voted for. He acted against the will of the public with the help of politicians who shrugged off the decisions made by their own constituents. This is not a majority that Canadians have chosen. It is a majority that the Prime Minister has imposed on Canadians through a series of backroom deals.
Now, the Prime Minister has had a year. We need to look at the results, what he's accomplished. He doubled the deficit. He has given Canada the worst food inflation in the G7, the highest housing costs in the G7, the highest family debt levels in the G7, and the only declining economy in the G7. He has not approved a single pipeline. He replaced the former carbon tax with a new one. But not everyone is suffering. Liberal insiders are still benefiting from huge inflationary contracts through their investments. And I could go on and on. The same goes for gas. The government is benefiting from gas sales, and today the Prime Minister announced that just a tiny fraction, a tiny part of that amount, will go back to consumers who are already being overtaxed. He said that he would suspend 1/3 of federal taxes for 1/3 of a year. We are suggesting that all federal taxes on gas be suspended for a year. The Conservative approach would lead to more savings and relief for consumers who need to keep more money in their pockets. And there are many ways that the government could recover lost revenues, lost income, because if prices are higher, oil companies have higher revenues, so the government gets enough revenue to replace the money that would be lost by cutting the gas tax for the full year. But unfortunately, the Liberals have not managed to reverse the inflation that Canadians are paying for. Now, it is true that the Government of Canada is not responsible for global price increases, but our prices are much higher than prices in the States, and that can be explained by taxes. The Liberals are just continuing with their inflationary policies. The deficit is about $75 billion, which is even bigger than the deficit left by Justin Trudeau. The Prime Minister is continuing to pass anti-development legislation. The Prime Minister wants Canadians to give up, to become complacent, to just disappear so that he can exercise his power and authorities without any accountability. Well, that's not going to happen. Canadians deserve us to fight for them. We will continue to fight for them so that they can have good housing, and housing, food, and energy that is affordable. We will continue to fight for people's safety and security. We will continue to fight for resources workers and for our soldiers. We will continue to defend and uphold the best interests of all Canadians, and I will lead that fight. And at the next general election, Canadians will take back control, and we will rebuild the country that we once knew, that we love, and a country that will be great for everyone.
Address our Conservative proposal to eliminate all federal gas taxes for the rest of the year, saving families roughly 25 cents a litre, $20 per fill-up, and $1,200 between now and Christmas. But before I address that, let me just address that this Prime Minister has manufactured a costly majority that Canadians rejected in the last election. He did it through dirty backroom deals against the interests of the people, with the help of politicians who betrayed their voters and their citizens. Now, the Liberals wanted a majority. Well, absolute power comes with absolute responsibility. They will actually have to get things done. They will have to do so without blaming others, and they will have to start now. So far, that has not been the case. Here are the results of this Prime Minister. He's doubled the deficit, given Canada the worst food inflation in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7, the only shrinking economy in the G7, the worst housing costs in the G7. No pipelines are approved. No changes to the criminal code are approved. He has not replaced the carbon tax, but rather he's brought in a new carbon tax that is, while currently lower, will rise higher and is much broader. He promised to cut red tape and remove barriers to building. Well, he's not removed a single Trudeau-era anti-development law, but stacked new laws on top of old ones. He's not removed a single government agency. He's created 12 new ones. He said that we were facing an existential crisis that required immediate action at unimaginable speeds. But after Parliament, in just 5 days, rushed through massive, unprecedented legal powers for him to get things approved, he has not used those powers to approve a single solitary project of any kind almost a year later. Nothing. And speaking of projects, what about pipelines? The famous pipeline to the Pacific, the great symbol of our energy sovereignty. After a year of this Liberal Prime Minister promising unprecedented speeds, that project has no route, no permit, no builder, no timeline to start, and no end date to be completed. Further, the only company that could potentially build it, Enbridge, has said that it is impossible to fill the pipeline because the taxes and anti-production laws that the government has kept in place mean there will not be enough oil to run through it. Finally, the Prime Minister has added another condition that the Alberta people spend $20 billion on a carbon capture project that will lose money every year into eternity, a project that has never been done anywhere in the world, that has no builder, no permit, no start date, no timeline. The promise is a phantom, another illusion. The same is true with taxes. The federal government collects 25 cents a litre on gas and diesel. Today, the Prime Minister announced he will offer only a fraction of that back to overtaxed customers. In other words, he will only be suspending a third of the federal taxes for a third of the year. Not good enough. Canadians cannot afford to gas their tanks. We want all gas taxes eliminated for the rest of the year to save Canadian families $1,200. And we will continue this fight. We know that the government has the money. They're getting $5 billion in extra revenues from the fact that the oil companies are making more profits and therefore paying more tax automatically and organically. That money should go back into the pockets of consumers, not into the coffers of government. We want this country to be affordable so that Canadians can fill their tanks, fill their grocery carts, fill their fridges, and fill their stomachs without emptying their bank accounts. Now, the Liberals would ask Canadians to give up on this expectation, to lower their plans, and to accept less. Mr. Speaker, we don't accept less. Canadians might be discouraged right now because of the current political situation. But let us say this: Canadians should not give up. We will continue the fight for you to have affordable homes, affordable food, and affordable fuel. We will fight for you to have safe streets. We will fight for you to have powerful paychecks and strong jobs. We will fight for our soldiers and law enforcement who keep us safe. And I will continue to lead that fight in this House, across this country, and in the next election, when we as Conservatives will work to restore the country that we all know and love. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mont-Saint-Bruno.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's my question to the Leader of the Official Opposition. We can't unilaterally make a decision without studying the consequences. The Prime Minister said today that he would lower the cost of gas in a weighted, studied manner, in a way that would not significantly affect the government's finances. Does he not feel that we should make wise decisions rather than just unilateral decisions? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I thank the member for his question, but it is a unilateral decision because these are unilaterally federal taxes. So the federal government can choose to keep those taxes or cut them. The member is asking how we will pay for lost income? Well, the answer is that the government will have higher income because of higher profits of oil companies because of the higher prices worldwide. So the real question is, will the government spend that income or leave it in consumers' pockets? Consumers want to keep that money so that Canadians have that money. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder about the Conservative Party's math, especially in their motion today. For instance, the clean fuel standard, which would be cut, the Conservative Party said that that would save 7 cents a litre based on PBO estimates from a while back when they were comparing the cost of fuel to the cost of gas. But now, with increasing costs, those two prices are equal. So if it was cut tomorrow, it wouldn't be 7 cents a litre savings. It would be 0 cents a litre in savings. So why not be a bit more thorough and honest in the math that they're presenting? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, saving 7 cents a litre, as the member said, that's a parliamentary budget officer estimate, but also the government's own estimate. The government published a report through the Environment Office. The report says that the clean fuel standard increases the cost by 7 cents a litre, and by 2030, it will increase costs by 17 cents a litre. That is a tax. When the government sets higher prices at the pump, that's a tax. So by cutting that tax, we could make gas 7 cents a litre cheaper. We could also cut GST, which would cut 7 or 8 cents a litre, depending on the day. We're also suggesting that the excise tax be cut. That would save 10 cents a litre. So that's how the Conservatives are proposing to cut costs at the pump for 25 cents a litre for all Canadian families. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister succumbed to Conservative pressure. I would like to congratulate my colleague for all his hard work today. Because of him, Canadians are saving money at the pumps. My question is that the Prime Minister has cut half the taxes till Labor Day. How important was it that the Prime Minister cut all fuel taxes for the rest of the year?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that the Prime Minister and the Liberals would not have done anything were it not for the leadership of the Conservatives in fighting for affordability. And it is true that imitation is the highest form of flattery. Our only concern is that the Prime Minister only goes halfway and for only half the time, and ultimately goes back to his old ways. The Prime Minister favors a high-tax, big government, costly agenda, and he always reverts to that in the long run. Everything else is illusion. We as Conservatives are the only ones who will eliminate these taxes completely. We are the only ones who will eliminate the entire carbon tax for everyone, for real, for good, and forever. We're the only ones who will eliminate the inflation tax by cutting back on the outrageous overspending. The only ones who will unblock our resources and allow Canada to become a true energy powerhouse. The Conservatives are the real deal, not an imitation.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to our Opposition Day motion to remove federal taxes on gas and diesel for the rest of 2026. All members have just returned from time spent in their ridings, and I can share, just as I'm sure many others can, that the number one concern I'm hearing from constituents is the high cost of living. In Newfoundland and Labrador, which currently has one of the highest gas prices of any province in Canada, we are seeing the effects of these rising costs in ways we simply have not seen before. I speak with passion on this issue because of the incredibly difficult stories that I hear and that my staff hears regularly from the people that I represent. These are stories of families being stretched to their limits and facing choices that no one should ever have to make. As a mom of 4 myself, someone who has worked really hard my entire life to stay and live and work in the province that I love, I can relate to these stories and situations. Because Canadians are being squeezed at every turn. They are paying more to drive to work, to heat their homes, to put food on the table, and at the very same time, this Liberal government is taking more from them with every litre of fuel that they pump and put into their vehicles. Canadians are doing everything right, working hard, budgeting carefully, cutting back where they can, but they are still falling behind. To begin, let's be clear about what's happening. As global oil prices rise, the government is seeing billions more in revenue, while Canadians are feeling the pressure of higher costs at the pumps. Rising prices are increasing government revenues at a time when Canadians are struggling to keep up. And the most recent response from the Liberal Prime Minister is acknowledgement that Conservatives have the solution for Canadians, but delivering only a temporary measure that isn't going to provide lasting, meaningful relief. Their announcement only affects a third of the taxes on fuel they collect for a third of the year. It minimizes the seriousness of what Canadians are facing. We need a Prime Minister who acts in the same measure that Canadians are feeling this pressure. They need meaningful, long-lasting relief. And that is why Conservatives are putting forward a long-lasting, meaningful solution. Suspend the federal taxes on gasoline and diesel for the rest of 2026, permanently remove the fuel standards tax, and permanently remove the industrial carbon tax. Conservatives are proposing this motion, and a Liberal top economic advisor pointed out that every $10 increase in the price of oil generates roughly $2 billion in additional revenue. Oil prices are now roughly $45 to $50 higher than pre-crisis baseline. This means that this Liberal government stands to collect close to $9 or even $10 billion in extra revenue, money it did not budget for, money the government currently stands to collect just because prices are high. In exchange, they only want Canadians to save 10 cents per litre and 4 cents on diesel, rather than our motion that would save Canadians 25 cents per litre on gas and 21 on diesel. This is not real relief. Canadians are paying 35% more due to rising global oil prices, forcing Canadians to pay almost important point 20% more than Americans. Conservatives recognize the tough situations Canadians are facing, and instead of holding on to that windfall, we are proposing a meaningful approach to suspend federal fuel taxes for the rest of 2026 and permanently eliminate the clean fuel standard and the industrial carbon tax, which is projected to shrink the economy by 1.3% and lead to 50,000 job losses for hardworking Canadians. That is a real, tangible solution that creates real savings. Once again, equaling 25 cents per litre on gasoline and 21 cents per litre on diesel. While in my riding, I recently spent several days traveling with my 9-year-old twins, Emma and William, to their provincial hockey tournaments. Like so many families across Newfoundland and Labrador, especially during Easter tournament season, this is a very important part of our lives. We traveled long distances across our vast province to support our children and cheer them on. But these punishing fuel prices are making it harder for families to take part in those moments at a time when many are already stretched thin. One tournament meant driving from Deer Lake to Glovertown and back, approximately 600 kilometers. Another from Deer Lake to Clarenville, roughly 860 kilometers. Altogether, that is nearly 1,500 kilometers on the road just to be there for our kids. However, the tougher reality outside of our kids' hockey tournaments in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, people do not have the luxury of public transit. They drive long distances to get to work, to get groceries, and to access basic services like healthcare, often traveling these vast distances to see a specialist or to access only one children's hospital. Truckers rely on fuel to deliver goods to our communities. Small businesses rely on fuel to move goods across long distances. Families rely on fuel just to get through the week. Now, in addition, we rely on fuel to enjoy the backcountry on our snowmobiles and ATVs, or access to our cabins. Many cabin owners in the area where I live travel every single weekend to ice fish, pick their berries, cut their firewood, go moose hunting, and enjoy the company of their cabin neighbors and friends. Small business operations rely on those activities to sustain them, and when fuel prices increase, these businesses are at risk, not to mention our rural way of life. Therefore, when the cost of fuel rises, it hits every single part of life in long-range mountains in Newfoundland and Labrador and all across Canada. As one of my constituents told me, get rid of all of the taxes on gas. People cannot afford these hikes. It makes everything else more expensive, for example, food. This is the reality people are living every single day. Across Newfoundland and Labrador, the increased diesel prices that drive up the cost of shipping are so prevalent because on an island, so much of our food, goods, and services must be brought in mostly by tractor-trailer. That means higher fuel costs translate directly into higher prices on store shelves. Single parents in my province are reaching out for help because their budgets are completely stretched. Soaring gas prices are adding a new level of stress to these families, and the Single Parents Association of Newfoundland and Labrador, based in St. John's, has said that these rising costs can mean the difference between putting food on the table and heating a home. They are already seeing the impact. Recently, they reported that almost 30 additional families have turned to them for support so far this year. All of these families have never had to ask for help before, and many are working professionals. Some are working 2 or even 3 jobs, and they still cannot make ends meet. Almost 70% of those receiving food support from the association's food bank are children under the age of 17. That is the human cost of rising fuel prices. The association's executive member also reported that they have been staying in touch with government in the hopes that in the near future there will soon be relief. Well, my message to them is Conservatives are fighting with you on this issue, not just for temporary relief, but long-lasting, meaningful relief. We know that when gas prices go up, everything goes up. Groceries become more expensive because transport costs rise. Heating costs go up, and for families in Western Newfoundland who still rely on home heating fuel, those increases hit especially hard. Having spent my career in real estate, I can tell you that in many rural areas across our province, a significant number of households still depend on home heating fuel, and many of those residents are seniors living on fixed incomes with older properties in need of repairs and upgrades, and this is an added cost that they cannot afford. Construction costs go up. Small businesses face higher input costs, higher delivery costs, and higher operating costs. Suppliers add fuel surcharges. Local businesses are forced to pass on costs or cut back. We are seeing the same kind of leadership at home in Newfoundland and Labrador, where the provincial government has taken action to permanently reduce the provincial tax on gasoline and diesel. That is what it looks like to recognize the pressure people are under with real relief. Here in Canada, the Liberals are doing the opposite. They're offering a temporary measure that is not going to provide the real relief that Canadians need. If this Liberal government is going to collect billions in unexpected revenue because of higher oil prices, the least it can do is return half of that money to fund real relief to the people who are paying it. Canadians are already doing everything that they can do to manage rising costs. They are cutting back, delaying purchases, and making sacrifices. The question is this Liberal government prepared to do something about it? We're offering a clear choice, immediate, meaningful relief at the pump, a plan that puts Canadians first, gives Canadians a break. The Prime Minister has already confirmed that Conservatives have the solutions for Canadians, but instead of only delivering a third of the taxes, I urge all members of this House to support this motion, stand with Canadian families, workers, small businesses, give them the relief they deserve, and support our motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I got a question for the member in regards to some of the points that she and her leader raised. And this is a most serious matter as the whole world is struggling with high oil prices, not just Canada. We're not immune to that. But I'm going to ask her, can the Conservative MPs predict oil prices over the next 6 to 12 months? And can any of the Conservative MPs have the ability to stop this war in Libya? Because they all confound and certainly concern all Canadians as we struggle with high oil prices. There are real external factors to those matters. It's a serious discussion. So can she answer the question, can she stop the war in Libya that's exposing Canadians to high oil prices across this country and throughout the world, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for order. Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
I thank the member opposite for that question. And all of his comments, obviously, I can't stop any war. But this is exactly why this proposal is so important. Because we're proposing that the government of Canada, the Liberal government, do what it can do in the face of what's happening right now and in the face of what Canadian families are facing. This is a meaningful measure that can reduce 21 cents per litre on diesel and 25 on gas. So no, we know we don't have control over other countries and the other things that are happening. What we do have control over is how we can put more money back in the pockets of Canadians, and that's exactly what we are proposing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, thank you. Contrary to what the Conservatives are saying, eliminating the industrial carbon tax would not have any impact on the price at the pump. It's based on the world price of a barrel of oil, so it affects extraction rates rather than prices at the pump. So rather than giving a gift to oil companies, that's all that they would be doing. What does my colleague say to that?
Thank you to the member for that question. I sit on the standing committee of the Environment, Sustainable Development. The industrial carbon tax is something that we are studying right now, and we've heard numerous reports that the industrial carbon tax does nothing simply because of carbon leakage, and it means that instead of these producers investing in our economy, they go into other countries where they don't enforce an industrial carbon tax. So it has an impact on the overall economy. In addition to that, we know that when we tax fertilizer and farm equipment, eventually that goes onto grocery store shelves, and it contributes to the increased cost of living for Canadians, which is what Conservatives are fighting for.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. One of the things I really appreciate about her speeches is that she always brings things back down to the basics in a way that's very relatable, and certainly the things that she spoke about were very relatable to my own riding. The government opposite keeps trying to look to external factors. And I'm wondering if the honourable member can speak to the impact, the difference between the impact that these higher prices have on the prices that consumers pay compared to the revenues of the government, and tie that back to what we're talking about today.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Yeah, I thank the member for that question. So the government stands to collect $9 to $10 billion in revenue. We're just asking for half of that back into Canadians' pockets. So what does that mean? Well, that means that they have more money for groceries, they have more money to attend their kids' events, they have more money to put back into local economies, to support local businesses, to make trips to their cabins. And so this is a real tangible measure. It's also the tax that's on gas, which impacts everything, especially in Newfoundland and Labrador, and especially in rural Canada. And this is a meaningful measure, and this is exactly why Conservatives are proposing it. Thank you for that question.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's great to be here this afternoon, and I would just say from the outset that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Kingston in the Islands. Thankful to him to give me an opportunity to warm up the crowd here before he knocks it out of the park. But I wanted to start today with my remarks in just thanking the people of Terrebonne, the people of Scarborough Southwest, and the people of University Rosedale for electing Liberal candidates, three strong, powerful women, Liberal candidates to this House. I look forward to welcoming those members to this House and seeing our Prime Minister and the Leader of the official opposition drag those members into Parliament to take their seats in the People's House. It's a really great day in Parliament for Liberals, noting that the public has shown confidence once again in our leader. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity, obviously, to participate in today's debate and to highlight the many announcements that our government is making to address the affordability challenges that we know Canadians are struggling with. It's clear that the current impact of military conflicts on global refinery capacity and fuel transport systems means Canadians and consumers around the world are facing higher prices at the pump, creating uncertainty and pressure on household finances. And this is exacerbated by a number of different crises that have happened over the last few years that we all, I'm sure, would like to forget but would recall, that have shocked our economy and made it challenging for families, and we all acknowledge that. I'm pleased also to say that we are taking further action to help Canadians manage these challenges, as announced earlier today by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. The Prime Minister made very clear Canada's government will use the improvement in the fiscal outlook associated with higher oil prices to provide targeted relief to households and businesses. Specifically, we are reducing pressure on fuel prices at the pump by suspending the application of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel effective next week, lasting until Labor Day, which is September 7th, I believe, delivering over $2.3 billion in relief. This temporary suspension of excise taxes for gasoline and diesel is expected to save the average Canadian on filling up a 50-liter tank of fuel $5.75 on regular gasoline and up to $2.30 on diesel. Mr. Speaker, this builds on one of the very first actions we took as a government, which we have talked about numerous times in this House, but we lowered costs at the pump in most provinces and territories. Members opposite will remember they're pleased to cancel the consumer fuel charge, and we did so with great ease. Canadians will save money on the price at the pump in provinces and territories, and our government also removed the requirement for PTs to have a consumer-facing carbon price as of April 1st, 2025. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, our government also understands that Canadians don't just spend money on gas, and that's why we have been taking action to reduce other pressures on their household costs right across the board, including, for example, a recent announcement we made introducing the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit by building on the former GST credit. We are increasing its amount by 25% for 5 years as of July 2026. And in addition to that, we're providing a one-time payment as early as possible this spring, equivalent to 50% increase in the year 2025-2026. That's a significant increase to the annual value of what was known as the GST credit. Combined, this means families of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and about $1,400 for the next 4 years. A single person will receive up to $950 this year and about $700 a year for the next 4 years. That's literally making life more affordable for millions and millions of Canadians. In fact, the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit will provide additional support for more than 12 million Canadians. Mr. Speaker, not only are we putting more money in the pockets of those who need it most, but we're also leaving more money in their pockets with our middle-class tax cut, because we have lowered the first marginal personal income tax rate by 1% from 15 to 14% since July 1st, 2025. That impacts 22 million Canadians, saves the average person $420 a year, and 2-income families $840 a year. This rate reduction applies to taxable income of up to $58,523 in 2026, providing meaningful relief to middle-class Canadians during the current period of economic uncertainty. Now, this is coupled with a number of other affordability measures that our government has moved forward, one of which I'm very, very proud of, which is to make the National School Food Program funded to feed 400,000 more kids per year, but also to ensure that that continues in perpetuity. By having made that program permanent, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to save families with 2 children $800 on their grocery bill over the course of a year. That's not insignificant. Members opposite mock this program. They've called it garbage. They've said a whole bunch of negative things, thrown shade on a national school food program. Mr. Speaker, I previously had the opportunity before my political career to serve on the board of Food Secure Canada, which is an organization that tries to work on food insecurity. And a national school food program was their top ask of the federal government for many years. It's something I advocated regularly for over the course of my time in Parliament. And it's great to see that program both get a federal investment of $200 million per year, matching the amounts that provinces and territories put in, but ensuring that we get to feed 400,000 more kids who otherwise would not have food. It's appalling to me that the Conservatives didn't support this program, that they mock it, and that they wouldn't stand up for hungry children is just a sham. Now, I also want to mention that we've worked on affordability issues in the housing market. We recognize that Canadians are struggling, many young Canadians are struggling to be able to purchase their first home. And that's a travesty, absolutely. We need to make sure that we're building more affordable housing supply, but also we've made it easier and easier, put measures in place to help young Canadians buy their first home. With this, we move forward with a first-time homebuyers rebate. With this rebate, we have effectively eliminated GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes up to $1 million and reduced the GST for first home buyers on new homes between $1 and $1.5 million. That tax cut, in addition to the others that I've mentioned, saves families a lot of money on their purchase of their first home, up to $50,000 on their first home under $1 million. That allows young Canadian families to enter the housing market and reach their goal of home ownership, to make that goal a reality for young families. That's not insignificant support, $50,000. That's in addition to reducing mortgage insurance, to allowing tax-free savings accounts for young families to save for the purchase of their first home, and a whole package of other measures which are focused on increasing housing supply in Canada. We also moved forward recently with taking action on putting a cap on non-sufficient fund fees, making banking more fair for the average consumers across Canada. Now, those fees are relatively small, but capping them to $10 is a significant improvement that will save some of our most vulnerable people in Canada a considerable amount of money. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is to support Canadians through the current global energy market disruptions. Our government is delivering timely, meaningful, and tangible relief for Canadians at a time when they need it most. And we're doing so across a wide range of fronts, across many categories of the household budget. Our announcement today that we are suspending the federal excise tax on gasoline and diesel is just the last of many concrete steps that we're taking to support Canadians through these challenging periods, and we position them for long-term success by building the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, with that, I will look forward to questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's announcements amounted to approximately 4 cents on the price of diesel. Diesel runs the trucks that deliver food everywhere. Diesel runs just about everything on Canadian farms and helps get food and other goods to communities like mine. How can, given the magnitude of the windfall that the government is experiencing as a result of the increase in revenues that come from gas taxes under current circumstances, how can the government justify not giving every single penny of that windfall back to Canadians at this time?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to answer this question. I think with the Conservatives and what they usually do, what we see in this House is they do this kind of back of the napkin math. They don't really look at exactly how much revenue is going to be generated through additional taxes in this particular case. They're actually forecasting a lot more than that they think is going to come in that hasn't come in yet. They're not able to predict the global energy markets. They don't know that the federal government's going to have the amount of money that they're projecting. In fact, what we're doing is we're doing exactly what we should be doing, which is offering a 10-cent per litre a break at the pump on gasoline for Canadians, using the $2.3 billion of collected tax revenue to offer direct support for Canadian families.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague across the way. He's boasting about this government's new policy, which was inspired by the Conservatives. It seems to be, in fact, a direct response to what the Conservatives are asking for. The Conservatives seem to be inspired by the Liberals, given how many of them are crossing their floor, but it looks like the Liberals are inspired by the Conservatives as well. Anyhow, the government is suspending the excise tax. This is a response to people who need to put gas in their cars every day, but I'm not sure if this is the measure that will make a difference. After all, gas prices have gone up so high that the 10 cents is just a drop in the ocean. And doesn't this measure highlight the fact that that Canadians are reliant on fossil fuels, and as such, shouldn't the government be working to make Canadians less reliant instead of putting in place this bandage solution?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the member opposite knows that this government is working to make Canadians less reliable on fossil fuels in many ways, but we're also supporting Canadians where they're at, which is struggling with affordability challenges and cost of living challenges at home. In their daily lives, they've got to fill up at the pump. We're giving them a break right now, just as we've introduced many other affordability measures to ease the burden on Canadian families. And that's something we've been doing, again, in my speech, I said the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, a tax cut for 22 million Canadians on income tax, the waiving GST on new home purchases, canceling the federal consumer carbon tax, making the National School Food Program permanent, introducing automatic federal tax filings and benefits, lowering the costs of strengthening competition on essentials in Canada, which we did through 3 rounds of changes to the Competition Act, Canada Child Benefit, dental care. Like, all of these things are addressing the cost of living challenges that Canadians are struggling.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel like it's Groundhog Day showing up here. We come here, we hear Liberals adopting Conservative policies, whether it be removing the carbon tax, which the Conservatives said was, the sky was falling because of the carbon tax. Now it's the gas tax, or, austerity, the first-time homebuyers tax that my colleague talked about. Well, that hasn't made housing more affordable. Mr. Speaker, what we see constantly with Liberals and Conservatives is they're standing up for the corporate greed and the corporate machine. Corporations, Big Oil, for example, is posting record profits right now. At what point? What is the threshold? What is the amount of record profits that Big Oil can charge, Mr. Speaker, before the Liberals or Conservatives will start charging and implementing an excess profit tax so they pay their fair share?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Finance in 30 seconds or less.
Interventions in this House. He's a wonderful member, and we welcome collaboration with him at any moment. But what's great is that there's no real limitation on us taking good ideas in this House that are generated by any party and implementing those on behalf of Canadians. We've done that numerous times with proposals from multiple parties, and we've seen that with the Canada Dental Care Plan. Obviously, the NDP was a big advocate for National School Food Program as well. We worked seamlessly at times to...
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to speak to this motion that the Conservatives have put forward. Like others, I actually want to speak to the content of this motion for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, and then I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the comments that I heard from the Leader of the Opposition today when he was speaking about an hour or so ago. And I think, you know, it's important to reflect, and as my colleague from Whitby before basically said, you know, Conservatives seem to have devised this plan, and what we see in this motion off of the back of a napkin. There wasn't a lot of thought put into it in terms of actually trying to use data to produce a way of determining what the best result would be that's in line with what that additional income is with respect to the gas tax. And what we actually proposed, what the Prime Minister proposed today, was something that is data-driven and something that does actually look at the data. And rather than trying to predict what the gas price of gas is going to be and oil is going to be by the end of the year, which the Conservatives are trying to do, our approach is to say, let's take this on an incremental basis. Let's do this for 4 months, and then we can assess where we are at that point. And that's, I think, the data-driven, realistic, pragmatic approach that one should be taking. You know, I must admit I get a bit of a kick out of it when I'm standing and sitting here today listening to the debate, and the Conservatives get up and say, well, you just stole our idea. This was our idea. Well, I mean, I would like to think that we come here with ideas, and we try to put ideas forward to make the lives of Canadians better. So, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, if the Conservatives want to say this was our idea, they can have all the credit for it. At the end of the day, I think the most important thing is that we make the lives of Canadians better. And if they can agree that this is going to do that, perhaps not as much as they would have liked, or that much as they would have thought it should be, I guess I should say, then that's an issue to discuss. But, like the parliamentary secretary who spoke before me said, Mr. Speaker, this government has done a lot in terms of making life more affordable for Canadians. A host of different things, a suite of different things that have been brought in throughout the weeks and months leading up to today. To name some of them, introducing the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefits, cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians pretty much on day one after this government was elected. Eliminating the GST for first home time buyers. So those that are just renting and are just about at the ability to purchase a house, helping them get into the affordability of home ownership. Canceling the federal consumer carbon tax, as was discussed. Making the National School Food Program permanent. Introducing automatic federal benefits. Lowering costs and strengthening competition in essential services. Expanding and entrenching the Canada Child Benefit. Lowering the cost of childcare and kid essentials, including $10 a day childcare and interest-free student loans. The Canada Dental Plan. Pharmacare. $500 Canada Housing Benefit top-ups for low-income renters, tax-free first home savings accounts, the Canada Disability. The list goes on and on. And yes, these things do have one thing in common, Mr. Speaker. The commonality is that they're intended to make the lives of Canadians more affordable, to increase affordability. But they also, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, have something else in common. The other thing that all of these things have in common is that the Conservatives voted against all of it. So it becomes very difficult to accept the word of Conservatives when they come in here and try to suggest that they are here to make the lives of Canadians better when everything I just read off they voted against. And so I am in opposition to the motion that they have today because I think that the plan that the government laid out this morning is a much better approach to this. I also want to touch on something that the Leader of the Opposition said this morning, and I'll be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, I would not have brought this up had he not said this in this House. He actually said it both in English and in French, so yeah, preempting my colleagues across the way from trying to call a point of order saying that I'm not speaking to something that's going on. I assure you, I will be speaking to exactly what I heard the Leader of the Opposition say this morning in this debate. You know, he started off his speech by saying that the Prime Minister had cobbled together, quote unquote, cobbled together a majority, that there were, quote, backroom deals, end quote. He said that, quote, politicians betrayed their constituents, end quote. All in the discussion about members that are crossing the floor to this side. You know, I would remind the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, that there actually was a bill. It was Bill 306, and that bill would have banned floor crossing. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The Leader of the Opposition voted against it. And he could have voted his conscience. As a matter of fact, the member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, and the member from Airdrie, Cochrane did vote in favor of it. It wasn't a whipped vote on that side of the House back in the day. The Leader of the Opposition had the ability to vote to ban floor crossing. He didn't do that. Well, see, and now his members are yelling, bring it back. And thank you for segueing perfectly into the next part of my point. And my point is this, Mr. Speaker. It's not about the principle of the matter for the Leader of the Opposition. It's not about the principle of you should not cross the floor. It's about when that principle is convenient. And the principle is convenient for the Leader of the Opposition now because it serves his purpose, which is why his members are yelling, bring it back. Yeah, sure, they want it now. They'd love to vote on that now because it's convenient and it suits their purposes. But the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, is that when the Leader of the Opposition had an opportunity to vote on Bill 306 that would have banned floor crossing, he voted against it. So, Mr. Speaker, I find it very rich that he would come in here this morning and accuse the Prime Minister of doing something that he voted to maintain. And by the way, doing something that is entrenched in Westminster democracy, Mr. Speaker. I know that you personally are very educated on Westminster democracy, the ins and the outs of it. You're being coy in my opinion, but I believe that you are. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, this is something that has been going on for years. Our system, the institution of members being elected, is based on the principle that you elect individuals that belong to political parties. If you elect an individual who then uses their conscience after 10 years speaking in this House, like the member from Sarnia did, after 10 years speaking in this House, she gets up and says, actually, you know what? I think my principles line up better with another political party, then she or any member has the right to move around the room. Now, the Leader of the Opposition can try to say that that's not the case. He can try to say it's backroom deals and everything else, but that is the reality of our Westminster parliamentary system, and it is why the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Battle River Crowfoot, voted against Bill 3C06 when he had the opportunity. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada released the Daily just yesterday about the income and wealth distribution of Canadians last year under this Liberal government. Here are the opening two sentences of that report, and I quote, "The income gap increased in 2025 as lower income households were negatively affected by declining interest rates and weak growth in employment income. The wealth gap grew throughout 2025 as continued strong financial market gains benefited the wealthiest." End quote. Would the member comment on his government's economic performance?
Well, the problem, I don't actually disagree with just about anything the member said. What I disagree with is his characterization that this is somehow unique to this government and just unique to the last couple of years. If he wants to have an honest, open conversation about this, we should probably go back to Reagan economics back in the 80s when all of this began, because we've been seeing that growth, that growing divide between the haves and the have-nots since the 80s, since trickle-down economics. That's when this started. So for the member to come in here now and suddenly make it like it's an issue that this government created just isn't true, Mr. Speaker. The reality is he's right. We need a strong middle class. We need to do everything that we can to ensure that that middle class stays robust and healthy. That's why, Mr. Speaker, the government has been introducing many different policies over the years. I read them all off in my speech, which I'm sure he's heard. The unfortunate reality is, Mr. Speaker, That member voted against all of those measures that I read off.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found my colleague's speech highly interesting. He somewhat ribbed the Conservatives for wailing about floor crossers, noting that the Conservative view on the matter has changed, and I think he made a good point. But there's another thing I'd like to hear him talk about. The Conservatives are willing to change their principles. But in the last few months, we have also seen a Liberal government that has gotten rid of a carbon tax and that today has adopted a Conservative position. They're paying for pipelines, despite claiming that they want energy transition. They're still subsidizing oil companies. They're lifting the federal excise tax. This despite the fact that in their own platform, they said they would not subsidize oil companies. They've taken on a member who is anti-vax, who has voted against banning conversion therapy. So, are Liberals not also?
I'll be the first to say that my opinion on things absolutely changes given the context, the circumstances that the world is in from time to time. As a matter of fact, I'd even argue, Mr. Speaker, that's the whole reason why we come to this room. 343 of us come to this room not just to give speeches endlessly and then sit down and leave. That in some, call me an idealist, but don't we come here with the whole point of trying to convince people of something? So from time to time, I'll be the first to say that I'll put myself in a position that I say, well, maybe my position on that is wrong. Maybe I should look at this differently. And to be critical of that is to be critical of the entire democratic process, the entire reason why 343 of us come to this room.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciated the comments that the member has shared. I appreciated the reminder of how the Conservatives do tend to bring out about their convenience. It's more like the do as I say, not as I do Conservative Party. You really don't necessarily know where they stand. Sometimes their own members are confused. What I would like to hear from the member, and just to bring the constituents of the riding of Waterloo up to speed, is what are we debating today and perhaps what took place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we're debating the opposition motion that was kind of made moot as a result of what the government announced today. But, you know, I just will say to her point that, yes, Conservatives are continually changing how they feel about a particular issue based on the context that they happen to be in. You know, I would remind that, and that member will remember that when we had somebody cross the floor to the Conservatives, we never treated them the way that they treat everybody that crosses this way.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today to debate a Conservative proposal aimed at supporting Canadians during the current energy crisis coming out of the Middle East. They are asking the House to adopt the Conservative plan, which would allow Canadians to save 25 cents a litre by removing federal taxes on gas and diesel for the rest of 2026, including immediate measures and tangible measures, which would give purchasing power back to our young people, our families, our industries, our workers, our seniors. Our proposal contains 4 immediate tax relief measures. 1, removing the fuel excise tax for the remainder of 2026, which costs Canadians 10 cents a litre. Removing the GST on gasoline and diesel for the remainder of 2026, which costs Canadians 8 cents a litre. Permanently removing the fuel standards tax, which costs Canadians 7 cents a litre. And, lastly, permanently removing the industrial carbon tax, which will rise to $170 a tonne and is projected to shrink the economy by 1.3% and lead to 50,000 job losses. All in all, our measures would save Canadians about 25 cents a litre on gas, $20 every time they fill up their tank, and $1,200 over the course of a year. We are proposing immediate measures that the government could put in place to lessen the pressure weighing down upon our people. Our plan will also save 21 cents a litre on diesel.
That will bring people relief in a difficult economy so that businesses can keep their employees and remain competitive. Consumers will be the ones who end up paying the price if no action is taken to limit the increase of fuel costs and gas costs. And then suppliers will have to increase their costs. That will mean more expensive housing, more expensive groceries, more expensive gas for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. After years of rising prices and inflation, taxes, Canadians have tightened their belts for long enough. It's time for change. This Liberal government needs to axe this tax in response to the current energy crisis. Gas prices have increased in Canada and around the world. Those who are winning in this situation are governments. Our government will have unplanned extra revenues, $9 billion additional dollars that will bulk up the government coffers. I think that this extra revenue should be given to taxpayers in our constituencies who work hard every day. That's why the Conservatives are calling on the Liberals to use $5 billion of the additional $9 billion in revenues to cut all federal taxes on gas and diesel. To be clear, the federal government will receive more money thanks to the rising gas prices, which will make it possible for the government to cut taxes on gas for the rest of the year. Rising prices will lead to rising revenues, and the logical thing to do would be to give that money back to Canadian families and businesses. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Liberal government once again stole a Conservative idea. It wasn't surprising, though, because the Conservatives have a solid affordability plan. They took one of our ideas, but they only went halfway. The Conservatives suggest cutting all federal taxes on gas, which would put 25 cents a litre back in Canadians' pockets. The Liberals opted to cut only the excise tax, to cut 10 cents a litre, 15 cents a litre, rather. 15, that's less than what we're proposing. They would propose cutting 10 cents a litre. We propose cutting 25 cents a litre. So our proposal would save Canadians another 15 cents a litre. And our proposal would also save 21 cents for our truckers who keep our economy going. Let's not forget about farmers who work 365 days a year, 24/7. When we eat breakfast in the morning, when we eat lunch, when we eat dinner, Canadian agriculture is on our plates. We need to support farmers based on how important their responsibilities are. They feed Canadians and Canadian families. The Conservative government would like to thank all farmers and all farm businesses. A Conservative government would cut taxes on gas and diesel to significantly help them. We would take care to give Canadians back their hard-earned money rather than keep it all in Ottawa. We suggested that these taxes be cut until the end of 2026 to help the average family save $1,200. but the Liberals would have that end in early September, 4 months earlier than we would cut the tax for. Liberals are cutting taxes on gas by 10 cents a liter, but they're forgetting the reality at the pump because Canadians pay 17 cents a liter on diesel and more on gas in taxes alone. And these taxes could be cut in the context of the current energy crisis. Now, we understand that Canada cannot control what is beyond its control. We cannot control the American president, nor the situation in Iran or global energy prices, but we have control over what we do here in Canada. That means that we can cut interprovincial trade barriers, we could reduce bureaucracy and bureaucratic costs, and we can put Canadians first. The federal government can cut taxes at the pump, federal taxes. The government is fully able to support Canadians and make life more affordable for them. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I have a number of questions. Why don't the Liberals accept our full plan and cut all federal taxes on gas and diesel? Why aren't the Liberals taking action to help Canadians save 25 cents a litre? Why aren't the Liberals taking action to help four-person families save $1,200 in 2026? These are important questions that Canadians in my riding and around the country are asking themselves day after day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for my colleague. He keeps asking why we won't accept their plan. Well, I have the same question for him. Why doesn't he vote for affordability for our families? For instance, dental care. That's incredibly important in our regions. I've seen in my own riding how many people have enrolled in our dental care plan. We also set up clinics to help people enroll. That's real action. I got into politics to take real action. So it's all well and good to make speeches and propose ideas, but when it comes time to vote for real action to help Canadians, where are they? So I'd like to know whether my colleague will vote in favor of legislation to really help people in the future. The Honourable Member for Richemont-Tabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I appreciate my colleague a lot. This opposition motion about taxes on gas, well, you know, he just asked me a question about the Canada Dental Care Plan, the Liberal Dental Care Plan. So today we're talking about gas taxes. The Liberals want to cut 10 cents a litre for a short time. We want to cut all federal gas taxes, and that would be 25 cents a litre in savings. Now there is a huge increase in government revenues, and the government owes it to Canadians to give that money to them. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address the last two parts of the motion. First, the idea of cutting the clean fuel standard. Well, the Conservatives say that that would lead to 7 cents a litre in savings. It would actually lead to 0 cents a litre in savings because that number is based on last year's numbers. So biofuels are now at the same level as gas costs or oil costs, so that measure is useless. The next part is to eliminate the industrial carbon tax. Does my colleague realize that that will lead to savings of 0 cents a litre at the pump because the prices of crude oil are set in the market? And this just gives big oil a company because crude oil prices are set globally and impacted by rising prices, and there is more foreign capital in Western oil. So 75% of Western oil profits go abroad. So why should we take on debt for that? The Honourable Member for Richemont-Tabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here today to debate the math behind taxes and possible savings. I'm here to talk about Canadians. Currently, Canadians are up against the wall. They're stretched. We have a duty to help them, and we could really cut gas and diesel federal taxes for families, for seniors, for farmers, for businesses, and that's what a Conservative government would do.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague as well for his speech. My question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. He's been talking about his constituents and how they've been feeling the squeeze at the gas pumps, right? We see that the Liberals have adopted half of our plan. Could my colleague please elaborate why is it so important that they should have stole the full idea of the Conservative plan that we were proposing and not just half of it? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Richemont-Tabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, who I enjoy working with, and I also play hockey with this colleague. Now we're talking about half measures. This Liberal measure would only last for 4 months. We're talking about having the measure for all of 2026. They want to bring forward this measure for just a few months. We want to give Canadians 25 cents in savings per litre. My constituents, his constituents, all constituents, people are squeezed. And there's one way that we can really help them now, and that's by cutting all taxes for the 2026 year to really show Canadians that we care about them and their lives.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise on behalf of the amazing residents of Vaughan Woodbridge to fight for a more affordable life. And speaking of affordable, I'd like to take this opportunity to say it's unfortunate that the Prime Minister put together a costly majority government, not through the ballot box, but through politicians that betrayed their constituents and betrayed their principles. Principles that they ran and sought public office on, and principles that they will be held to account for during the next election. Now, we've been calling for relief at the pumps. Our motion today calls for the Prime Minister to adopt the Conservative plan to suspend all taxes on fuel until the end of the year. And earlier today, the Prime Minister confirmed once again that Conservatives have the solutions for Canada. But Liberals seem to only want to introduce half measures that will not deliver the full benefits to Canadians. Now, this morning, the Prime Minister announced the suspension of the federal fuel excise tax on gas and diesel. The suspension takes effect on April 20th and runs until September 7th. Now, any measure that reduces the cost of fuel for Canadians is a step in the right direction. But this is one part of the four-part plan of our Conservative motion before the House today. Unfortunately, the Liberal government and the Prime Minister miss 3 of the other points of our plan and do not remove tax until the end of the year as we've proposed. Now, Conservatives have brought forward a plan to eliminate the fuel excise tax, the GST on tax and diesel, the industrial carbon tax, and the clean fuel standard for the rest of 2026. Now, this would cut costs by 25 cents a litre and save families on average of $1,218 this year. This morning announcements addresses 10 cents of that tax on gas, and only until September the 7th. Mr. Speaker, a parent in my riding this morning got up, strapped their kids in their car, and drove them to school. Then they went to work. But before they did any of that, they stopped at the pumps. 1 year ago, that fill-up cost them roughly $92 for a minivan. Last week, it cost them more than $127. Next week, it might be more. Over the years, deliberate policy choices this Liberal government has done built a tax structure on fuel that now squeezes Canadians every time they grip the nozzle. The Prime Minister says he wants to govern in a collaborative way, but the results are non-existent. It's time that his rhetoric matches reality. It is an illusion that the Prime Minister will deliver on affordability when he's only out to remove one tax, the fuel excise tax, and only from April 20th until Labor Day. The CAA's own price tracker tells the story plainly. Gas across Canada now averages more than $1.82 a litre, up from $1.32 a year ago. and just $1.52 6 short weeks ago. That's a 38% spike in the cost of getting to work, getting kids to school, getting food to market. For millions of Canadians who are already living paycheck to paycheck, this compounding crisis, layered on top of crisis this government have created, is too much to bear. And that is why we're here today to debate this motion. Conservatives have brought a specific plan to deliver immediate relief at the pump. We are calling on the government to adopt it. We need to provide immediate relief for families. The government is going to rise today and tell us this is about global oil markets. They will reference the Middle East. They will explain the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard the Prime Minister himself use the exact same description as I just referenced at a press conference. It's beyond Canada's control. What could we possibly do? Well, the global market explanation has one flaw that can be exposed with a single fact. Americans face the same global oil market, and Canadians pay almost 20% more at the pumps than the Americans. The same disruption, and yet when an American family pulls into a gas station, they are paying dramatically less. The question that this House needs to be asking is why? And the answer? Federal liberal tax policy. Americans do not pay the fuel excise tax on every liter. They do not pay the clean fuel standard, the hidden carbon tax that the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself confirmed costs Canadians 7 cents per litre with no rebate attached. Americans do not carry an industrial carbon tax that will rise to $170 a ton. Here is a precise outline about what Canadians pay in addition to the Americans in federal tax alone on every litre of gasoline. 10 cents a litre fuel excise tax, which Conservatives are calling to be removed until the end of the year, not just until Labor Day. 8 cents a litre GST on gas and diesel. 7 cents on the hidden carbon tax with no rebate attached. That's 25 cents in additional costs per litre for all Canadians. And on top of that, we have an industrial carbon tax already at $110 per ton and rising to $170 per ton. So, when we talk about global markets being the cause of rising prices, this is indeed an immediate factor. However, there are deep-rooted factors caused by our federal government that we could take decisive action on and address today. There is another added dimension in the crisis the government hopes Canadians do not notice. The higher price on fuel, the more the government collects. According to a former Liberal top economic advisor Tyre Meredith, every $10 increase in the price of oil, a barrel price of oil, brings roughly $2 billion in additional revenue for the federal government through the higher taxes paid by the oil industry from higher profits. For context, oil is currently trending at $45 to $55 above pre-war baselines. The federal government stands to collect $9 or $10 billion in additional annual revenue if these prices are sustained. These figures have been validated by independent economists such as Scotiabank's Director of Forecasting and Modeling, Oliver Jervius. The Conservative plan asks for $5 billion of that $9 billion windfall to be returned to Canadians who generate it. So let us be clear. Conservatives are not asking that the Liberals spend money it does not have. We're asking them to return money they did not earn. Money that flows directly to Ottawa precisely because Canadians are paying more at the pump. After years of Conservatives and Canadians from across the country pleading they do so, the government eliminated the consumer carbon tax. Yet, what the Liberals try to hide from the public is that 2 more taxes remain in its place, and both of those taxes are growing. The clean fuel standard is silent, it is invisible on the price board at the pump, but that 7 cents per litre is there every time you fill up your vehicle. Then there's the industrial carbon tax, currently at $110 per ton, scheduled to rise again to $170 per ton. The Liberals will tell you this tax only hits industry, but the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses tell us that nearly 70% of small businesses have seen their energy costs rise, and 32% of them already have raised their prices just to cover it. The Fraser Institute analysis found that the trajectory to $170 per ton will cost the average Canadian worker $1,160 in lost annual income, eliminate 50,000 jobs, and shrink our economy by 1.3%. All this to say, Liberals can try to reduce the impact of this all they want, but business do not absorb taxes. Taxes flow through to the shelf, and consumers pay more. Every time a Liberal member rises in this House and suggests the industrial carbon tax does not touch ordinary Canadians, they contradict the lived experience of every small business owner and every family who has watched their grocery bill rise and price at the pumps go up. To reiterate, this 4-point plan will be before the House.
Unfortunately, I must interrupt the member at this moment so that we can proceed to other business. The member will have about a minute left after question period if he so desires to avail himself of that time. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are being squeezed at the checkout counter like never before. Families are cutting back on essentials, skipping meals, and struggling to afford groceries, while a handful of grocery giants continue to post massive profits. This is not a free market working for people. It's a system tilted in favor of corporate power where Canadians pay more and get less. The cost of groceries is not just a household issue, it is a national affordability crisis, and it demands bold action. Under the leadership of Avi Lewis, New Democrats are ready to take on grocery price gouging head on. That means tackling surveillance pricing, building real public options in food distribution, strengthening local and regional supply chains, and supporting Canadian producers. We've done this before, from protecting farmland in BC to building public systems that put people first. The NDP know that when we act in the public interest, we can lower costs and improve lives. It's time to take back control from grocery giants and put...
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, as a recovering banker, you'll forgive me if I relapse for a moment. I want to recognize the Canadian ETF Association and the profound impact exchange-traded funds have had on investors globally. Canada gave the world one of its most important financial innovations, the exchange-traded fund. Born on the Toronto Stock Exchange, ETFs have fundamentally transformed how investors access capital markets by making investing more transparent, efficient, and affordable. Today, ETFs employ 15,500 Canadians and manage more than $802 billion in assets. ETFs direct capital into Canadian businesses and infrastructure. They strengthen our capital markets and ensure that Canadians can build wealth with confidence. If we want to remain a global leader in financial innovation, we must continue to stay ahead of the Americans and others. I want to thank Prerna Matthews, Alex Perrell, and Ellie Ufes and the Canadian ETF Association for their great work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre Marlborough.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, a tragedy in Vancouver turned a joyful Lapu Lapu festival into sorrow. As we approach this anniversary, the grief and trauma remain. For many families, the path to healing continues. Even in the midst of that pain, we saw the strength of a community coming together. A community with compassion, resilience, and strength. Neighbors lift up one another. Strangers became family. And Canadians across the country stood in solidarity. Last Sunday, I attended a community fundraiser supporting those still on the road to recovery. It was a reminder, as time passes, our support must not. As we honor those we lost, we stand with those still healing together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, this Wednesday, April 15th, Canadians across the country will come together for National Canadian Film Day, a celebration of who we are and the stories we tell about ourselves. From classrooms to community centres, from libraries to living rooms, people will gather to watch Canadian films sitting side by side. More than 2,000 free screenings will take place across the country with over 200 films and millions more tuning in from home. Stories that reflect our communities, stories that challenge us, stories that remind us who we are and what we share. Mr. Speaker, I'm especially proud of Sharon Corder and Jack Bloom from Toronto St. Paul's, who co-founded Real Canada, the organization behind National Canadian Film Day. Their vision has grown into something truly special, a celebration of Canada right across the country and the globe. So tomorrow and in the days to come, I hope Canadians take 90 minutes, give or take, to find a film, gather with others, and celebrate the stories, the artists, the directors, and visionaries who bring us together.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Olivia Chow and Toronto City Council are building an injection site between a daycare and a middle school in our beautiful neighbourhood of Downsview. It will be another Toronto homeless shelter that hands out pipes and needles. It will have a safe room where non-residents can get in, get a needle, inject themselves, leave and roam the neighbourhood. Toronto's homeless shelters have morphed into drug injection sites. Now Olivia Chow wants $700 million from this Liberal government to pay for construction of 20 more of these shelters all around Toronto. Join me for a visit at Jane and Wilson near the Toronto Plaza shelter. It's an epicenter for drugs, crime, and chaos. Needles everywhere, drug trade, solicitation. The intersection is dead. Olivia wants to turn Jane and Wilson into Kill and Wilson using federal money. But we don't want Olivia's shelter harming our children. And we don't want this Liberal government to fund the construction of these drug dens that bring crime and chaos to Toronto streets. Downsview residents do not consult to the shelter, and we will fight it tooth and nail.
Here, here, here.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to a resident of my riding, Beauport-Limoilou, Mr. Marc Bergeron, a psychoeducator and coordinator of the 123 Go Limoilou initiative. For 20 years now, Mr. Bergeron has been driving through the parks and streets of Limoilou in a small bus filled with games and activities for children and families, making people happy above all. Thanks to his dedication, people have a gathering place. They can spend happy times together, children and adults. His bus has become a true point of contact for thousands of families seeking support. His dedication reminds us that it is daily acts that make our neighborhoods more humane and vibrant. As he prepares to take a well-deserved retirement, I would like to highlight the immense contribution he has made to our community. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
The honourable member for Middlesex London.
Speaker, I am deeply troubled by the profound tragedy which occurred Sunday at Sarnia's Lambton College campus. My heart goes out to his family and all who knew 20-year-old Dane Nesbitt, a promising young former junior hockey player taken far too soon, and also to the two others that were injured. This senseless and unnecessary act of violence has shaken the community. We all know it could have been prevented. The primary suspect was already under a court order prohibiting him from possessing firearms, and he has a rap sheet a mile long. He was arrested in March for assault with a weapon and failure to comply. Last May, he was arrested on 2 counts of assault with a weapon, breach of order, and he's previously been charged with assaulting an elderly man. This guy should never have been on the streets. It's absolutely insane how he was not in jail. And who bears responsibility for this? The Liberal catch and release bail policies that continue to place dangerous offenders back on our streets instead of keeping them behind bars. We must fix these failed policies now to protect innocent lives. Canadians deserve safer.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Speaker, I rise in response to deeply troubling reports of executions and repression in Iran, including the execution of 6 political dissidents by the regime in recent weeks. In addition to this political repression is the escalation of the obsessive, systemic, and ongoing persecution and scapegoating of the Iranian Baha'i religious community. As an example, Borna and Peyvon Naimi, 2 Baha'i cousins, targeted for their religious faith, remain detained, reportedly tortured, and like others, coerced into false confessions. Targeting people for their religious beliefs is a grave violation of worldwide human rights. Canada must continue to condemn these abuses, work with allies, and press for accountability. Iranians deserve dignity, justice, and freedom from fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are under immense economic strain, and now this Liberal government has jeopardized the very foundation of home ownership. The Cowichan decision and secret Musqueam agreement have cast a dark shadow over private property rights. By failing to defend fee simple ownership in court and dropping key legal arguments, this government has sparked fear and financial chaos. Appraisers are warning that effective property values could plunge 40%. Financing is drying up and projects are already being cancelled. This is a massive failure of leadership. Conservatives are calling on the Prime Minister to reinstate strong legal defense of private property, ensure all agreements unmistakably protect ownership, deliver a clear plan within 30 days, immediately convene a Parliament committee. Canadians deserve certainty and security, not empty words. The government must protect Canadian homes and restore confidence now.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, on April 4th, the community of St. Paulin bid farewell to one of its most distinguished citizens, Mr. Claude Frappier. First elected as a city councillor in 2004, his commitment to the common good led him take the role of interim mayor in November 2020. Re-elected mayor in 2021, he held the office with unprecedented determination and dedication, ensuring that he rigorously fulfilled each of his commitments. Illness ultimately forced him to decline re-election. Mr. Frappier was appreciated by everyone, always attentive to the needs of others, open-minded and generous. He left an indelible mark on the entire community of Masquinongé, which will remain etched in our memories. The impressive turnout of people who came to pay their respects on April 4th is a testament to this. Mr. Frappier, you are a model of commitment and dedication to the good of the community. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, agriculture and agri-food are at the heart of the identity of my region, and from farm to table, farmers are truly allowing us to thrive. And this is the case at JF Bolduc Farm in Compton. For 25 years, they have been innovating and contributing to a sustainable agriculture. They were recently recognized at the Sustainable Farm Gala for the Eastern Townships. When we see how much they allow us to thrive, they have received many prizes for their gastronomy. And the Bolduc family was one of the finalists in the artisan categories of the year. Alexandre Vasson was also a finalist, as was Sommelière. So from farm to table, that's what we need to continue to support and enhance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
While the Prime Minister continues to make big promises, Canadians continue to struggle. The truth of the matter is he's an illusionist. Canadians are paying 35% more due to rising global oil prices, and Liberal taxes are making it even worse, forcing them to pay almost 20% more than Americans. Not only is the Prime Minister late to the game in announcing relief at the pumps, it's an illusion that he will actually deliver on affordability when he's only pausing the fuel excise tax from April 20th until Labor Day. Conservatives have brought forward a plan to eliminate the fuel excise tax, the GST on gas and diesel, the industrial carbon tax, and the clean fuel standard for the rest of the year. A plan that would cut costs at the pump by 25 cents per litre, saving a family of four $1,200 this year. Canadians deserve affordable fuel and food. Conservatives will continue to fight the cost of living crisis, restore economic growth, and make life affordable again.
The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Society of Gynecologic Oncology of Canada says we are in a national silent health crisis. Cervical cancer has become the fastest rising form of cancer in Canada. Last year, an estimated 1,650 Canadian women were diagnosed with cervical cancer, and 430 will die from the disease. Cervical cancer has been in decline for decades, but in recent years, rates have been on the rise. This is a disease that is almost entirely preventable through human papillomavirus vaccination, easily diagnosed through cervical screening, and highly curable when treated early. Last July, our government released an action plan to eliminate cervical cancer by 2040. During this April Cancer Prevention Month, Canadian women need to know that HPV vaccination and cervical screening can save lives.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian gas prices have soared and the time for action is now. Unsurprisingly, the Liberals have only just stumbled out of the gate. Conservatives have presented a plan with real solutions for Canadians amidst an affordability crisis that Liberals created. Here's the solution. Cut 4 costly Liberal gas taxes. Our plan would halt the fuel excise tax and the fuel standards tax until the end of 2026 and permanently remove the GST and the industrial carbon tax. These taxes cost Canadians an extra 25 cents a litre in gas and 21 cents a litre in diesel. Cutting taxes keeps that money in Canadians' pockets. This morning, the Liberals attempted to poach this plan, but true to form, they didn't even copy and paste correctly. By pausing only the fuel excise tax and only until September, the Liberals have acknowledged that cutting taxes is the answer, but their half-measure plan saves far less than our Conservative plan. So will the Liberals admit their mistake this afternoon and implement our full plan today to promote real relief for Canadian families?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Sydney Glace Bay.
Mr. Speaker, good news. Canada has reached the NATO 2% defence spending target, half a decade ahead of schedule, and the largest year-over-year increase for our defence budget in generations. This is a proud moment, and I want to congratulate the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Defence for their leadership in making it happen. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is more than a number. It's a signal to the world that Canada is serious about defending what we've built and protecting what we value. And Cape Breton knows this very well, Mr. Speaker, because Sydney has been selected as the preferred home for Canada's next generation of polar ice vessels, bringing jobs, strengthening our sovereignty, and putting our community at the center of the defence renewal. Mr. Speaker, we are rebuilding and we are rearming. And in a world that is watching, Mr. Speaker, Canada once again will lead the way.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
No one is surprised this Liberal Prime Minister stole another Conservative idea. But like a typical Liberal, he only took a part of it. The Prime Minister said he was looking for solutions. We put one right in front of him. Conservatives are calling for all federal fuel taxes to be removed for the rest of this year, including the excise tax, the GST, the Liberal fuel standard, and the industrial carbon tax. Canadians would save 25 cents per litre at the pump, and families would save $1,200 just this year. But instead, the Liberals announced a half measure and kept all the Liberal fuel taxes in place that are driving up the cost of gas, groceries, and transportation. Canadians are paying 20 cents more per litre than the Americans, and the difference is federal Liberal fuel taxes. Today, Conservatives brought a motion forward to remove all federal taxes for the rest of the year for Canadians. If the Prime Minister is going to steal our ideas, he should at least be willing to steal them whole.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, last night Canadians made a big decision in University Rosedale, Scarborough Southwest, and Terrebonne by putting their trust in this government, this new government's plan, and our Prime Minister. To everyone who put their name on the ballot, I want to say thank you. Our democracy is better off for your participation. I would like to congratulate our new colleagues, Danielle Martin, Dolly Bagan, and of course, welcome back our colleague, Tatiana Agala. This government has a clear mandate to continue action on important issues that matter most to Canadians. And with these three newly elected colleagues and under the leadership of our Prime Minister, we will do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Conservative pressure, Liberals finally admitted that their...
The Honourable Member for Hamilton West was standing. I don't know if he has a question. From the top, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
After weeks of Conservative pressure, Liberals finally admitted that their high fuel taxes are hammering Canadians at the pumps. But in typical Liberal fashion, this Prime Minister has proven to be just another Liberal, keeping more windfall taxes for government than providing relief for Canadians. The Liberal announcement today is simply not good enough. It's only going to provide a third of the relief for a third of the year. The Conservative plan is to scrap 100% of federal fuel taxes for the entire rest of the year. So if they're going to admit that Conservatives were right all along, why not just go all the way and adopt our full plan?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I know it's Tuesday. There's so much good news, I don't know where to start, Mr. Speaker. Just look at their face. Mr. Speaker, they should be smiling. The International Monetary Fund just announced that Canada is forecasted to have the second fastest growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. In the G7. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we are suspending the federal fuel excise tax, Mr. Speaker, on gasoline from the 20th of April until Labor Day. Mr. Speaker, every day is a good day to...
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, good times are almost here, just a little over the horizon, but right now there's no smile on motorists' face because they were expecting 100% relief at the pumps. Under this Liberal government plan, they will still continue to collect windfall taxes and hard-working Canadians will have to pay more at the pump. The Liberal government is keeping the GST on fuel and the fuel standard taxes, which adds alone 7 cents a litre. They are only providing a third of the relief for a third of the year. You don't give a pharmacist a high five when he only gives you 1/3 of your prescription. So why not just go all the way, reduce, scrap, eliminate 100% of fuel taxes for...
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Speaker, unlike the opposition who don't have a plan, we have a plan. We have reduced the price on gasoline by 28 cents a litre since we became the government. We are reducing taxes for Canadians. We are reducing GST for Canadians. We're reducing development charges on homes. In my riding, saving $200,000 a home. That's how you deal with affordability, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are struggling to pay for groceries, the Liberal government is once again proposing half measures. The government's announcement only affects a fraction of fuel costs, taxes, and only for a few months. That's 10 cents a litre. Meanwhile, one moment, please, says the Speaker. There is too much noise from the right and my right-hand area. You may start from the top again. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling to pay for groceries, and the Liberals are once again proposing half measures. The government's announcement affects only a fraction of fuel taxes, only for a few months. This measure would amount to barely 10 cents per litre of gas, while costs are skyrocketing at the pump, and Canadians are paying much more than their neighbours to the south. Why are the Liberals refusing to really help Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it is Tuesday. We have so much good news. I don't even know where to start. In fact, this morning alone, the International Monetary Fund indicated that Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7. Second, Mr. Speaker, announcement of the suspension of the federal excise tax on fuel and diesel. Gasoline and diesel, that's $2.4 billion in the pockets of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's excellent news for drivers, excellent news for consumers, and excellent news for Canadians and affordability. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, there will be good news when this government actually does things completely. For the last 3 years, we've been asking for the carbon tax to be struck. They've done that. Now we're asking for them to get rid of all of these taxes. Fuel excise tax, GST, fuel standards tax, industrial carbon tax. Will the government do something to actually help Canadians? Canadians are paying too much for everything. The Honourable Minister of Transformation. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the announcement made this morning by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to $2.4 billion for Canadians to deal with the cost of living. But we didn't stop there. 22 million Canadians received a tax cut. We have the Canadian benefits, groceries and essential benefit, the dental plan, and so many other measures. I can barely name them all. We've got no lessons to learn from them across the way in how to deal with the cost of living.
For Foothills.
The Liberals' gas change amounts to what is really chump change. It's only for a third of the year for a third of the tax. It's not relief when you barely save 10 cents a litre on gas and 4 cents a litre on diesel. It's not relief when you still have to pay the GST and the Liberal fuel tax. Canadians are going to get back pennies. Meanwhile, the Liberals are collecting billions of dollars in federal gas tax revenue. Why the half measure? Why not adopt the Conservative plan to remove all the Liberal taxes on fuel, on diesel and gas?
Right on.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Look, in addition to all this good news, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight one additional measure the Prime Minister and my colleagues announced today, and that is that Canadians are going to find it less expensive to get out and travel around the country this summer because we are lowering the excise tax on jet fuel, Mr. Speaker. We are going to reduce domestic flights, the cost of domestic flights. We will even go visit the member in Foothills, Mr. Speaker.
Wow.
Get out and enjoy et vive le Canada, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Incredible how the Liberals could twist themselves in pretzels. When it wasn't that long ago, they were accusing all Conservatives of taking a summer vacation while the planet burned. And now they're saying we can travel around the world.
Yeah.
It's not a benefit. When the Liberals are pocketing billions of dollars in gas tax revenue right from the pockets of Canadians who are struggling just to buy the basics.
Yep. Right.
Why do the Liberals take these half measures? Why don't they really follow a Conservative policy and eliminate all of the Liberal taxes on fuel so Canadians can afford that summer vacation we'd all love to take?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's the reality is the global instability has created an atmosphere where we had to react, Mr. Speaker, and we're reacting. I credit the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance for coming forward with this. I hear it from the farmers on the front line, Mr. Speaker, every other day, concerned about the crop that they're going to put in. Second growing fastest economy, that's a contribution from our farmers, Mr. Speaker. 28 cents a litre since this new government has been put in place, and $2.4 billion back in the pockets of Canadians. It is a good day, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, regional news is in jeopardy. The situation's even worse for regional news in French. That's why the Fund for Independent Local News is so critical. But since Ottawa allowed 15 English language stations from the Chorus Group to access the fund, the share allocated to French language media has plummeted. The only two eligible French language groups have lost nearly half their funding, which has dropped from 26% to 14%. Of course, the solution is for the GAFAM to contribute to funding media. But first, as a priority, regional French language news needs to survive. Will the government enhance this fund? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the fund, we know Francophone regional media sources are receiving funding from the federal government precisely to provide French language media. We are keeping all options open in an environment where these platforms and these broadcasters are under threat from these major platforms. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, funding regional news media in English, no problem, but not by taking money away from the French media's share. If the government adds participants to the Fund for Independent Local News, well, it must also add funding. Obviously, we wouldn't have this problem if the Prime Minister hadn't cut the digital services tax. We could have adequately funded all our media with GAFAM's fair share. Since the Prime Minister is depriving our media of that revenue, will he increase the fund? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said in my previous answer, we are looking at a number of options. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, by adding 15 English language stations to the Independent Local News Fund without funding from the GAFAM, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. The result, 86% of the money goes to English language media at the expense of the last remaining independent French-language regional news outlets. Let's be realistic, Mr. Speaker. There is no long-term solution without contributions from GAFAM. But there need to be media outlets left to support. The government must temporarily bail out the fund, and it must extend its tax credit for journalistic labor to electronic media, as Quebec has done. When will that happen? The Honourable Minister.
Donc, on vient de voir, Monsieur le Président.
Given the question that we've just heard, you can see the real face of the Bloc Québécois. They're always pitting the Anglophones against the Francophones. We can do both at the same time.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's temporary half measures on fuel prices shows he's more focused on increasing government revenues than offering real relief to Canadians at the pump. The Liberals will rake up to $10 billion more in taxes, while Canadians will save just 10 cents a litre. Here we go again, Mr. Speaker. Billions for this Liberal government, but pennies for Canadians. Why should soccer moms, seniors, and young people pay the price at the pump for this Prime Minister's overspending?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, let me help my friend on the other side of the aisle. We have cut taxes by 28 cents a litre since this new government came into office. We have cut income taxes. We have cut GST. We have cut the cost of a home in Markham Thornhill, my riding, by $200,000 a year in total. That's what affordability looks like.
The Honourable Member for New-Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this announcement will barely move the needle for Canadians drowning in credit card debt just to fill up. Instead of adopting the Conservative plan to eliminate all taxes on fuel and save Canadian families $1,218 until 2027, the Liberals' half-baked plan will only save families 10 cents a litre for a couple of months. No one has a monopoly on good idea, Mr. Speaker, so why is this Prime Minister refusing to listen to Conservatives and offer real relief to Canadians at the pump?
The
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Top of it. Okay, excuse me, is the translation working now? Ça va? Vous entendez la traduction? Oui? Now it's working. Ça va? It's working, the translation? Okay, from the top, the Honourable Minister.
Well, third time's a charm, Mr. Speaker. Here's the thing. We can focus on two things at the same time. We can help families with urgent cost relief right now, which we're doing by eliminating the fuel excise tax. But what we can also do, and this is the part Conservatives don't get, is help with long-term sustainable affordability. That's where things like affordable child care come in, or removing the HST from new homes, or making sure that there's school food programs, or ensuring that Canada Child Benefit is there for families. We want to be there for families now when the crisis is urgent, but also in the long term, and that's the kind of stuff they vote against every time.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have brought forward a plan to eliminate the gas tax, GST on gas and diesel, the industrial carbon tax, and the fuel standard tax for the rest of 2026. This would cut costs at the pump by 25 cents per litre and save a family of four up to $1,200 this year. Why is this Liberal Prime Minister shortchanging Canadian families and not cutting all taxes for the whole year?
The Honourable Secretary. The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said from time to time, they've been here 10 years, the Conservatives across the way. I've been here 10 months, and guess what? I get to announce the tax break for the farming community in Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. All this done within a 10-month time frame.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, I've known that member for a very, very long time, and I made a career out of cleaning up his messes. Him and the NDP destroyed Saskatchewan for 16 years, and now he came to the Liberals and is destroying the economy of Canada. So once again, after he's finished ruining the economy for Canadians, once again, we'll clean up his mess for all Canadians so they can get ahead.
I'm not sure there was a question in that, but the Honourable Secretary of State.
The member is correct. I've watched his underperformance in the provincial assembly in Saskatchewan. Now I'm watching their collective underperformance, all 13 of the Saskatchewan Conservative MPs, Mr. Speaker. And let me remind folks today, we are announcing uranium development in northern Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. This week I was at Suma announcing wastewater and sewer projects and water projects for 3 cities, Mr. Speaker. This government's on a move, and as I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, great news, we're just getting started.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Today, the Liberals announced they're adopting a third of our gas relief plan for just a third of the year. But residents in the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay don't just drive for the summer. Our plan would take excise, GST, and fuel standard tax off of gas and diesel for the rest of 2026. That would cut costs at the pump by 25 cents per litre, $1,200 for a family of 4. Will the Liberals end the tax grab and save Canadians 25 cents a litre?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, British Columbians are happy to hear that we are investing in them and that we are addressing affordability for them. They are happy to hear that we are making a reduction in fuel costs from now until Labor Day, and British Columbians are going to use that to go and enjoy our country as they can this summer, and maybe they'll also combine that with the Canada Summer Pass as they go and explore this wonderful country.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. Every year, seasonal workers are plunged into the black hole of employment insurance. Workers in the fisheries, forestry, tourism, and other sectors receive no income for weeks on end. The Liberals, for now over 10 years, have been promising comprehensive employment insurance reform, and they must keep their promise. But in the immediate term, seasonal workers need 15 additional weeks each year. When will the Liberals finally and permanently close the employment insurance black hole?
Minister of Jobs and Families.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, employment insurance is really important for all workers. That's why it's important to improve the program and to include those things that are required for individuals who are in very difficult circumstances.
Measures to ensure that workers that are facing hard times get what they deserve as fast as they can and ensure that they have the weeks they need to stay financially viable.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawachi-Kamach, Nitassinan. Mr. Speaker, seasonal workers are not asking for the moon. The Interprovincial Employment Insurance Alliance has calculated that it would cost 1 cent per $100 of wages to close the black hole for good. 1 penny. The federal government will need to understand that it is the work that is seasonal in the regions. The workers, however, are permanent. They are the ones who keep the regional economy running, and they need 15 more weeks each year. Will the government finally and permanently close the employment insurance gap?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
C'est très important, les travailleurs.
It is really important for Canadian workers to have confidence in the employment insurance system in this country. That is why we've included measures to support workers. And I will be working with my colleague there to listen and find ways to help the workers. The Honourable Member for Mécantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, once again, this Liberal Prime Minister is confirming that Conservatives are the ones with the real solution, that this government has not changed, that it can solve nothing. The Liberals are providing crumbs. Their announcement only affect a third of taxes on fuel for just this short period. In the meantime, they will continue to pocket billions of dollars from taxpayers' pockets. The real solution is to strike all of these taxes on gas. It's been 10 years now. Why can't the Liberals even do things halfway? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Nature. Mr. Speaker, what we are currently doing is working on Canadian taxpayers' buying power. We're not just doing one thing at a time. We can walk, chew gum, and do a whole bunch of other things as well. We are working on the economy, on jobs. The data from today indicates that their economic growth is recognized globally. We've reduced the gas tax, and we have a number of programs out there that will help Canadians deal with this incredible crisis. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. They recognize it. It is a crisis. But it's been 10 years that they've been in this position. Who put the Canadians in this position? Because it is the Liberal government. They've been doing the same thing for the last 10 years. They claim to be doing things, but they only do part of it. They take some of our ideas, but not all of them. At the end of the day, people are having a hard time paying for their groceries, for their gas, to fill up their cars, to go to the grocery store, to go to school, to go to work. A Liberal is a Liberal is a Liberal. Why is the situation the way that it is in this country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know Canadians are struggling now, and Conservatives are criticizing things, but they have been obstructing the work of Parliament here in the House. We are trying to move ahead. This morning, in fact, we put forward a targeted measure to support Canadians, to support consumers, to deal with this shock at the pump. This will help them directly, Mr. Speaker, with money in their pockets. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Légitimement, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, it's just smoke and mirrors right now. The Prime Minister has nothing more than crumbs to propose. 10 cents a litre, where they're going to be bringing in $10 billion from Canadian taxpayers? Why is this government refusing to use the Conservative government's entire program that would eliminate the fuel excise tax, the GST on gas and diesel, fuel standards tax, and industrial carbon tax, That would mean a major change. The Honourable Minister for Government Transformation. Oh, it would be so simple. Like the 26,000 people in her riding who have access to the dental care plan. It would be so simple for this member to support that program. It'd be so simple for this member to support the child benefit when you look at $67 million being sent to 10,000 families in her riding. And when she says crumbs, $2.4 billion back in the pockets of Canadians by eliminating the excise tax, the federal excise tax, that's not minor, that's major. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. It's interesting. Canadians are paying 20% more than their neighbours to the south on gas. This thing will only affect a third of taxes for the part of the year. What we're suggesting is for them to use our platform 100%, and then we'll agree with them. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased we've eliminated the carbon tax. That's 28 cents a litre less at the pump. But it's ironic to see the member across the way. She was in government in Quebec herself. She put a price on pollution with the cap and trade system. You know, it's just the height of irony.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, the measures announced this morning by the Liberal government are too little too late. The price of diesel today is $2.75 a litre, and the 4-cent decrease will not change anything for our truckers. This Liberal government is still bringing in 8 cents per litre in GST and 7 cents with the clean fuel standard. Canadians are paying 20% more than Americans for gas. So can the Liberal government start doing something for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Well, I think Canadians would give this member an A for histrionics and a C for arithmetic, because people in Lévis know that $2.4 billion are being left in truckers' pockets. I hope my colleague will take this clip and put it up on his platforms just so all truckers can be informed in the Quebec City region that we are there for them. By lowering the prices of diesel, we are also bringing down food prices. Because we know that the cost of diesel has an effect on logistics, and we will continue to fight for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Bedford.
Mr. Speaker, over the past year, Canadians have navigated a rapidly changing and increasingly fragmented world, one that is more complex, more volatile, and more unpredictable. In this environment, Canadians have done what they have always done. We have rolled up our sleeves, looked out for one another, and adapted. This work belongs to all of us. This is Canada's moment to build together. Last night, Mr. Speaker, the good people of Scarborough Southwest, University Rosedale, and Terrebonne placed their faith in this plan. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Finance please update the House on the next steps in our plan to build a strong and resilient Canadian economy and give us a...
L'honorable Ministre des Finances.
Tuesday.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 presented generational investments in housing and infrastructure, in productivity innovation, in our defense, Mr. Speaker. It's a plan to grow the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, I will have the pleasure to present the Spring Economic Update on the 28th of April to this House, Mr. Speaker. This is going to be a plan that is going to help families, it's going to help our industry, it's going to help our nation, Mr. Speaker, to prosper and to obviously bring good news to Canadians across the nation.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, Canadians are facing rising costs, economic uncertainty, and housing challenges. Now, with the Cowichan ruling in British Columbia, it's adding a new layer of doubt about whether homes in the city of Richmond are truly secure. Home ownership is the foundation of financial stability for millions of Canadians, yet the Liberals have failed to clearly defend it in court. Will the Prime Minister instruct his lawyers to unequivocally argue that private property rights of Canadian homeowners must come first and finally provide the certainty Canadians demand?
Honourable Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Canadians can still buy, sell, inherit, and renovate their homes under provincial and municipal law. We disagreed with the Cowichan ruling and appealed it on September 8th, 2025. We believe the Cowichan decision requires legal clarity. That's why the government will pursue all legal options through the appeal process. We will protect private property owners and uphold the Constitution without fear-mongering.
The honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, the government filed their appeal at the last second, but here is the thing. In 2018, the government instructed their lawyers not to make the argument that fee simple property is supreme while the case was in the lower courts. And unfortunately for the property owners involved, the government can't mount an appeal with an argument it did not make originally. So I ask the minister, please help Canadians, help us all understand how the government intends to win a court case with an argument they can't make.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, we are appealing the Cowichan ruling and we will be pursuing all legal options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Senator Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government avoids the question, hiding behind appeals and technical definitions, instead of stating a clear and substantive position.
That's right.
This is apparent. In court and backroom agreements, the Liberals refuse to say whether they will stand up for Canadian home owners. Canadians deserve certainty.
That's right.
Will the Prime Minister direct his lawyers to argue that the private property rights of Canadian home owners must come first? Yes or no?
Yeah. Good job.
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi d'être clair.
Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We will ensure that people can still use provincial and municipal rules when they are renovating and selling their houses. We do not agree with the ruling, and we appealed it on September 8th, 2025. We believe that the Cowichan ruling requires legal clarification. That is why the government will be pursuing all legal options through the appeals process. We will protect property and our Constitution. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Senator Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, appealing the decision is not the question. The government still has not said whether it's arguing that Canadian homeowners' public property rights come first. I will keep asking this question until there's a clear answer.
That's right.
Will they make that position clear in court and in all future agreements? Yes or no?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague had asked us to state the position of the Government of Canada clearly. We disagree with the decision of the Superior Court in British Columbia. We have decided to appeal that decision in order to pursue a different outcome. At trial, we defended fee simple and believe that more clarity is needed, particularly on the issue of private property rights. Mr. Speaker, these debates are legal debates. The appropriate forum for them to take place is through the appeal process, not on the floor of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The Cowichan ruling has created uncertainty for homeowners and First Nations in BC, calling into question whether private property rights are secure. Canadians are already struggling with affordability. They should not have to wonder whether or not they own their own homes. Cowichan themselves said they did not seek to invalidate private property ownership. Will the Prime Minister direct his lawyers to clearly argue in court that private property rights of Canadian homeowners must be a priority as well?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've told the House, we are appealing the decision. But what I would like to point out is that courts is one way of settling the Aboriginal title, negotiations is another. And that's what we've done in that member's jurisdiction. We have been working with the government of British Columbia as well as the Haida Nation. It's been 2 years since the Haida title agreement has been in place in the province of British Columbia. The sky hasn't fallen, Mr. Speaker. Private property is protected under the Haida agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
This could have been avoided. This could have been avoided. This Liberal government seeking to approach the agreements like the Musqueam Rights Recognition Agreement without transparency or clear protections for private property has added to the anxiety that private property owners are already experiencing. The consequences are uncertainty, stalled sales, and the potential to derail previous reconciliation efforts. Will the Prime Minister commit today that no future agreements will be signed unless they explicitly protect and prioritize the private property rights?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. This band of Conservatives is who is sowing dissent and anxiety in Canada. The government has been crystal clear. We support some respect.
Okay. I didn't really hear all the words there, but it was an interruption. So the minister may start from the top.
Pretend like you're talking to.
And he may
thank you, Mr.
from the top again if the honourable member for Thompson-Nicola continues. So the honourable minister of. Okay. The honourable member for Lakeland, I think it is. Okay, the honourable member will the honourable. Let's just all take a moment. Take a moment. Okay. All I know is that we don't have the required silence, and unfortunately, I can't hear all the banter. That's the unfortunate part. So I don't know who's to blame, who was first, and all of that. But let's have some quiet so that the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure can start from the top and answer this very important question on this very important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reinforce the concerns that this side of the House has about the anxiety and the fear-mongering that the Conservatives are pushing on this issue. This is a very serious issue. This government supports the appeal. This government supports the rights of private property owners. This government supports reconciliation. We will pursue the course of action, appealing the Superior Court decision in BC. We will see justice and clarity on this. We don't need politics played by the Conservatives to make this worse for Canadians.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm seeing today from the government is a government pursuing confusion, a policy of confusion, and a policy of confusion that has the whole province of British Columbia upset. So earlier today in question period, the Minister of Indigenous Relations said that the government will pursue all legal options. Can she just clarify for British Columbians whether that includes an argument to protect the private property rights of the British Columbians impacted by the Cowichan decision? Yes or no, a straight answer in good faith.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada disagrees with the BC Supreme Court's ruling, and we appealed it on September 8th. We are committed to maintaining legal clarity and stability for private land ownership. Further legal clarity is required to address the decision, particularly as it relates to private property rights.
There you go. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
The ruling has raised very real concerns about the security of property rights in Canada. At a time of high cost and economic uncertainty, Canadians should not be questioning the ownership of their homes. The Liberals negotiated the Musqueam Agreement in secret with no transparency, leaving homeowners unable to sell and builders unwilling to invest, all during a housing crisis. Will the Liberals commit to protecting Canadian rights by ensuring no future agreements are signed without clearly stating that private properties are coming first and are protected?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has made it clear, first by appealing the decision and then by making clear statements that we not only stand for and will defend property rights. The concern here, Mr. Speaker, is that the opposition isn't interested in the answer. What they're interested in is fear-mongering, spreading misinformation, driving mistrust in the market, creating economic uncertainty. That's what they're about. We're about making sure we're protecting property rights, building a strong economy, and pursuing reconciliation.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I held a town hall with business leaders in my riding, and I expected to hear about tariffs and red tape. Instead, the number one concern by far was this: do we still even own our own homes? Decisions like the Cowichan ruling and the Liberal secret Musqueam agreement are shaking confidence in property rights. Investment is freezing, builders are backing off, and uncertainty is growing. And people are starting to wonder if we're drifting toward that "you'll own nothing and be happy" mantra. Is that where this Prime Minister is taking us, or will he instruct his lawyers to defend property rights of Canadian homeowners? Yes or no? Yes.
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reconciliation and economic development go hand in hand.
That's right.
Through litigation, we are defending private property. And for those nations where we are in negotiations with the government of British Columbia and First Nations, it's the opportunity to sit down at the table and actually be clear that private property is excluded. So we will continue through litigation as well as negotiation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, the new government of Canada recently announced a Force of Nature Canada strategy to protect nature. With an investment of $3.8 billion, this new strategy will enable us to protect and restore essential habitat, to ensure that our industrial strategies complement our conservation efforts, and mobilize new capital for nature. Can the Secretary of State Nature tell Canadians about our new plan to protect our natural environment for the generations to come? The Honourable Secretary of State Nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Brome-Missisquoi for this question and for his hard work to protect nature. Nature is so important for Canadians, and that is why our government is maintaining its objective of protecting 30% of our lands and waters by 2030. Thanks to a Force of Nature Canada strategy to protect nature, we will protect nature more effectively and at a lower cost, especially by mobilizing private capital. We, like Canadians, care deeply about nature, and we will protect it.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, for more than 8 hours, Liberal MPs have been filibustering to shield the Finance Minister from appearing before the Ethics Committee to answer questions about his role in directing billions of tax dollars to the Alto high-speed rail project, notwithstanding that his partner is none other than a VP at Alto. This raises serious questions about a potential conflict of interest. If the minister has nothing to hide, will he tell these filibustering Liberal MPs to stop and come to committee?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as that member knows, Canadian members of Parliament, designated public office holders, we follow among the most stringent ethics rules in the world. We will comply vigorously, as has my colleague, the Minister of Finance. And I would take this opportunity to remind the honourable member across that Alto is a Crown corporation, 100% owned by Canadians.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has acknowledged a conflict in respect of Alto, hence setting up the so-called ethics screen. Yet he has repeatedly introduced, spoken on, and voted on legislation to advance the project. And instead of clearing the air, we now have this spectacle of Liberal MPs filibustering at committee to shield the minister from accountability. So it begs the question, is this what Canadians can expect a Liberal majority government to look like?
Good question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
While we're on the topic, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the dream of high-speed rail for Canadians. 1,000 kilometers of linear project that will change the face of mobility city and work, play, or study in another. This will take greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere and will change life for millions of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is the kind of project Conservatives used to dream about. The Liberal government is going to build high-speed rail with or without.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Diane Dinaga.
In February 2025, this Prime Minister announced a project that will see thousands of property owners across Ontario and Quebec face expropriation, communities divided, and Canadians forced to pay over $90 billion. From day one, this government has failed to answer even the most basic question about the cost, timing, impacts, routes, or construction. This isn't government vision, Mr. Speaker. It's reckless vanity. Will the minister finally listen to the thousands of concerned property owners in Eastern Ontario, cancel Alto high-speed rail, and invest in priorities and infrastructures that Canadians actually need?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just 3 years ago, in 2023, a grand gathering of Conservatives gathered in convention and solemnly debated the great dream of high-speed rail in this country. And you know what conclusion they came to? Overwhelmingly, Conservative delegates just 3 years ago said, let's build high-speed rail in this country. Now, this leader cynically goes and says he would cancel it. These Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, used to think big. Now it's up.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, Canadians have had to adapt to a rapidly changing, fragmented world. The world is more complex, less stable, and for many, it is more costly and unpredictable. In this context, Canadians are doing what they've always done. They roll up their sleeves, they support each other, and they adapt. This is something that affects us all. This is the time for Canada to build together. Yesterday, the people of Scarborough Southwest, Terrebonne, and University Rosedale all renewed their trust in this plan. Can the Minister of Finance tell the House about the next steps? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her important work. Indeed, Budget 2025 is a generational plan for investing in housing, infrastructure, innovation and productivity, and defense. We are going to build the strongest economy in the G7 together, and I will have the pleasure of presenting to this House on April 28th the Spring Economic Statement. We are going to continue building an inclusive and strong Canada.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, Iran is a serial violator of human rights, and because of that, the government formally designates Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under the State Immunity Act. However, last Wednesday, the Liberal government voted in favor of Iran's membership to the United Nations Committee for Program and Coordination, which plans, programs, and coordinates human rights at the United Nations. Why did the government vote in favor of Iran's membership on this committee?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre des Affaires étrangères.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Our Prime Minister has been very clear. We are currently supporting and making sure that civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected, international law must be respected, and we will stand for the safety and security of Canadians wherever they may be over the world. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to monitor the efforts that are being done in Iran. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, the Minister of Health stood in this House and called herself the guardian of the Canada Health Act. Yet after months of delay, she's failed to act while Danielle Smith expands American-style pay-for-access
diagnostics, and two-tier care. Canadians can't afford more stalling while our universal healthcare system is undermined. If she's truly the guardian, why is she taking so long to enforce the law and stop this erosion of our public healthcare system?
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Acknowledge the concern that my colleagues from the opposite has. Yes, I'm the guardian of the Canada Health Act, and we are working closely with all provinces and territories. We know that Alberta is moving in a direction. My department is having conversation with Alberta right now, and I will have a conversation with my counterparts, and I will get back to you. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the heart of the issue. Does this government respect science? We're seeing cuts announced across environment and climate change in terms of their research efforts, Agriculture Canada and their critical research. Hundreds of scientists around the world have expressed alarm at killing an entire segment of our scientific capacity for insect taxonomy. The question is, has the Prime Minister ever consulted his chief science advisor about these cuts before the pink slips go out?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. As the member knows, we've made record investments in science and research in the 2024 budget and now the 2025 budget on our Impact Plus Chairs program. Some of the work we do is through government science, and we get good advice on that from our hardworking Chief Science Officer. And more importantly, and more in a greater form, we make significant investments through researchers outside of government. I had the recent opportunity to go to Vancouver Island and visit Ocean Networks Canada to accompany my colleague, the member for Victoria, and University of Victoria's Pacific Regional Institute for Marine Energy Discovery and the Centre for Aerospace Research in North Saanich. And I look forward to continuing to build on that work with the member and the member from Victoria.
And that concludes the question period. Okay, we will allow members to leave quietly. That's the end of question period. We're ready, I think, to continue. We'll go now to orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply. Resuming consideration on an opposition motion regarding fuel taxes. Standing in the name of Mr. Halan.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge had about a minute left. Does he want to take that time? Yes? Okay. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
So to reiterate, the 4-point plan before the House today is the following. 1, remove the fuel excise tax, adding 10 cents a litre for the remainder of 2026. 2, remove the GST on gas and diesel, removing 8 cents a litre for the remainder of 2026. Permanently remove the clean fuel standard, which is 7 cents a litre, and permanently remove the industrial carbon tax. Now, if we look around the world at many of our allies, Australia has cut fuel and diesel taxes in half for 3 months. Germany announced $1.9 billion in fuel price relief. Ireland cut its excise tax duty by 10 cents per litre. Spain, Italy, Austria, and Portugal have all moved. And Canada, a country that produces its own oil, has done the least of all of them. It's time for the Prime Minister to listen to Canadians and support our plan to leave more money in people's pockets and to make life more affordable back home. The Prime Minister took the first step in our Conservative plan this morning The House can do the rest now. Thank you very much.
Order. Order. There's the business of the House still being undertaken. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my excellent colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for that great speech, interrupted by a bunch of drivel during question period about how the Liberals have reinvented affordability for the umpteenth time since they caused this affordability crisis when they took office 11 years ago. I wonder if my colleague can comment just a little bit more about how shallow the depth of their announcement earlier today is and what real relief for Canadian families might look like.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that excellent question. Now, of course, we should not be surprised with the plan that the Liberal Prime Minister announced today. Well, it does take 1 point in our 4-point plan to make life more affordable for Canadians. Everything the Liberal government does, especially under this Prime Minister, is half measures. They have all this rhetoric about all the amazing things they're going to do, how they're going to help people, how they're going to make life more affordable, but the reality of what they actually do never really lines up with what they say. Which is why our plan wants us to go even further, deeper, so there's more savings for Canadians. We want to cut the industrial carbon tax, remove the fuel standard, remove the excise tax until the end of the year, Mr. Speaker, and most importantly, we want to continue the good fight for the working men and women of this country so we can make life more affordable for them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
First of all, I listened to my honourable member's remarks very closely, and he knows I have a great deal of respect for him. But is this just, if I'm being quite frank, Mr. Speaker, a cheap political trick to try to score some points? Our new government made an announcement. We are removing the excise tax off of fuel, which is providing a great deal of relief for Canadians. We took the carbon tax off of gasoline as well, reducing fuel prices by over 24 cents a litre. Is this just not a cheap political trick to try to save a failing Conservative Party?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. He knows I have a lot of respect for him as well. But, on this side of the House, we're very well aware that the Liberals just put together a costly majority, not at the ballot box, but by cheap backroom tricks, getting politicians of this House to betray their own voters and their own constituents. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, there's nothing cheap or political about saving money in the pockets of hardworking men and women. The very hardworking men and women of this country would find nothing political and cheap about getting the government to remove GST on gas and diesel, adding 8 cents of savings, permanently removing the fuel energy standard, saving another 7 cents a litre, and removing the industrial carbon tax that's poised to go up to $170 per ton. Mr. Speaker, this is completely unacceptable. It's common sense. You add inputs, you drive up costs, you make things more expensive. Get rid of those inputs, things get cheaper. I do not understand why the Liberal government can't understand this very simple fact.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Prime Minister caved to Conservative pressure today and announced that he will make some cuts at the pumps. That couldn't have happened without the hard work of this side of the aisle, but it's fallen short. So can my very good friend and colleague explain why voting tomorrow with this motion to save Canadians even more money is essential for the folks in his riding?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for that question. In my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, like many ridings all across this country, people are finding it more and more expensive to fill up their tanks when they arrive at the gas station. Now, very simply, to my honourable colleague, when we look at the Liberal government and things they announce, like I said in my speech, their actions never match reality. So it's very unfortunate that the government has decided to only take one portion of our plan to make life more affordable for Canadians. Now, the Prime Minister said he wants to collaborate and he wants to work together. Well, if his rhetoric wants to match reality, then he should adopt the rest of our plan, go the full way, remove the GST of gas and diesel, remove the fuel standard, remove the industrial carbon tax, and let's work together to make life more affordable for Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for St. Catharines, who will speak after me. It's a great pleasure to participate in today's debate on this issue, which affects all Canadians. Our government is well aware of the pressures associated with the rising cost of living in Canada, and more specifically, the rise in fuel prices as the world faces serious geopolitical tensions. Across the country, we have recently seen gas prices skyrocket, causing financial hardship for many Canadians. Filling up at the gas station has become a source of anxiety for many people. We fully understand this issue, which is why we've decided to move forward with a concrete measure to provide some relief to consumers. As you know, the Prime Minister announced a few hours ago that the government would suspend the federal excise tax on gasoline and diesel starting next Monday, April 20th, until Labor Day on September 7th. The federal excise tax is currently 10 cents per litre for gasoline and 4 cents per litre for diesel. During this time, we estimate that this excise tax suspension will save Canadian consumers up to roughly $5.75 on a 50-litre tank of regular gas, or up to $2.30 on a full tank of diesel. This tax freeze represents a total tax relief of over $2.3 billion in 2026. And this temporary suspension of excise taxes on gas and diesel is expected to save Canadians up to $5.75 on regular gasoline and up to $2.30 on diesel when filling a standard 50-litre tank. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government is actively working to make life more affordable for all Canadians. For example, we're providing significant tax cuts to ease the tax burden on Canadians. In fact, since July 1st, 2025, Canadians have been paying less tax as the government lowered the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14%.
Thanks to this measure, nearly 22 million Canadians are benefiting from tax relief of up to $420 per person, which amounts to savings of up to $840 for dual-income families this year. Our government has also eliminated the GST for first-time homebuyers for homes priced up to $1 million and has reduced the GST for first-time homebuyers for homes between $1 and $1.5 million. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we are providing assistance to more than 12 million low and moderate-income Canadians to help them meet their daily needs through the new Canada Grocery and Essentials Goods benefit. More specifically, we're providing a one-time supplement to be paid as soon as possible this spring, equivalent to a 50% increase in the annual value of the GST credit for 2025-2026. This measure will provide immediate relief of $3.1 billion to 12 million Canadians who currently receive the GST credit. Following this one-time payment this spring, eligible families and individuals in Canada will receive enhanced regular payments under the Canada Food and Essential Goods benefit starting in July 2026. For your information, Mr. Speaker, and for the benefit of all the listeners, the people who receive the GST do not have to do anything. They will receive this benefit. They don't have to take any other further action. In fact, if you file your taxes, you will receive all of your benefits without having to do anything more. In fact, The value of the benefit will increase by 25% over 5 years, starting in July 2026, representing an additional $8.6 billion in support over the next 5 years. This benefit will be paid quarterly at the beginning of each quarter to ensure families have quick access to funds to help them cover their daily expenses. Thanks to these measures, a family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and approximately $1,400 per year over the next 4 years through the new Canada Food and Essentials benefit. A single person will receive up to $950 this year and approximately $700 per year over the next 4 years. The Prime Minister, upon taking office, eliminated the federal fuel tax effective April 1st, 2025, which has provided Canadians with direct savings at the pump. The government also eliminated the requirement for provinces and territories to impose a carbon price on consumers as of that date. These measures help reduce the price of gas in most provinces and territories by approximately 18 cents per litre compared to 2024-2025. This measure helped reduce overall inflation and lower the cost of living for all Canadians. In addition, our government has made the National School Food Program permanent, which provides school meals to nearly 400,000 children each year, allowing participating families with 2 school-age children to save approximately $800 per year on groceries. We have also introduced automatic federal benefits effective for the 2026 tax year to ensure that up to 5.5 million low-income Canadians automatically receive the benefits they're entitled to by the 2028 tax year, including the Canada Food and Essentials benefit and the Canadian Child Tax benefit. In addition, we've implemented ambitious measures to promote competition in the telecommunications and financial sectors, to strengthen competition and lower prices, making it easier for Canadians to switch providers and pay lower banking fees and service fees. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, at a time when global supply chains and geopolitical tensions are driving up prices, our government is taking action. What our government aims to do is to build a stronger economy, to create more job opportunities and higher wages. At the same time, we are cutting costs to make life more affordable across the country. This is how we'll be able to offer more Canadians greater certainty, security, and prosperity now and in the future. And with the measure announced today by the Prime Minister, we will provide Canadian consumers with additional relief on gasoline and diesel. They will then be able to save some of their hard-earned money and purchase other goods their families need. Our government is building a stronger economy to make life more affordable for all Canadians. To that end, we are establishing new trade and investment partnerships abroad and strengthening our domestic strengths, our assets, to create greater career opportunities and higher wages for Canadians. As you must know, Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Trade Committee, and we are working hard to have these commercial agreements so that we're less vulnerable to what's happening south of the border. We're working really hard, and that's going to produce good jobs here in Canada. Moreover, we are implementing a number of concrete measures to ensure that Canadians receive the support they need right now. The government has introduced a series of new measures to reduce costs, including tax cuts for 22 million Canadians, a boost to the residential construction sector, and the protection expansion of essential social programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. La députée n'est pas à sa place.
The member is not in her seat.
Du gouvernement. La whip-agent du gouvernement.
The deputy whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech, which really paints a clear picture of so many measures we're implementing to support Canadians in this volatile context that is complex. We know the cost of fuel is unpredictable given the disturbance in the supply chain throughout the Middle East. I'd like her to tell us a little bit more about that point she was raising, how today's measure, the measure announced today to eliminate the excise tax, will help truckers, help in the agricultural sector and other sectors to reduce costs for people. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. Yes, indeed. Gas is not just about Canadian consumers themselves, but it's also throughout the supply chain. If you think about 10 cents off of gas on ordinary gas and 4 cents for diesel, for sure. I mean, we were referring to groceries, the entire logistics chain, the entire transport of goods chain, all of that is affected. What's happening today, the conflict in the Middle East, we didn't create that. But the problem that's happening in the Middle East has a direct impact here in Canada, not just in Canada, but everywhere throughout the world. The conflict that is ongoing has caused the cost of gas to increase costs. And that, of course, has an effect on all aspects of the supply chain. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This morning I listened to the Liberal announcement. They're talking about reducing diesel. The diesel represents $2.75 a litre. The government is announcing a 4-cent per litre decrease. Imagine in the trucking industry, a truck will cost between $1,300 and $1,500 a day just for diesel. Do you think those 4 cents are going to make that much of a difference, Mr. Speaker? Could the government have been a bit more generous? The Honourable Member from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. You know, certainly he had an A+ on his question earlier, but to be honest, with this very serious question, we decided to account for 4 cents per litre on diesel. I'd like to hear what this colleague has to say about our plan to temporarily suspend the federal excise tax on gas and diesel. Will he be voting in favour of that? Will he vote in favour of our plan? And then the Conservative members, will they be able to predict with confidence what will happen in 6 to 12 months' time? You've got to think. We're looking at a window between between today and until Labor Day, and we'll see what evolves in terms of the geopolitical situation throughout the world. We have a say on some things, but we can't control everything in the world, despite the fact that we try to maintain good connections throughout the world. We want to have an inclusive policy, and we understand democracies throughout the world. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's all well and good to give some breathing room to taxpayers when they need to fill up at the pump. But this is a cyclical problem. It will go away. It may return. But what's the long-term solution? Wouldn't it be to further enhance electrification of transportation? There's been this massive disengagement on the part of the government in this respect. Would my colleague agree that if we want to address this problem definitively, what we need to do is to further electrify transportation? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Jonquière. And when we talk about electrification of transportation throughout Quebec, we're talking about the car fleets that are the highest level of electric cars in the country. And the federal government and provinces have decided to offer subsidies for purchasing electric cars. I understand my colleague's concern. There are difficulties. Most families are seeing costs rise, and they're wondering how they can get through these tough times. So we've decided to provide a 10-cent reduction on the cost of gas and 4 cents on diesel. This is until Labor Day. Of course, things need to shift in the Hormuz Strait.
Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Across the world, conflict and instability, particularly in the Middle East, and disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz have put pressure on the global oil supply. Prices are rising. Canadians are feeling it. They're feeling it at the pump, the grocery bill, and the cost of moving goods across the country. Let me be clear. Canadians are right to be concerned. But in moments like this, Canadians expect seriousness. They expect leadership grounded in facts, not slogans. They expect a plan that deals with both the immediate pressures they are facing today and the structural challenges we must solve tomorrow. It's exactly what our government is delivering. Let's start with the reality. Canada does not control the global price of oil. We do not control geopolitical conflicts. We do not control disruptions in international shipping lanes. We do not control the decisions of OPEC or other major producers. What we can control and what we must control is how we respond. And today, a response is clear. Immediate relief for Canadians paired with long-term energy security. Earlier today, the Prime Minister announced that our government will temporarily suspend the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel from April to Labor Day. That means real savings for Canadians, means up to 10 cents a litre off gasoline, money that stays in the pockets of Canadians. It means savings every time a parent fills up the car, every time a small business fuels a delivery truck, and every time goods move across our country. This is targeted, and it's how we are responding responsibly for Canadians. It recognizes that the price spike Canadians are experiencing is driven by external global factors, not long-term domestic policy. And it provides relief without undermining the fiscal stability Canadians depend on. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's contrast that with what the Conservatives are proposing. Their motion calls for sweeping, permanent changes based on assumptions about oil prices that they simply cannot guarantee. Their entire plan depends on one thing: global oil prices remain high. But we've already seen how quickly those prices can change. Following a ceasefire announcement, prices dropped sharply in a matter of days. So the question remains simple. We're going to base national fiscal policy on speculation about global oil markets. Because that's what exactly the Conservatives are doing. As outlined in the Conservative leader's letter to the Prime Minister, their plan assumes billions in revenue that may never materialize, and would commit billions in permanent tax cuts that would leave a hole in our public finances. That is not a serious plan for a serious moment. Mr. Speaker, from a natural resources perspective, this debate is about something bigger than just taxes. It's about energy security. This global crisis has revealed a fundamental truth. Countries that control their energy future are more resilient. Countries that don't are exposed. Canada's fortunate. We are one of the world's great energy nations. We have the fourth largest proven oil reserves. We are a leading producer of natural gas. We are building major projects in LNG, nuclear, hydro, and clean electricity. We're using the strength not just of ourselves, but for our allies. Canadian energy exports are rising. The Trans Mountain expansion is moving record volumes. LNG exports are reaching global markets, and Canada is playing a key role in stabilizing supply during a volatile period. It's what it means to be an energy superpower. But, Mr. Speaker, being an energy superpower also means something else. It means building for the future. Because while we deal with today's price spike, we must also ensure that Canadians are not exposed again. That's why our government is investing in clean electricity, low-emissions LNG, nuclear energy, and the infrastructure that connects our resources to global markets. We're building an energy system that is more resilient, more independent, and more affordable over the long term. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what the Conservative motion would actually do. It's not just about the excise tax. It proposes eliminating the clean fuel regulations. It proposes scrapping the industrial carbon pricing. These are not minor changes. These are policies that are driving tens of billions of dollars in investment into Canada's energy sector, supporting projects like carbon capture, clean fuels, and low emissions production. Scrapping them would not make Canada stronger, and the Premier of Alberta has said as much. It would make Canada less competitive. It would send a signal to investors that Canada is stepping back from the very policies that are helping us access global markets and create domestic demand for canola and other crops to support cleaner fuels. And at a time when our allies are demanding cleaner, more responsible energy, that is a risk we cannot afford to take. There is another consequence the Conservatives have not addressed. Their proposal would have real impacts on municipal infrastructure funding. Fuel tax revenues support communities across the country, helping to build roads, transit system, water infrastructure, and climate-resilient projects. These are not abstract concepts. They are projects Canadians rely on every single day. Undermining that funding without credible replacement would shift costs onto provinces, municipalities, or future taxpayers. What the Conservatives are saying is they don't care how much property taxes increase for their constituents. They want to have a quick, cheap political win without thinking of the consequences back home. Again, it's not responsible, Mr. Speaker. Our approach is different. We recognize that Canadians need help today, and that's why we're acting, to lower costs at the pump. But we're doing it in a way that is targeted, temporary, and responsible. We are pairing that with a broader plan to strengthen affordability, such as cutting taxes for the middle class, support for groceries and essentials, investing in housing, lowering childcare costs, stronger competition across key sectors. Because affordability is not solved by a single policy, it's solved by a comprehensive plan. Mr. Speaker, at its core, this debate comes down to a simple choice. Do we respond to a global volatility with serious targeted action or with permanent, unfunded promises? Do we build Canada's energy future, or do we undermine the very policies that are attracting jobs and investment? Do we offer Canadians real relief today while building resilience tomorrow? Our government has made this choice. We are providing immediate relief to Canadians at the pump. We're building Canada into an energy superpower, and we're doing it in a way that strengthens our economy, supports our workers, and ensures that Canadians have the certainty and security they deserve. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that we cannot control what happens abroad, but they also understand that we can control how we respond. And today, we're responding with leadership, with responsibility, and with a clear plan to build a stronger Canada. For those reasons, I urge all members of this House to reject this motion and support a responsible path forward to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the member's speech, he talked about the importance of energy security and energy sovereignty. This is what he had talked about. But, Mr. Speaker, I put it to him, and he was elected, I believe, when I was in 2015, and the very first thing, almost literally the first thing that his cabinet, or his party's cabinet did, was to cancel the Northern Gateway pipeline, which was already conditionally approved. They chased all investors out of the Energy East proposal. They chased the private sector builder of the Trans Mountain pipeline, and so that it had to be nationalized and built at extraordinary expense. I put it to him that his party's government has spent 10 years undermining Canada's energy sovereignty. Will he apologize for putting Canada in the position we're in today?
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
It's interesting, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member gets up and says we were opposed to developing energy, and yet is critical of building a pipeline, the Trans Mountain pipeline. And I'll be honest, at the time I was opposed. But Prime Minister Trudeau was right in that it needed to get built, because we would be in a much worse position now should that pipeline not have been built. And these Conservatives were critical. But at that time, we got that pipeline built. As they spent years trying to get oil to Tidewater, they were not successful. They tried to ram through projects, violated the rights of people. We're going to get things done, we're going to get things built, and we're going to do it the right way.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Excuse me, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech.
I wonder, he described really well what the Conservatives don't seem to understand, and the meaning behind what would happen if, for example, the gas tax fund was permanently ended, and what impact that would have on bodies like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, who does rely on that fund.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question. And what these Conservatives would do is starve municipalities of funding. We heard it in the lead up to the last election that they saw mayors and city councillors as the enemy. Their leaders spent week after week condemning mayors, condemning elected officials as the villain in this country on housing and infrastructure, and it just shows that nothing has changed, that they would starve them of the money they need for infrastructure. My community in St. Catharines and every member here, their communities across the country, use that fund to build the roads, bridges, keep the property taxes lower in their community, build the necessary infrastructure that they need. And these Conservatives would just do away with that, leave them to their own accord, and they don't care about property taxes back in their own communities. It's clear based on this back-of-the-napkin math that they're coming up with on this motion.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, and I just wanted to actually thank the member for her speech, but also my colleague who brought up the pipeline as it was planned initially many years ago. And the cost was substantially lower. I believe the cost at that time was $4.9 billion when the private sector was going to get that pipeline to Tidewater. I just want the member to answer a simple question, and I mean I can answer it for him if he wishes. It was supposed to be $4.9 billion. It ended up quite a bit more than that. Does the member actually know what the final price tag was? And Mr. Speaker, it's closer to $30 to $40 billion.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Well, I guess that's why they call it in questions and comments, Mr. Speaker, that you can ask a rhetorical question and answer it yourself before even putting it aside. But again, Mr. Speaker, it shows that they're against the thing that they're asking for. It boggles the mind, Mr. Speaker, that a government that is, they showed for years that they couldn't get anything done, that any project that they pushed forward was stopped by the courts, stalled, denied, violated Indigenous rights, went against premiers at every opportunity. And we've heard recently from the Leader of the Opposition that he would do exactly the same thing, that no lessons have been learned during their time in opposition. No lessons were learned when the Leader of the Opposition was in cabinet and saw that all of these energy projects that they were going to slam down the necks of Canadians that got denied, that got stalled, nothing happened, Mr. Speaker, and nothing has changed in all of this time, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise the debate. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
A half-baked measure. That is what we saw from the Prime Minister's announcement earlier today on providing gas tax relief to Canadians. They are, in contrast to our Conservative plan, offering a third of the relief for a third of the year. This at a time when we've seen gas and diesel prices spike significantly around the country and around the world. And there's a saying, Mr. Speaker, you can only control what you can control. And it is very true that in the situation in Iran, the situation with the war that's going on there, there's not much that Canada can contribute to that directly or cause for that. Well, what you can control is the amount of taxes that Canadians are charged at the pumps. Right now, that is 25 cents a litre on gasoline and 21 cents a litre in federal taxes on diesel. What the Liberals announced today was only doing one portion of relief from now until Labor Day. What our Conservative proposal in contrast is to provide real, meaningful relief at the pumps for Canadians. Not only remove the federal fuel excise tax of 10 cents a litre, which the government has done that measure, but what they have not done is they've not taken off their latest, what I call the hidden carbon tax. They call it a clean fuel standard, but it's basically the new carbon tax they put in of 7 cents a litre in federal tax. They're keeping that in. And of course, they're keeping in the GST portion of that as well on tax, which amounts to about 8 cents. So we're getting a half-baked measure when it comes to this. What Conservatives are calling for is, when it comes to gasoline and diesel, give the full relief of 25 cents a litre off the price of gasoline 21 cents a litre off the price of diesel right for the remainder of the year 2026. That can provide a family of four about $1,200 more they can keep in their pocket this year. Every time you fill up, it's about $20 you would save at the pump. That is real, meaningful relief. And a key part about this I want to raise, Mr. Speaker, is we can afford this because now with the higher oil prices that are out there, the Liberals will be getting a windfall. It's expected about $10 billion in extra revenue that was not anticipated because of these higher oil prices. So the amount, if we can cut completely the federal taxes on gasoline and diesel, could be paid for simply by these extra revenues they're already going to be collecting and Canadians paying higher prices as it is. Give Canadians real, meaningful relief at the pumps. Now, Mr. Speaker, many may know my family history. My father and mother owned a trucking business for many years. My dad just retired from that business a couple of years ago, Jet Express, which we were proud to operate in South Mountain, Ontario for many, many years, a few decades. And I'm very proud that my dad worked his way up and built a business from scratch all the way into one of Canada's best managed companies for several years running. My dad's happily retired now, playing pickleball and golf, but one thing I want to acknowledge on this is our background when it comes to trucking and our history around that industry, something I grew up around with. When we talk about being able to lower prices for Canadians, the cost of food and the cost of moving things around this country, our plan of taking the 21 cents a litre, all the federal sales tax, or all the federal gas tax rather, off the price of diesel, it would make a tangible, more meaningful difference than what the Liberals are offering. The Liberals are offering to take 4 cents a litre off the price of diesel. That is going to be pennies to the billions that they are collecting in extra revenues over the course of the next few months with higher oil prices. But what happens in the trucking industry very often is the way that rates are determined for trucking is you have a base rate that's provided by a trucking company or an owner-operator plus a fuel surcharge, which is the actual reality and charge of what the actual price of fuel is on those given days. Just imagine, as opposed to taking 4 cents a litre off like the Liberals propose, if we take 21 cents a litre off, that is going to drop the fuel surcharge, drop the cost of trucking, drop the cost of transporting food and goods across this country immediately. It is a meaningful way to lower inflation. It's a meaningful way when we have serious food inflation about being able to do that. So I'm proud to take my experience from the trucking industry to say our Conservative plan would do more to lower costs for Canadians, for food, and for getting things moved around our country. And this is what we see with the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, is half-baked measures all the time. And actually, maybe, Mr. Speaker, I'll take it a different way. I'll do the old line that I say in politics and in the work that I've done, is sometimes you need to do a little bit of R&D, rob and duplicate. And we've actually seen the Liberal government do that, but to half-baked measures and extents. We've seen them with the consumer carbon tax that they eliminated only after years and years and years of relentless Conservative pressure to axe the tax did the Liberals know they were in such perilous political position they had to scrap it. After years of defending the rebates, after years of claiming that the taxes that they put on didn't amount to any extra cost to people, they can just add these taxes on at the pumps and that cost of things won't go up, inflation won't go up, cost of fuel doesn't go up, the cost of doing business doesn't go up. But instead now what we've seen is a half-baked measure because they've got the industrial carbon tax, which they have in place, which just went up on April the 1st and is going to drive up the cost of doing business and drive up inflation in this country. And nobody is going to believe that adding in taxes anywhere in the economy does not get passed on in the form of higher costs and higher cost to consumers that purchase goods and services here at home. So it was a half-baked measure to get rid of the consumer carbon tax but keep the industrial carbon tax. And furthermore, it was a half-baked rob and duplicate effort because they brought in the clean fuel standard, quote-unquote clean fuel standard. Right now in the price of gas, it is 7 cents a litre. The Liberals are refusing to eliminate that, and it's only going to get worse. Not only are they going to keep that in place over the course of the next few months and going on into the future, it's going to be increased from the current 7 cents a litre to 17 cents a litre by the year 2030. That is something that Canadians cannot afford. Whether you're a senior, whether you're a young person, whether you're a parent driving your kids to hockey or to soccer, or just going out to get groceries or going back and forth to work, heaven forbid you want to take a family vacation. That 7 cents a litre would belong much better in the pockets of Canadians than it would be in the Liberals' coffers this year. And Mr. Speaker, we talk about half-baked measures as well. When it comes to meaningful relief, this is what we are not seeing from this government, not taking a serious approach to providing this. And the contrast could not be more clear. The Liberals want to provide a third of the relief for a third of the year compared to what our Conservative position is on this. At the end of the day, it's important to know, and for Canadians to know, that Conservatives are on their side fighting for them, fighting for lower costs, lower gas bills in every part of this country. And it's important to know that at the end of the day, it is the constant increases, the Liberal taxes on things that are making life more expensive in every part of this country. They stubbornly refuse to go the full way and provide full, meaningful relief. They're only offering a 10-cent reduction on the price of gasoline whenever we're going to see an opportunity where we could have had 25 cents a litre, taking all the federal taxes off. It is very frustrating to see, Mr. Speaker, that over and over and over again, costs are going up. The cost of government is going up. The cost of Liberal deficits is going up. Inflation is going up. Food inflation is the highest in the G7. We have the second slowest growth, or the slowest growth in the G7. We actually seen a drop in GDP happen in the fourth quarter of last year, and projections are not strong. But what you're going to see is a continued effort by this Conservative team to fight for real and meaningful relief. Our Opposition Day motion is clear that the Liberal plan announced does not go far enough to providing meaningful relief to Canadians. They can take the fuel excise tax off of 10 cents a litre like they've done, but they could go further. They could take the GST off of 8 cents. They could take the clean fuel standard of 7 cents off, provide 25 cents a litre in relief. On diesel prices, that totals 21 cents a litre. That could help families, that could help businesses at a time that they truly need it. We'll keep standing up for affordability in this country and let Canadians know we are on their side.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks today, and we are proud as a government of the work that the Prime Minister has done to announce today the removal of the federal excise, as the member, I hope, acknowledged in his remarks. But I was sitting down today with farmers from Ontario. And farmers in the corn industry, individuals who play in through ethanol markets to reduce emissions on fuel, and it's also a really important element around farm gate revenue. And actually farmers in Eastern Ontario benefit from the clean fuel standards in terms of this actually reducing emissions and driving benefit into rural communities. This member represents a rural Ontario riding. He has farmers in his riding that benefit from this policy. And at the end of the day, this is actually a policy that reduces emissions and supports investment income in rural Canada. Why are the Conservatives against the policy, and why did they have absolutely nothing to say in their platform of April 2025 about farmers in this country?
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, we fought for years on the side of Canadian farmers to axe the carbon tax that the Liberals refused to do for years. It was only after relentless Conservative pressure and the Prime Minister realizing his political situation that he decided to do so, only because Conservatives had advocated for that. Number two, here's the thing with Liberals. They just say we have this clean fuel standard of 7 cents a litre. It's going up to 17 cents a litre, and that includes in the price of diesel, which is used a lot on Canadian farms, and they all benefit. They all benefit from paying 17 cents a litre more in the coming years with zero rebates and zero direct benefit to them. We've seen this game before, though. Don't worry. Pay this extra tax, but there's no extra cost to the cost of farmer. There's no extra cost of doing business. It's just miraculous. Now they know, and they claim the consumer carbon tax did that. It's about time they did the same thing for their fuel standard. It's putting farmers out of pocket big time.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand that my Conservative colleagues are concerned by inflation and the increase in the cost of living. We know that this is cyclical, and we know that when there's a geopolitical crisis, gas prices go up, but there is a long-term solution. I never hear my Conservative colleagues speak about it. That's electrifying our transport system. If we want to be independent from these kinds of price fluctuations, then we should just speed up the electrification of transportation. For example, in Quebec, we have a great deal of hydro at great prices. Does my colleague not think that the government, at the same time as it reduces the fuel tax, should it not also try to further the electrification of transportation?
That's Glengarry.
I'm always open to new technologies and new ways of doing things. That's how the world evolves, and things have evolved for generations. But here's the problem with the approach of the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals. And I'll give you an example. One of my colleagues from Regina, Wascana, the member asked a question in question period earlier this week about the electrification of the bus fleet in Regina. The federal government subsidized hundreds of millions of dollars for electric buses in Canada that don't work in the winter. They only work 3 hours before they need a charge again. That was an absolute waste of taxpayers' money at a time when technology isn't there. So I'm all in favor of embracing technology, giving municipalities, giving businesses the option for them to choose what option is best for them, number one. But number two is when those technologies are not thoroughly thought through, what happens is it costs Canadian taxpayers even more.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for his wonderful speech regarding the fuel taxes. I know the Liberal government says they're gonna exempt the taxes all the way to September, but yet the Conservative plan offers the full exemption of taxes all the way to the end of 2026. With this opportunity, I just want my colleague to expand how this would help the people of his riding and also help all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
I want to thank my colleague, an opportunity to remind Canadians that our Conservative plan goes and provides gas tax relief on all federal gas taxes, the excise tax, the clean fuel standard, and the GST, 25 cents later the price of gas for the entire remaining parts of 2026. Not just a Labor Day like the Liberals are offering on just the one part of 10 cents a litre. We're offering 25 cents for the remaining rest of the year. That's going to provide a family of four $1,200 in savings. And the line that I heard very often when I was growing up and becoming interested in politics and what makes me a Conservative was the line I loved hearing years ago. Money is better spent by someone who earns it than by somebody that collects it. That money belongs in the pockets of Canadians to help them with real, meaningful relief from prices at the pumps.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I just want to thank my colleague from Ontario for sharing his time with me. I sincerely appreciate that, and I know the constituents of Brandon-Souris will as well. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honor to rise on behalf of the constituents in Brandon-Souris, the Wheat City, and Westman. The important motion before us today is simple, but if implemented fully and properly, it would serve as a very effective way to combat an issue that affects so many Canadians. Gas prices in Manitoba are some of the highest that we've seen in years. It's all I heard about on the doors and at the community halls these past few weeks through Easter. In a country as large as Canada, driving is often a necessity and not a choice, especially in the rural regions that I represent. It is no secret that for years, Canadians have struggled with an affordability crisis caused by Liberal government. And unfortunately, after 11 years of Liberals, we see that their costly deficits and out-of-control spending continue to grow. Liberals are happy to spend the hard-earned paychecks of Canadian taxpayers in the name of bureaucratic red tape, consultants, giant trains that don't touch the prairie provinces, and failed projects that achieve nothing for the people of my region. And after a decade of these Liberal taxes, constituents in Westman are looking for some much needed relief. It is hard to believe, but despite already paying some of the highest prices in the G7 for the food they eat that many of my constituents grow, and despite paying some of the highest fuel prices they've seen in years, Canadians are seeing prices rising even higher. Earlier this month, the ongoing war in Iran forced Canadians to watch the price of gas skyrocket. Canadians would be forgiven for thinking that these out-of-control prices are hitting our neighbors just the same. As the Liberals often say, it is a global crisis. But that isn't the reality. In fact, on April 1st, Americans were paying 20 cents less for a litre of gas than we do here in Canada. So how does the Liberal government explain that? When challenges arise, Canadians seem to be the worst off in the G7. Well, the answer is simple, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals can't, but Conservatives can. Today, 4 Liberal taxes on Canadian fuel are responsible for this massive gap between Canada and our closest allies' prices. Regardless of an announcement this morning, the Liberal government currently imposes 1. Their fuel excise tax, which costs Canadians 10 cents on every litre of gas they buy. 2. The carbon tax, which they've simply renamed their fuel standard and adds another 7 cents a litre. 3. The goods and services tax, or GST, that applies to gas and diesel, adding 8 more cents to each litre of fuel. And finally, number 4, the industrial carbon tax, which will rise to $170 per tonne, with projections showing a loss of 50,000 jobs and our economy shrinking by 1.3% as a result. Combined, these 4 taxes add 25 cents on every litre of gasoline and 21 cents on each litre of diesel fuel that Canadians buy. Each of these taxes adds up quickly at the gas station, but with higher prices already in existence before these price shocks have come into effect, Canadians feel even more pressure. And all that is in addition to the Liberals' destructive record with Canada's oil and gas sector, which I'm proud to represent the Manitoba component of. They talk about resilience to world factors in global pricing. If they had allowed pipelines to be built and we were refining more of our oil in this country 10 years ago, Canada would have been more resilient to a global conflict that affects the world's price of oil and gas. Unfortunately, they were too short-sighted and stood in the way of those major nation-building infrastructure projects that were underway under Conservatives, and now Canadians are literally paying the price for it. The Prime Minister claims the Liberals will temporarily pause the fuel excise tax for just a few months, but we haven't seen any action yet. If real progress had been made in expanding domestic capacity over the last 11 years, Canadians would have been far better shielded from the fuel prices we now face. But unfortunately, the Liberals failed to heed calls from Conservatives, and now we are where we are. These are all facts that the Liberals have refused to admit are costing Canadians their livelihoods. And as Canadians struggle with affordability, the Liberals are actually profiting from higher prices of oil, according to many former Liberal economic advisors. That's right, Canadians may be shocked to learn that every $10 increase in the price of a barrel of oil translates into roughly $2 billion in increased revenue for the federal government. So let's do the math. Oil prices have risen by $45 to $50 in the last few weeks. And if prices stay at their current levels, the Liberal government could collect an extra $9 to $10 billion this year. Meanwhile, the revenue from the taxes I mentioned earlier will bring in $5 billion in federal revenue. These are dollars taken directly from the pockets of Canadians who are forced to pay these high prices at the pumps. Farmers in Manitoba are just about to head to the fields for Plant 26, and when families have already squeezed their budgets for groceries, it is unconscionable that these Liberals are going to take more money from Canadians' pockets and funnel it into pet projects that benefit Liberal insiders and elites. That money should be left in Canadians' pockets so that they can continue to put gas in the tank and food on the table. And over the last 2 weeks, Conservatives have presented a plan to do it. When families struggle, Conservatives stand up for Canadians. As His Majesty's loyal opposition, Conservatives have put forward legislation in this motion that benefits the Canadians whose hardships have been for too long ignored by the Liberals. And that is why I am proud to support this Conservative motion today, which would remove the fuel excise tax and the GST on gasoline and diesel until the end of 2026, not just until September, as the Liberals have suggested. And our motion goes further, calling for the removal of the fuel standard and the industrial carbon tax permanently. And this isn't radical policy, Mr. Speaker. Around the world, allied countries have already beat Canada to the punch. Australia, Austria, Germany, Spain, Ireland, Italy, each of these countries has taken the initiative to cut fuel prices or give relief at the gas pumps. Their leaders understand the challenges that their people face and have responded the only way that provides real relief at the pump. But meanwhile, Canada's Prime Minister claimed the Liberals are still just looking into it. And then just this morning, he paused one single of those taxes for a few months. This does not prove that the Liberals are doing the right thing for Canadians. It proves they are stumbling behind our allies. Real leadership means taking concrete action before it's too late. And yes, the Liberals do have a history of poaching our policies, which they've clearly attempted today. But unfortunately, removing just one of the federal taxes we put forward in this motion will not achieve the results that Canadians desperately need. And so, most of the hardworking people of my riding cannot hop on a train or a bus. They cannot leave the car in the driveway and walk or bike to work wherever they need to go. That's the reality for most of the people I represent. And regardless of why they need to drive, Canadians who do drive shouldn't be punished by their government for doing so. And so, our party, knowing that our cause is just and the solution is true, puts this motion forward in good faith today, urging the Liberals to fully accept our ideas on their merits, asking them to review it quickly, and praying that they will implement it wholly and swiftly. Canadians are counting on it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Clean Fuel Standard is not unlike what the Mulroney government did in the 1980s, which was actually mandating companies to remove lead from fuel that Canadians were using. And in fact, the Clean Fuel Standard is one of the best policies to actually reinvest into rural communities because Canadian farmers, including canola farmers, corn farmers that provide ethanol in, this is an important driver of revenue. That member represents Brandon Souris. Many of his farmers would be benefiting at the farm gate from these policies. I guess my question to him is, why is the Conservative Party so against a policy that actually supports a lot of rural communities in prairie provinces? And with this logic, is he suggesting that we should bring back leaded fuel in Canada? Is that the position? Because it actually may be able to benefit a few cents. Is that the position of the Conservative Party? Or perhaps he wants to elaborate on what environmental policy, if any, the Conservatives have and how they would cost that out.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And while I have great respect for that member, he's welcome to come and visit some of my farmers in Western Manitoba anytime. I haven't found one yet that supports Liberal tax policy with respect to the carbon tax or any other of their massive initiatives that drive up the price of fuel. What I have heard from the farmers is that they need new markets for their canola to sell abroad. There's lots of hungry people in the world. We need additional crushing capacity here in the country to create good jobs, and then we need to find new markets for that. They attempted to get a deal with China. I'm not really sure where that's landed. Did that member get to go? I can't remember whether he or the Ag Minister were on that trip. Didn't really seem all that focused on agriculture. So if he wants to come to Western Canada and talk about canola and the path forward for it, he's welcome to do that, and we'll deliver him a very clear message on the path forward.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jean.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised sometimes when I hear the Conservatives' accusations about these measures, because people in the industry who defend these measures and who prevent these standards as beneficial to their sectors, such as people in the industry who talk about carbon sequestration and capturing as being beneficial to their activity. So I find it weird to hear Conservatives today going on about this, even though every time we realize that when there's a tax cut on fuel, the industry has increased its refining margins then. So we give the industry more maneuver to eat benefits for consumers, to eat them up. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues has to say about the Conservative Party's distortion between its position and that of the industry.
Member for Brandon Souris.
I have to apologize, Mr. Speaker. I may be a bit confused. I think the member referenced carbon sequestration, and I didn't reference that in my speech. But what I would like to make clear to the member is our position is that this policy right now, we need relief fast for Canadian consumers. And this is the fastest way to deliver relief to families who are struggling to put gas in the car, struggling to put food on the table. I would always be more in favor of policies that reduce income taxes, for example, but families right now in this crisis cannot afford to wait for a tax cut on income taxes now that they don't get to see the benefits of until filing their taxes in 2027. So that's why we're putting this policy forward now. We need real relief fast, and this policy does it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, and we saw today that in an attempt probably to get ahead of the opposition, the announcement that they made this morning, which as the member and others have remarked is a half measure and a short measure compared with all of the other ways in which this government makes fuel and other things more expensive for Canadians. But we had today was an out-of-body experience with the government during question period, where they took credit for reducing the price of gasoline they said by 25 cents. It's almost like they have no idea how the tax got there in the first place, that this government has a demonstrated history of piling on the cost of fuel. Does the member have any further comments about this?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my excellent colleague from Calgary for that question. Quite often in question period, Liberal responses to questions provide someone with an out-of-body experience that befuddles the mind. But today was exceptional in that we had Liberal members, exactly as he talks about, feigning ignorance as to how these taxes got to be the level that they are. Then we had Liberal members admitting that they support pipelines now where they've campaigned against them for 10 years. Other Liberal members from Quebec saying they were thrilled to get rid of the carbon tax even though they supported it and campaigned for it for 10 years. Phenomenal.
Alors, conformément.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I'd like to inform the House the questions that will be raised tonight at the time of adjournment. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni, Persons with Disabilities, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hepsler, Health, and the honourable member for Yellowhead, Public Services and Procurement.
Debate reprise. Débat. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, from my time in this place, being almost 7 years now, I love Opposition Day motions. It's always a great privilege to be able to rise in this place, to bring the perspective of my constituents in Kings Hants, and to be able to engage on the opportunity that the opposition has, whether or not that be the Conservatives, the NDP, or the Bloc, or I guess Conservatives and Bloc in this Parliament, to be able to put forward their policy positions so that we're able to kind of litigate the ideas of the opposition. Obviously, the job of the opposition is to hold the government to account, and we respect that. But I always enjoy this opportunity on Opposition Day motions. Today is broadly about affordability. The Conservatives have listed a number of policy adjustments that they would make, and there are some areas where we agree with the Conservatives and some areas where we don't agree. And I think it gives an opportunity for me to first talk about what the Prime Minister announced today. And this is something I know the Conservatives support, and that is the removal of the federal excise tax on gasoline. That represents 10 cents a litre. And the Prime Minister announced that the government will be doing that from April 20th on to Labor Day, so essentially 4 months where there will be a reprieve for Canadians across the board of 10 cents a litre. And we think that that's important. We recognize what is happening right now in the Middle East with the war against Iran and the impacts of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the fact that that is creating an impact and affordability challenges for Canadians, and it will have consequences and cascading impacts over the next number of months. What I was disappointed in is the fact that the Opposition Day motion from the Conservative Party makes no mention of why Canadians are actually feeling higher price points around fuel. No mention of the fact that this is part of the global dynamic that we're dealing in. Yes, we have an opportunity to deal with issues of what we can do to provide temporary relief to Canadians. We're going to take that opportunity. I know this will be welcome news in King's Hants and across the country. And so on that aspect, we agree. Now, the Conservatives have talked a lot about the fact that it should have been 12 months. What I would respond to that is the government's response today, I believe, is a responsible one, which gives clarity for the next 4 months, with the ability to extend. No one in this room, no one in this chamber, no one in this country, I don't believe, has a crystal ball about what is going to transpire over the next number of months. And so the government has taken an important step to be able to provide some affordability relief for Canadians. Again, 10 cents is important for people who are struggling to get by, and this is a measure that the government supports. We've implemented it for 4 months. We would disagree that it has to be a 12-month removal at this moment, and let us see what happens in the days ahead. Obviously, we're hoping for a situation where we can see a removal of the blockade at the Strait of Hormuz, the ability for products to be able to move back into the world market, and we know that that will have important consequences for the global economy, including here in Canada. But again, not one single mention in the Conservative motion about the fact of the circumstances that we're all dealing with at this point. So in that element, we agree. I listened to my honourable colleague who just spoke from Brandon Souris and the individual from Stormont Glengarry before him. And what I would ask my honourable colleagues on the other side to consider, and I think the exact words from my honourable colleague who just spoke from Brandon Souris is that the government is not funding things that matter to his constituents. And when we look at what the GST in terms of the revenue the government collected, I think the words the Conservatives have used is that the Liberals are going to, quote unquote, pocket that money instead of it being back in the pockets of Canadians. Now look, I'm all for affordability. I think it's important that we're empowering Canadians. But no, it's not Liberals pocketing that money, Mr. Speaker. These revenues that are collected by the government support programs that matter in that member's riding, in my members in constituents, I should say, in my riding, across this House. Do the Conservatives not recognize that when we introduce the Canada Child Benefit, that is supporting Canadians across the country, including in their own riding? And that is something I'm proud of, Mr. Speaker, because you know what? It was our government that actually changed the way in which we support young Canadians, families in this country, before the Conservative policy allowed individuals who made over $1 million to benefit from government. And look, I have nothing against individuals who are wealthy in this country. We're proud of people who do well. But at the end of the day, I think we can all agree, I hope we would all agree, that individuals who have income over $1 million a year probably don't need assistance from the government to be able to raise their children. They have the means to do that. We actually created a program that targets the benefit that goes on the basis of income, so there's equity in how individuals have the resources to raise their children, to make sure that they have healthy food, they have the ability to perhaps participate in sport or art programs. Again, the Conservatives not recognizing that the GST helps fund that broadly. How about national child care, Mr. Speaker? In my own riding, I've seen the benefits of what this program represents with the way that we've worked with the provinces and territories to build out additional access to care, additional spaces for our youth. That has an important public policy measure for young Canadians to get an important start in life, to be able to have the resources around them. And we know that that will have economic and intrinsic benefits for generations and decades to come. Again, no mention of the fact that the GST actually helps support the general revenue that government pays on these programs that matter for affordability. And beyond what it might mean to young Canadians, Mr. Speaker, which I think is probably the most important point, it is a massive affordability in terms of the way in which we've been able to reduce the cost of childcare across this country. That is money back in people's pockets too. Unfortunately, we never see His Majesty's loyal opposition ever talk about the fact that that is good public policy. In fact, they consistently have voted against it. Their proposal today would actually remove the revenues that are supporting these types of government programs. So I think it's a very short-sighted policy prescription from the government in terms of how we would move forward on that basis. You know, I have a lot of seniors, Mr. Speaker, in my riding. You know, we were the government that actually augmented and increased old age security. I'll remind, it's been a number of years, but it was the Conservative Party that actually told seniors that they were going to have to wait longer before they received benefits for seniors in this country. And so, again, GST, here's a program. These revenues are used to help support social programming across this country. No mention from the Conservative Party about the fact that is the type of funding that they would cut that could have consequential impacts on social programs. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government is making generational investments in defense, in infrastructure across the country. The Conservatives have voted in some elements of this. I'll remind my constituents back home that under the last Conservative government, when we had one in this country, defense spending had dipped below 1% of GDP, and I'm deeply proud of the Prime Minister and our team for getting back up to 2%, and we are going to continue to increase. That costs money, Mr. Speaker. We're running deficits. The irony of what the Conservatives are talking about today, of course, next week they'll be talking about that maybe some of the money that came into the government coffers should have been used to reduce the debt. We'll wait until a week forward to see how that actually plays out. But again, the GST not only funds existing programs, and we're making decisions to be able to put money back in the pockets of Canadians, but it is important to make sure that we're being mindful of our fiscal context as well, and continuing to not only support programs, but to manage Canada's debt dynamic, while also being thoughtful about how we make sure that money goes back into the pockets of Canadians across this country. I want to take some time, and I obviously have a 20-minute slot today, so I want to take some time to talk about the Clean Fuel Standard. And you might have saw, Mr. Speaker, perhaps you were interested in my question to the member from Brandon-Souris, where I talked about leaded fuel. And it was Brian Mulroney's progressive Conservative government, and we can talk about the differentiation I see in the current federal Conservative Party versus the old progressive Conservative style of governments that we used to see in the past. But it was under that government that there was a lot of emphasis in removing lead from fuel in Canada. And again, this was not just Canada. There was other countries around the world doing this. And the dynamic was that it led to better performance, obviously on an efficiency basis, but it was also an important environmental outcome, and people came to accept that this was smart public policy. You know, here we are a number of decades later. We do have work as a government. We think it's important that the government ought to actually reduce GHG emissions in this country. We've adjusted policy, and I support the Prime Minister wholeheartedly in that. But we think this is still important. The Conservative platform in the last election did not have much to say on this question. Okay, fine. But what it did have to say is that they would actually spend taxpayers' dollars to try to further incentivize the reduction of GHG emissions in the country. So pardon me if I find it a bit hypocritical that we will have the Conservatives stand up and talk about policies that are actually about reducing emissions, driving cleaner fuel efficiency, like leaded versus unleaded fuel in the Brian Mulroney government. And they suggest that, you know, the cost of that, notwithstanding the fact that some of the principal benefactors under the clean fuel regulations are farmers across this country who put in ethanol, whether from canola, the canola dynamic in Western Canada, whether or not it's corn farmers in Eastern Canada, this actually supports farmers. They like to beat their chest and talk about how much they love farmers, Mr. Speaker, but I don't hear a whole lot of, respectfully, intelligent public policy from the Conservative benches on this. But my question is, well, how would you do it different? I guess you would spend more taxpayers' dollars to try to drive outcomes that were perhaps even less inefficient. What happened to the idea of actually using the idea of the private sector, the idea that private signals can actually drive the innovation outcome that we want to see? So I think it's important that we start to talk more about this in the country. They like to quote 7 to 17 cents, which is a PBO report. You talk to actually obligated parties under the Clean Fuel Standard, they'll tell you that it's not that high in terms of what the PBO had quoted, but yet that's what they continue to use in this House. But even if there is a 1, 2, 3 cent impact, that money, that industrial benefit is staying in this country, where it's actually supporting farmers. We're seeing investments in Alberta, for example, in Strathcona, where there's an ability to be able to use that blended renewable diesel to reduce emissions, and the actual intrinsic benefits are staying in this country. So we have a ton of Conservative MPs from Saskatchewan and Alberta, And when I was just in Calgary last week with the Calgary Chamber of Commerce, and the businesses there talking about the importance of clean fuel regulations. I was dealing with farmers at the Calgary Stampede. They would talk to you about the importance of the clean fuel standard and biofuel policy in this country. Head to Regina. Again, real farmers. You know, the Conservatives love to say it's the lobbyists. No, these are farmers in their communities who are saying that this is absurd. And I think it's important that both major parties start to get aligned in this public policy. Because at the end of the day, all the Conservatives are doing is undermining a policy that actually reduces emissions in this country and actually has one of the key benefits to farm gate policy in Western Canada and Eastern Canada, whether it be here in Quebec and Ontario. They never mention that, Mr. Speaker. They never talk about how the fact that this comes back. So here they are. They're suggesting that we get rid of clean fuel standards, which again, in my mind, in 2026 is akin to saying, let's bring back leaded fuel. Let's actually remove the ability to reasonably clean up our fuel to make it even more fuel efficient, to reduce emissions and have industrial benefit in the country. Let's take all that away. Let's take away the certainty that's been built over time where we've seen industrial benefit build up in the country, as we've talked about. And then wait, let's go a step further. Industrial pricing, which is the largest obligated parties in the country, the largest emitters, where we have a policy to be able to work to incentivize reduced emissions. They suggest that we should take probably one of the most effective public policy. And I'm going to remind the Conservatives, where did this get started in industrial carbon pricing in the country? Alberta, under a Conservative government, actually started these policies because they understood, again, some different strain of conservatism, understood that this was important public policy to balance environmental progress but industrial competitiveness. And my question back to the Conservatives, and I am fully, I've identified, Mr. Speaker, I think hopefully many of my colleagues would find me as a pragmatic sort in this House. I understand that we have to balance competitiveness, the factors we have in place, but I would humbly suggest, where is your reasonable public policy? Is it actually to spend billions upon billions upon billions of dollars in your platform and have none of the other regulatory tools that can help drive industrial benefit? Well, then you're kind of talking out both sides of your mouth then, because you ought to tell Canadians about what the true cost of them and what the tax increases would have to be to afford that level of public spending. And so why don't you support the policy that is regulatory, that, as I've mentioned, is probably, and again, you go talk to obligated parties, they'll tell you it isn't 7 cents a litre. But even if it is 2, 3, 4 cents, it's driving industrial benefit, it's driving jobs in this country, it's supporting farmers in this country. So what do you stand for, Mr. Speaker? I won't use the word you. What does the honourable opposition and the Conservative Party stand for? And I know it's been an interesting time for the Conservative Party over the last number of months, but I really hope that the leadership on the other side and the members that I have great respect for, I know some of the members better than others, I really hope that they will take it upon themselves to challenge the leadership of the Conservative Party, that there needs to be more thoughtful public policy. And just while I'm on the topic of farmers and talking biofuel policy, obviously it's connected to the debate, Mr. Speaker, I've stood up in this House consistently. And I'll remember the day to this moment. It was April 17th, 2025. And I was debating, I was briefly the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, in the Prime Minister's last government. We were at the Canadian Federation of Agricultural debate. And I would humbly suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party of Canada had a more comprehensive plan for farmers in the last platform. And we can talk about that and what we're doing. And I really respect my member from Foothills. Great guy. He's a great champion for Canadian agriculture. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, he had nothing to work with. He literally had nothing to work with, and I know my honourable colleague from the interior of the BC, he'll have to litigate that with the member from Foothills, but I like him. I like the guy from Foothills. But sadly, he had nothing to work with because the Conservative platform had nothing substantive for farmers, nothing on business risk management programs, nothing on the Canadian Agricultural Loans Act and how we can increase that. Those were things that we had. Nothing on agri-marketing, what we're doing to support commodities. The last member from Brendan Souris talked about expanding markets. I'm proud to say I was with the Prime Minister in January. I was with the Premier of Saskatchewan in September. I'm proud that we've re-established $7 billion worth of agricultural market access, seafood in my neck of the woods in Atlantic Canada. That's deeply important. That's back. And so, you know, respectfully, open your eyes. This is what we're doing. And by the way, I know he knows that, Mr. Speaker, because when I'm in the communities in Western Canada, they're recognizing it. People who by no means have been longtime supporters of the Liberal Party are saying, I like what I'm seeing from this Prime Minister. I like what I'm seeing from this government. But that, to me, is kind of the dynamic, right? And again, on industrial carbon pricing, this is a policy in many cases where you actually have provincial governments who have taken on the responsibility of administering these programs, who have the ability to move forward. And again, okay, great, hypothetically, let's cut it all. Let's get rid of it all. So I guess the position of the Conservative Party is that we ought to just spend billions upon billions, which economists will tell you is the most ineffective way to drive the outcomes that we may care about, where we do have to be mindful in a world right now where, frankly, on the public policy spectrum of what's important, well, geopolitically, right now it's defense. Countries and people want to make sure that we have the sovereign capacity at home. We're focused on that. We want to make sure we're building an economic resilient country. We're focused on energy development. This government is committed to that. I can point to examples like Bay du Nord in Atlantic Canada. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I want to hear us talking more positively about the oil and gas sector in Atlantic Canada. These are some of the lowest emitting energy barrels, oil barrels in the world. It can be done sustainably. There's an opportunity for that. Of course, we have to continue to drive emissions down. We have to continue to work on environmental outcomes. But this is a great Canadian success story. We talk, rightfully so, a lot about the energy patch in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and I'm deeply proud as a Nova Scotian, but ultimately as a Canadian, about what that means. But we also got to talk about Atlantic Canada. So, but again, I struggle to be able to identify, Mr. Speaker, about what the Conservative vision is for the country, other than to just get rid of everything, get rid of some of the policy that's actually driving industrial benefit. Let's just take emissions right out of it. Let's just pretend we don't care about the environment whatsoever. This is actually industrial policy. This is about creating investments. Strathcona, that's a multi-billion-dollar investment in Alberta. They want to create the policy uncertainty that would kill those types of investment. Or, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party would like to do that. I just struggle. So again, my appeal to my colleagues on the other side, challenge the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot. Make sure, and I don't pretend to sit in the caucus meetings of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, and I'll have to try to get tidbits from other members who will tell me what happens there. But I hope to God that they are challenging that member from Battle River Crowfoot, because again, notwithstanding he represented Carleton in the last election, and we're proud of our member from Carleton in this Parliament, but he now represents Battle River Crowfoot. And there's not much for farmers. Again, the policy of the Conservative Party at this point for Canadian farmers is let's get rid of the industrial carbon price and the clean fuel standard that actually supports farmers in Western Canada. I don't know what else. They don't talk about business risk management. They don't talk about intergenerational transfer of farm assets. They don't talk about the things that we can do to protect land in the country. I don't see any of this kind of stuff. And he was standing there, Brandon Search, but it was not in the Conservative platform. He's but one member, and the reality is the leader of the official opposition controls this caucus with an iron grip. I remember the time that there was more independent Conservative members of Parliament. We've seen the ones that have actually been independent. They've crossed the floor and they've joined our team to be able to drive Canada forward. But at the end of the day, I mean, look, we don't see anything in the platform, Mr. Speaker, and I know I'm getting a rise now, Mr. Speaker. You know you're speaking truth in this House when the members, they look up off their computer, they're motivated by this speech. It's hitting a bit of a raw nerve, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, we have 10 minutes of questions, and I tell you what, Mr. Speaker, just recognize all the opposition members. I'll ask the other members to stand down so we can have even more debate on this, but I know I've hit a nerve. I know I've hit a nerve because I'm speaking truth. I'm speaking truth to where we're at. And the honourable member, remind me you're riding in Interior BC? Okanagan, look, the member from Okanagan, he's heckling. That's okay, though. It's good. I like to jeer him. I'll give him credit on this, and this is where I know we have agreement, is on the benefit of the Canadian one.
We'll have to continue questions and comments to find that agreement. Questions and comments, honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand proudly for the constituents of London Fanshawe, where they are wonderful where I feel wonderful representing them. But the key thing is, recently I canvassed in London Fanshawe, and I heard the same concerns. Cost of affordability, cost of living, even cost of groceries at the local grocery store. The interesting part now is we're debating. The Liberal government proposes suspending some of the fuel taxes up until September. The opposition, us Conservatives, we offer a solution of suspending all fuel taxes to the end of 2026. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Prime Minister is, if your plan goes through, what do I tell the constituents of London Fanshawe in October when the fuel taxes return and the cost of affordability goes up? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime
The
Minister.
honourable member should tell his constituents that his own opposition day motion from his party makes no recognition of what we're dealing with in the Middle East. He should tell his honourable constituents back home in London Fanshawe that the government has instituted a 4-month excise freeze of about 10 cents, which we know will be an important economic measure. And he should tell his constituents in London Fanshawe that the Conservative Party essentially stands for the return of putting leaded fuel back in the gas tanks, because they're killing the policy and suggesting that the clean fuel standard, which is good public policy to reduce emissions and supports farmers in southwestern Ontario, that he stands against that. Furthermore, although London Fanshawe I know is a bit of a suburban riding, he should tell the people around in southwestern Ontario that the Conservative Party had absolutely nothing for Canadian farmers in their platform, and that I hope he encourages the member from Battle River Crowfoot to rectify that in the days ahead.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I really appreciated his early observation about the omission in this motion about what's going on in our current geopolitical environment. He rightly pointed that the Conservatives are great at disinformation, misinformation, and really fear-mongering in Canadian society. And I wonder if he can share with us how, by omission in this motion, that it ignores, and what he would tell the Conservative followers, that if they keep following the Conservatives, that they omit, and that impact on disinformation, misinformation, and the policies that we discuss in this House of Commons.
Good question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me say to the member from Nunavut, thank you for her work in this House. We're very pleased to welcome her to the government side of the House, and I know, and I've already witnessed her contribution in caucus, and we're going to really rely upon her voice to be a very key contributor and champion, particularly around Arctic security and Arctic sovereignty. To be fair to her question, I don't have enough time, but I will say this. One thing that I know will matter to her constituents, we're proud of our 2% defence target spending. It had gone below 1% under the Conservatives, and we are spending billions of dollars to support Arctic security. I know she'll be a big part of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't that long ago that the leader of the official opposition was running on a campaign around axe the tax. He talked about how the sky was falling because of the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. What happened when the carbon tax was removed, Mr. Speaker? Gas prices dropped for maybe a day or two. Then they started increasing. And what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, is gas prices skyrocketing. But guess what else is skyrocketing? Profits for big oil and gas. So today, the Liberals, I'm getting confused now. The Liberals now adopt another Conservative policy. They removed the carbon tax. Now they remove the fuel excise tax, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I guess my question through you to my colleague is, if the big oil and gas companies continue to have skyrocketing profits and the price on fuel goes up despite the fact that they're removing this tax, will they finally implement an excess profit tax on big oil and gas?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the constituents of Courtenay Alberni will certainly appreciate what the government is doing today, removing the federal excise of 10 cents a litre for the next 4 months. We recognize what's happening in the Middle East. We know that that's an impact. And we're proud of the work that we've done to drive affordability, some of which that member was involved in last Parliament. The questions he asks are hypothetical. We don't know where we're at necessarily in terms of what's going to transpire in the next number of months. But we're also working with energy companies across the country to be able to reinvest that profit that may materialize in the days ahead with projects like Pathways to be able to reduce emission intensity in Western Canada. I am a little disappointed in the leadership results of the NDP because we have someone who's actually suggesting we should stop energy production in Western Canada. I was on the ground with Albertan NDP recently, and I can tell you they are not happy with the direction of the new NDP leader, although I have deep respect for that honourable member. I don't know if the direction of the new NDP federal leader is in the interest of the country at a moment where I think we need serious leadership.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
This member seems to, he many times in his speech and in comments after, is trying to equate the so-called, as their branding of it, so-called clean fuel standard with the removal of a toxin like lead from gasoline. It's an absurd comparison, and I'd like him to really think about whether or not this is a proper comparison. But the other problem that came up in the speech, he repeatedly referred to the fuel standard and the industrial carbon tax and a series of other policies that make life more expensive for Canadians as drivers of investment in industrial policy. This government chased $200 billion out of the energy industry in its first parliament. This is a government that has been destroying investment in energy in Canada and leaving us with a system of regulation and government support for industry, and we should be just getting government out of the way and allowing this industry to receive investment so that we can truly build Canadians' energy policy sovereignty. So I would ask him to comment on whether he really thinks that the current clean fuel standard is the same as removing lead from gasoline.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A lot there, and I hope you'll give me room, Mr. Speaker. First of all, look, oil and gas production went up 34% in the last 10 years. I take notice from the last government. I would have liked to seen a more competitive lens in terms of how we drive the energy sector. We have that now in a Prime Minister. We have that now in the Minister of Natural Resources, who are working with the government of Alberta, who I've seen firsthand the work with the government of Saskatchewan and others to drive Canada's energy sector. But I do think there's a comparison, because when you think about the removal of lead from gasoline, it was around an environmental imperative, to the honourable members, the way in which he's framed it. I hope we would agree that there ought to be work done to fight climate change, to reduce emissions, and that there is a parallel between the work we're doing to make fuels cleaner in this country by using things such as ethanol blends from Canadian farmers, including in Western provinces, including the prairies. And I've had the opportunity to talk to farmers directly about the fact that this biofuel policy is not only reducing emissions, creating better environmental outcomes similar to removing lead from gasoline in the 1980s under the former Progressive Conservative government, but that this is important public policy. But what I would respectfully ask the member back is, where is their plan? Because their plan in April was to spend more taxpayers' dollars to achieve less. How is that smart public policy on the Conservative side, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening closely to my colleague. Something that surprises me, and I know that he cares deeply about agriculture. But what surprises me is that today we had a chance to give a break to farmers, especially to all those who are ensuring that we have a better supply chain and make things a little cheaper. And yet, they purposely decided to keep for themselves most of the fuel tax instead of helping people with it, which once again shows that it doesn't trust people to manage their own money. If they had fully followed the Conservative solution, they would have removed all of the fuel taxes to ensure that people can choose what they're going to do with their money. So I'd like to hear from my colleague why he's left people out from his speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister announced the elimination of the federal excise tax on fuel for 4 months, given the situation in the Middle East. I am proud of our plan for farmers throughout the country. With all due respect, when I saw the Conservative Party platform in the last election, there was nothing for our farmers, including in Quebec. I hope my honourable colleague will raise that with the member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
For Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the good people of Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna, and I'd like to inform you I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Lethbridge. Today's debate, Mr. Speaker, is an important one because it goes directly to the affordability crisis Canadians are living through. And often in this place, along with much of the media, we tend to focus on things we most disagree on.
today I'll start with what I hope we can agree on. Canadians are struggling with the rising cost of living. They want practical solutions that lower costs now. That brings me to fuel prices. In recent weeks, Canadians have seen sharp increases in the price of gasoline and diesel. Families feel it immediately, so do farmers, truckers, tradespeople, small businesses, and anyone who depends on transportation. Now, some will say global events are to blame, and that may be true, but Canadians don't elect us to describe the problem and then do nothing. They elect us to find solutions. This is why the Conservative official opposition has led the debate on gas prices and affordability. We are not shrugging our shoulders while Canadians struggle, nor have we simply named the problem. We have proposed solutions. And what we're seeing again and again and again is that when Conservatives put forward solutions that work, reality catches up, and the government is forced to change course. But there is also a pattern Canadians can see clearly. The government consistently taking on only a fraction of the solution. On affordability, the Prime Minister removed the consumer carbon tax, but kept the industrial carbon tax and the so-called clean fuel regulations, policies that continue to raise costs across the economy. On housing, instead of removing the GST completely to build supply, they offered narrow measures that can increase demand without fixing the supply problem. And on getting big projects built, the government asked for and received, with the support of the Conservatives, to pass Bill C-5. But instead of designating and then streamlining these projects to get past the red tape, they have yet to designate a single project as a national interest project as was named under the legislation. Now, all of these, Mr. Speaker, are half measures. Measures that maybe create some headlines, but limit the real-world impact to Canadians. And that's what takes us to today's motion, because the problem is clear. When costs surge due to higher fuel costs, the cost of everything rises. And when government adds layers of taxes and policy-driven costs on top of that surge, it makes a bad situation worse. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have a new development. The federal government, the Prime Minister, announced it will temporarily suspend the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel starting next week and lasting through the summer, only though to 10 cents a litre. That confirms what Conservatives have been saying all along. Taxes at the pump matter, and Canadians need relief. And let me be clear, Canadians deserve relief, and if the government finally takes a step in that direction, I think we should acknowledge it. But we will also point out what they've left on the table. Because if you ask my constituents a simple question, would you rather have a plan that delivers about 25 cents a litre of relief for the rest of this year, or a plan that delivers about 10 cents a litre for a few months, especially when higher prices mean Ottawa collects more GST and more corporate tax revenue? Most Canadians know the answer right away. They prefer our plan. The question today before the House is whether we will do what Canadians need, not partially, not temporarily, not halfway, but with a plan that lowers costs across the economy and protects Canadians from the price shocks beyond their control. Because suspending only a small part of the tax temporarily while leaving these other federal charges and regulations in place is not a full solution. The Conservative official opposition proposes that we can and we should do the following: suspend all federal fuel excise tax, suspend all GST on gas and diesel, and permanently eliminate the so-called clean fuel standard and the industrial carbon tax. If we take these steps, we can deliver meaningful and immediate relief at the pumps and reduce inflationary pressure throughout the supply chain. Now, Mr. Speaker, why does fuel matter so much? Because virtually everything in our Canadian economy moves by commercial trucking at some point in the delivery chain. Goods, groceries, building supplies, services. If it moves, it usually moves on a truck. So when fuel costs rise, shipping costs rise. And when shipping costs rise, the price of what Canadians buy rises. That's how inflation gets embedded in day-to-day life. And it's not just trucking. Aviation depends on fuel. Marine shipping depends on fuel. Rail depends on fuel. Mines, forestry operations, major construction sites, heavy-duty equipment. Fuel is the major input cost across our entire economy. So if we're serious about finding solutions to affordability, We cannot treat fuel costs as a small or isolated issue. Fuel costs drive the cost of living. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to return to a point we often hear from the Prime Minister. We should focus on the things that we can control here in Canada, not the things that we cannot. And on that principle, I will agree. We cannot control global conflicts. We cannot control international choke points. We cannot control the decisions of other countries. But we can control federal taxes and policies that increase the costs here at home. So the question is simple. If the government now agrees that suspending the federal excise tax helps Canadians, why not also suspend the GST on gas and diesel? Why not remove policies that permanently drive up costs for Canadian industries and consumers? Why not do everything we can to control, to protect Canadians from what we cannot control? That, Mr. Speaker, is what this motion is about. And it's also about recognizing when governments delay action, consequences are real, and they're often permanent. Mr. Speaker, let me share a real example. At the end of 2025, the community of Crofton, British Columbia, was devastated by the news that Domtar would permanently close the pulp mill in that community, costing about 350 well-paying jobs. It was a tragedy for those workers, their families, and for their community. Now, I'm not going to claim that closure was entirely the fault of government. It was not. But did government do everything it could have done to help prevent it? Well, the answer is no. And what is telling is what happened next. Following this closure, the BC NDP government announced it would ease industrial carbon pricing for pulp mills going forward. Now, why did they do that? Because it took a closure and job losses for government to recognize an economic reality. If you pile costs onto a sector that is not competing internationally, costs that competitors may not be paying, you can make that sector less competitive and you can accelerate closures and job losses. For the people of Crofton, that response was too little, too late. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the risk when governments choose half measures and delay. They wait for harm to happen and then they say, oops, we better fix that. This House has a chance to act early, to choose solutions now, not apologies later. And that is where the Conservative official opposition's role is clear. Not just to name the problem, but whenever possible, propose a solution. Mr. Speaker, the government often tells Canadians it's focused on affordability, competitiveness, and resilience. Those are fine words. But words do not lower a grocery bill or fill a fuel tank. If this government is serious, it can prove it today. Not with slogans, but with a vote. Vote for measures that actually reduce the cost, Mr. Speaker. This should not be that complicated. Canadians want relief that is real, measurable, and immediate. They want us to find solutions. They want us to reduce costs that government controls, especially when families are being squeezed. So yes, a temporary suspension of one tax is a start, but Canadians deserve a full plan, a plan like ours, Mr. Speaker. That's what the official opposition is proposing. This is our chance to show Canadians we hear them. This is a chance to put solutions ahead of excuses. This is our chance to vote for affordability. All we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is vote in favor. It's really that simple.
Hear, hear. Great.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks, and I do want to compliment him. We both come from wine regions, and consistently in my time in this place, he's been a champion for the Canadian wine sector, and I know we've collaborated on a few pieces, so I do want to recognize him for that. Particularly around the clean fuel standard, which again I've equated to the fact of the Conservatives wanting to put lead back into gas tanks, or the industrial carbon pricing. I mean, these are ways to be able to reduce emissions and to work around industrial build-out. If the member could just explain to me then, do the Conservatives have any policy about reducing GHG emissions in the country? And if not, is their plan to do what was actually proposed in the platform of April 2025, which was to spend billions upon billions of dollars, which is ultimately, of course, a cost to the taxpayer and an impact on constituents in my riding and his. So what is it? Can he flesh us out a little bit about where the Conservatives actually stand in this area?
Honourable Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's start off with the so-called clean fuel standards. The previous Minister of the Environment, Catherine McKenna, under the Trudeau majority, originally started this, and they actually said, let's have one set of regulations to monitor both solid, both liquid and gaseous forms of energy. Mr. Speaker, they wanted to have one ring to rule them all, or one reg to rule them all. And it became so burdensome and complicated, the government ended up shunting half of that framework away in favor of what we have now. Rather than working with industry on a technical solution that would see good things happen in this country, like, for example, the use of Canadian biofuels, right, those kinds of things. Instead, it actually encouraged more importation from the Americans that is still being used today to fill with some of the clean mandates that this government does. So, Mr. Speaker, they're not only just complicated, they're not only just pie in the sky, they actually make it where we're dependent on the Americans at a time we should be helping ourselves.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been soaking in the words of my colleague's brilliant speech on this, and I wanted to ask him about the strange pattern we've seen, certainly ever since I've become a member of Parliament almost a year ago, which is that the Liberal government will rail against a Conservative proposal. They'll call it reckless, they'll say all sorts of things about it, then they will say that they're adopting it as their own, but not go all the way. We saw this on the carbon tax. They spent years, were actually prepared to lose an election on the carbon tax with their previous leader, but then they only repealed a part of it. We're now seeing this. They're taking a Conservative proposal, but instead of cutting the 25 cents a litre that our plan would put forward, they're only giving Canadians a 10-cent break and for a shorter period of time. And I'm just wondering what my colleague, who's been around here a lot longer than I have, thinks of this and what we can do to stop it and help Canadians for real.
Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Well, I'm going to offer my friend a very good piece of advice, as he should not soak in anything that I say. You know, there's many other speakers in this place that he should marinate in. But I will just say this, Mr. Speaker.
He doesn't mean you.
At the end of the day, this government has an opportunity put before it. And time again, when Conservatives put forward great policies that are not only good for Canada, but actually are electorally popular, the government only then implements a small part of it, and Canadians suffer because of that. We have less houses because of their plan. We have higher costs because of their industrial carbon tax. And I just hope that in this case, that they can agree with Conservatives that affordability should be the main thing, and they have an opportunity today to support a better solution.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable.
Questions and comments?
This is great. I enjoy being in here. I love engaging with my Conservative colleagues. What I just heard from the honourable member in the question I asked was essentially he talked about biofuel policy. And I haven't heard the Conservatives talking about that. We obviously have a biofuel policy. It's around the clean fuel regulations. And in fact, when I go out to Calgary, when I go to Saskatchewan, when I talk to people across this country, I was just talking to the grain farmers of Ontario, they said that we need the clean fuel regulations because it's an important driver for farm gate revenue in those spaces. So what I heard him talk about is biofuel, mentioning the U.S. So I guess he's getting down the line of spending more public money because you can either regulate it, you can cap it. Where is the Conservative policy? Is it to spend more money in terms of taxpayers' dollars and subsidies to get to the same outcome? Is that what he's saying?
One for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Well, this member should know that supply chains take a while to react to certain things, and the Trump administration actually stripped out a number of policies that were put in place by bipartisan under large budget measure a few years ago. And essentially, what it did is it took the carrots away for biofuel manufacturing that scaled up so massively. And this is one of the reasons why Canada continues to import a lot of its biofuels from outside of the country to be able to fill the so-called green or clean fuel standards that are here today. Mr. Speaker, these guys haven't done so much as the Americans have taken away those carrots.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise again on behalf of the wonderful people of Lethbridge, Alberta, and to have the chance to voice my concerns for them. Recently in my riding, a vegetable processing plant called Norterra announced that they would be closing their doors. Now, the reason that this is significant is because it impacts families in my riding. Now, that's 70 jobs that will be lost, and in a small city of about 115,000 people, that's a big loss. But it's in addition to that. It's also the farmers that grow the food that's processed at this plant. Those farmers were growing for Norterra and now will no longer be able to do so. So they will now have to go and secure other contracts. Now, when you ask this company why they made the decision that they did, it's because they actually were finding that they were not competitive. And so they've decided to actually move out of their Canadian base and into other countries, including the United States, because there they find that they have a competitive edge. Competitive edge. That's a very important term when it comes to our country and its way forward. And right now, Canadians are being put at a significant disadvantage. And of course, the fuel tax plays a big role. There are many that would argue that it is eroding Canada's competitiveness. And of course, when we don't have that, it means that jobs are lost. It means that money flows elsewhere. Now, a little over a year ago, taking his cue from the Prime Minister, or from the President, President Trump, the Prime Minister held a photo opportunity. And with a Sharpie in his hands, he signed away the carbon tax, or so he said. But in actuality, while the Liberals would like Canadians to believe that it's gone, it isn't. And we've heard that from Liberal members across the aisle here today. They've admitted as much, that the carbon tax is actually still very much alive and well. It just has a new name. We have the industrial carbon tax, and now we have the fuel standard tax, is what we like to call it, isn't it? But the effect is the same. Call it a different name, but at the end of the day, it's costing Canadians a whole lot of money, and it's putting businesses out. This is a problem. It's a problem for Canadians today, but it's a problem for our future as a nation as well. In other countries, they've been quick to realize that taxes on fuel actually have a big impact on their ability to be competitive and their ability to maintain their citizens. And so they've actually taken concrete measures to reduce those taxes and bring back that competitive edge. As prices have risen, they've taken steps to ease the burden on consumers by reducing fuel taxes. So, for example, in Australia, they cut their excise tax in half for 3 months, reducing their cost on fuel by 26.3 cents per litre. In Spain, they cut their taxes, saving up to 30 cents at the pump. And in Ireland, they cut theirs as well by 20 cents on diesel and 15 cents on gasoline. And then we have other countries that have done away with the carbon tax altogether, such as Australia, because they know it's just nonsense. It claims to accomplish something for the good of the environment, but actually the measures prove otherwise. It's not meeting the metrics that it promised. But people are certainly being punished, and businesses are certainly going without that competitive edge that they deserve to have. Today, the Liberals have continued their pattern of those flashy photo opportunities that we saw the Prime Minister take advantage of approximately a year ago when he took out his big Sharpie and signed that agreement claiming that the carbon tax was gone. But it's not. And so here we are again. The Prime Minister announced his half measure, saying that he would reduce a little bit for Canadians. He would reduce a little bit by taking a little bit off at the gas pumps, but only until Labor Day, a few months. But that's not what Conservatives are proposing, and that's not what Canadians are requesting. You see, Canadians need much more if they are to be well served by the policies of this government. Over a decade of punitive fuel taxes has taken a real toll on Canadians, placing growing strain on businesses across the country. In fact, today there was just a couple of articles that were released expressing the views of leaders within oil and gas. And they would say that these taxes are actually eroding, their word, Canada's ability to compete. Eroding. In other words, doing away with, making us weaker. Which is a shame because at this point in time in history, we need Canada's oil and gas like nobody's business. And we have the ability to be strong, we have the ability to compete, we have the ability to be an answer in a world that is extremely troubled at the moment. We produce oil and gas with the greatest environmental standards in the world, with respect for human dignity, and with high pay. That's amazing. That's a good story. Why are we not proud of that and wanting that to flourish? Canadian industries are at a clear disadvantage as the Liberals continue to pile on costs. And of course, it means that we then, in fact, do lose our competitive edge. Now, sadly, the Liberal damage doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop at the area of industry, and it doesn't stop at the farm gate. It gets passed down to the moms and dads and the grandmas and grandpas and the aunts and uncles, the students that are driving places or that have to heat their homes or that have to buy groceries or household goods. It gets passed all the way down to them. They feel it when they're trying to get to work. They feel it when they're trying to heat their homes. They feel it when they're just trying to go grocery shopping to fill their fridge. Canadians are feeling the pain of this Liberal government's bad policies. And the sad thing is that we're seeing the consequences of that. In my riding, we are watching as people are lining up at the food bank in a way we've never seen before. But we're not the only community where that's the case. Communities across this country are witnessing that. And further to that, we're seeing a massive increase in child poverty. Again, our community is hard hit, but we're not the only ones. Across this country, child poverty is up. And if there's anything that should tug at the heart of a Liberal, I would hope that it would be that. For us to allow our children to go without proper nourishment, to allow them to go without proper housing, to allow them to go without proper care is a problem. And if this government is willing to turn a blind eye to that, then shame on them. This is why a Liberal press conference with half-hearted measures simply won't do the trick. You see, that's more about image than it is about substance. It's more about the Prime Minister upholding his own title than it is about caring for the Canadian people. And that's a problem. Last week, when he was asked to respond to the rising gas prices, the Prime Minister asked, somewhat naively, well, I wonder what can be done about that. As if he had never thought of it before. But of course, why would he? I mean, financially, he's well established. He certainly isn't feeling the pain. But it also goes to the heart of the matter, the fact that this Prime Minister, and I dare say this government, hasn't considered everyday Canadians and how they're impacted by these punitive taxes. Canadians deserve more. They deserve more than the half measures that this government has to offer. And so Conservatives have put forward a solution. In fact, we put it forward a long time ago. We've been calling on this government, asking them to remove the fuel tax for the entire year, minimum. We've asked them to remove the GST on gasoline and diesel. We've asked this government to permanently take away the fuel standard tax and to permanently remove the industrial carbon tax. In doing these things, we would be more competitive on a business front, and everyday Canadians would be well served because life would become more affordable. Those are good, solid policy measures that serve Canadians well. So instead of fruitless photo ops, we would ask the members opposite to give consideration to the true needs of Canadians and to vote in favor of the changes that we have put forward here today. For the sake of our country, for the sake of those that call this place home. There's an opportunity here, a real opportunity, to deliver relief to Canadians, to make sure that they're taken care of, that they are put at the forefront. Canadians aren't asking for special treatment. They're not. They're just asking for fairness. They're asking to be competitive. They're asking to have an opportunity to play on the world stage when they run businesses. The mom that's going to the pump and filling up her minivan so she can take her kids to sports or school, she's just asking for a little bit of fairness, a little bit of relief. The grandma or the grandpa who's having a hard time being able to pay for their heating bill, they're just asking for a little bit of fairness, a little bit of relief. The student that's having a hard time because they're unemployed, thanks to this government, being able to fill their vehicle in order to make it to class, they're just asking for a little bit of fairness, a little bit of relief. It's not much. And so we would call on this government to do the measurable thing, to do the right thing, and to act on behalf of Canadians. Go all the way. No more half measures.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The House ready for the question? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. House ready for the question? Mr. Halland, seconded by Mr. Guglielmin, moved that given that, 1, gas prices have soared upwards, 2, Canadians now pay almost 20% more at the pumps. I heard a no. Two, Canadians now pay almost 20% more at the pumps than Americans due to high Liberal taxes. The House call on the government to adopt a Conservative plan to save Canadians 25 cents a litre by removing federal taxes on gas and diesel for the rest of 2026, including A, removing the fuel excise tax for the remainder of 2026, which costs Canadians 20 cents a litre. B, en supprimant la TP.
B, removing the GST on gasoline and diesel for the remainder of 2026, which costs Canadian 8 cents a litre. Permanently removing the fuel standards tax, which costs Canadians 7 cents a litre. And permanently removing the industrial carbon tax, which will rise to $170 a tonne and is projected to shrink the economy by 1.3% and lead to 50,000 job losses.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party, I see the member for St. Catharines rising.
We request a recorded division.
Recorded division. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 15th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I see the member for St. Catharines rising on point of order.
I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
Is it, will the House, the members have heard? Agreed. So ordered. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate on Bill C-231, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, second reading. In the name of Mr. Beltod.
Please, the debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in defense of Bill C-231. This bill is an attempt to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and it is presented by my colleague and my friend, the member for Mégantic-Larable-Aubinière, in tribute of his son, David. David left us too early and much too young. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague and his charming wife, Carol, for having bravely took this initiative to share their story and that of their son, who they loved so much. The adoption of this bill could help many young Canadians who are dealing with drug addiction.
This role as Shadow Minister for Addictions, I saw firsthand the chaos and destruction that addictions can cause in the lives of those struggling with the disease, as well as the lives of the family and communities. I met individuals whose lives had been profoundly disrupted by substance use, where stable employment, housing, and relationships had completely eroded over time. I also heard from parents, partners, and children who were left to cope with uncertainty, fear, and repeated cycles of crisis, relapse, overdose, and recovery attempts. These experiences underscored how addiction is not an isolated issue, but one that affects the entire family system and places significant strain on frontline services, such as healthcare, law enforcement, and social services. Today, I'm going to share a story that is very personal. I want to profoundly thank my brother for allowing me to tell a part of his story. My brother Brent started using drugs at 14 while he was in high school, shortly after our mom's death from cancer. What started as teenagers being teenagers very quickly changed. He quickly fell into addictions, using drugs to get through classes and just to get by. He was in the world of addiction and active drug use for over a decade where he struggled to feel normal, a decade stuck. The only way he felt normal was when he was using drugs through high school and just barely surviving. Through his decade of active drug use, he had many run-ins with the law. As a family, there was so much stress and sleepless nights, wondering where he was, how he was doing, and if he would ever find a path to recovery. I told him about this bill and asked him about his thoughts. He liked it. He thought it would be a good idea and that it very well might have helped him when he first started on his path of addiction. He shared with me that he often wonders what his life would have looked like had he been offered treatment after his first run-in with the law as a minor. how much further ahead he would be had he not lost that decade stuck in addiction, had he been able to get the help he needed sooner. After many years of struggle, he accepted that he had a problem, and he started his journey towards recovery. It wasn't a straight line, Mr. Speaker, and it took so much work, but he put in the work. And I am so incredibly proud to share that my baby brother is now in recovery from addiction, and he's over a year sober today. He's doing so well. He's in his first year of trade school as a plumber steam fitter, and he is literally and figuratively helping build Canada and build what we need, and showing that recovery is possible every single day. So these experiences have reinforced the importance of compassionate, evidence-based response that prioritize immediate safety, but also long-term pathways to recovery. Recognizing addiction is a complex health condition. Early intervention in youth addiction is critical because it can significantly improve long-term outcomes by preventing experimentation from developing into entrenched substance use. When we look at Bill C-231, that idea really sits at the center of what meaningful reform should achieve, helping young people earlier. Because why not? Most youth who come into contact with the justice system aren't simply offenders. That wasn't the case for my brother. He was struggling with addiction, trauma, and mental health challenges, and he needed someone to see him. He needed our justice system to offer him the support he needed, and that would have been addiction treatment. If the only response is punitive, we risk missing the chance to actually change the trajectory of their lives. Adolescence is a window where intervention can genuinely work, where relationships, supports, and treatment can redirect a young person before more patterns set in. Strengthening the Youth Criminal Justice Act in this way reflects a more realistic and humane understanding of what kids need: timely support, accountability paired with rehabilitation, and coordinated services that address the root cause. Done properly, early intervention gives young people a real shot at stability, recovery, and a future that looks very different from the path they were on. This is one example where Alberta provides a powerful example through our PCHAD program, the Protection of Children Abusing Drugs Act. Under PCHAD, families in Alberta have a legal option where young people in severe substance use can get involuntary treatment. They can apply to the court for help, and importantly, the system responds in a way that is focused on stabilization and recovery, not punishment. When a judge issues a PCHAD order, the young person can be placed in a structured, supervised setting where immediate safety is addressed. Withdrawal can be managed if necessary, and a clear pathway into treatment is created. It also brings families into the process in a meaningful way, rather than leaving them isolated and overwhelmed while trying to manage a crisis at home. The practical outcomes are significant, and they're very real. It means that a parent is not left alone wondering whether their child will survive another night out in crisis. And it means police are not repeatedly acting as the default responders to what is fundamentally a health issue. It means emergency departments are not becoming the only safe net available. And it means that young people are given a real opportunity to pause, stabilize, and engage with treatment before their situation becomes worse. PCHAD is not perfect. No program is. But it reflects an important principle. When addiction is present in a young person's life, early, structured interventions can change outcomes. I've met some of the children that went through this program, Mr. Speaker, and it changed their lives. And recovery is, in fact, possible. And so what I am encouraging all of my colleagues here is to consider supporting this bill and give kids across Canada some of the support that is available if they happen to be lucky enough to be from Alberta. The same principle is what's here in Bill C-231, is trying to bring more consistently into the Youth Criminal Justice Act. This bill asks us to recognize something simple, that for many young people, addiction is not separate from their contact with the justice system. It is often at the center of it. If we treat each court appearance as an isolated event, we miss the pattern and we miss the chance to intervene. This legislation is about connecting these dots. It ensures that when the justice system sees a pattern, it can respond. And with more than repetition, it can respond with treatment, with structure, and with a path towards recovery. Members of this House all come with different perspectives, but we share one basic responsibility. We are here to make decisions that affect real people, especially young people who are struggling and still have a chance to turn their life around. Every single person has a chance to turn their life around, but why are we not affording this to the youth in our country? This bill is not asking us to choose between accountability and compassion. It is asking us to finally align them in a way that reflects reality. Young people need both structure and support. Families need options, not hopelessness. And our justice system needs tools to match the complexity of what it is seeing. That is what Bill C-231 offers, a practical step towards a system that intervenes earlier, connects better, and gives young people a real chance at direction. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that I will share, recovery takes a lot of work. And people that choose recovery are some of the bravest people I've ever had the chance of encountering. And those people, this is not them taking the easy way out. This is them doing the hardest work possible. And what the bill from my colleague from Lévis-les-Bottinières, Mégantic-l'Érable-les-Bottinières is proposing is simply allowing these kids to put in the hard work and get their life back on track. So I'm going to close by saying, if there is still time to help a young person turn their life around, we have the responsibility to try. So why not? For David, for the friends of David, for every family still hoping for a different outcome. Pour David, pour tous les amis de David.
For David, for all the friends of David, for every family still hoping for a different outcome.
On devrait passer ce.
We need to pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to this private member's bill, C-231, that is putting forward a number of amendments to the Youth Criminal Justice Act. To be brief, I will refer to it as the YCJA. And I'd like to point out the work of my colleague, the member for Mégantic-l'Érable-les-Bottinières. He's a neighboring riding. These are tragic circumstances that have led him to work on this bill, which is of critical importance. So thank you for working on this and for being involved in such an important way for our young people to change lives and families and communities. I'd also like to highlight the fact that the goal of this bill is absolutely laudable because the purpose is to change the YCJA, to change the approach with respect to addictions treatment programs. Bill C-231 reflects the realities that are experienced on a daily basis by some young Canadians. In Canada, young people between 15 and 24 are more likely to experience mental health issues and substance use issues than any other age group. According to the Canadian Report on Tobacco, Alcohol, and Drugs among students, 37% of students from grade 7 to, final year of high school say that they have consumed alcohol over the last year. That's the alcohol and drug use among students in Canada report. 6% used prescription drugs for non-recommended purposes. 7% used illegal substances, and others used marijuana. 22% of students declared having used two substances on a same occasion, and 18% have done so over the last 12 months. That's a lot of numbers, but what does that mean in our ridings? This is the effect of consumption of these products on young people's lives, on families, on communities, and there are people who are seeking solutions. I'd like to raise organizations like Virage Santé Mentale in my region, like L'Éveil, or like Phelps Helps Mental Health Estrie. These rehabilitation centers for people who are struggling with drug dependency and drug abuse. So these issues are even more striking in the regions where everyone knows everyone else, and it's not always easy to have access to these resources. To have more legislative tools in the toolbox to support young people and families, I reiterate, is of extremely high importance. In this context, Bill C-231 proposes that in some cases there would be some specifics as to the addiction, clarifying the measures governing addiction treatment programs for young people. So police officers could ask whether it would be appropriate to direct a young person who would have been suspected of having committed a drug-related offense towards an addiction treatment programs before launching judicial proceedings against that individual. The bill also would, in some cases, enable the Youth Justice Court to delay sentencing so that the young person can participate in an addiction treatment program. It also proposes a change to the Act so that the Youth Justice Court can include in some orders the condition of attending an addiction treatment program. And finally, providing that failing or refusing to comply with such a condition cannot by itself result in a custodial sentence. As you know, the Act provides for a separate system for young people accused of a criminal offense. This is a system that takes into consideration their vulnerability, their level of maturity, their level of development, and their dependency on adults. One of the fundamental principles behind the Youth Criminal Justice Act is to protect the public while focusing on social reintegration of young people, rehabilitation and reintegration of young people who have engaged in these acts. The focus is to prevent crime by focusing these young people on resources that are other than the criminal justice system. This bill, C-231, is consistent with the Act, and the government intends to support it while proposing some amendments for the purposes of the committee study. I believe that it would be good to bring about a number of amendments, and one of the proposals under C-231 would be to ask police officers to have another obligation to see whether it would be appropriate to direct the young person with their consent towards an addictions program before leading to any judicial proceedings. Bill C-231 could be broadened a slight bit so that recommendation also apply to Crown prosecutors. That would mean that there would be more recourse and more focus on addictions treatment programs for the young person. This approach would also be consistent with C-16, an act to protect victims. That proposes a change to the Youth Justice Act to specify that prosecutors have to consider extrajudicial measures before launching legal proceedings. This obligation already exists for police officers under Section 6 of the YCJA. The Act also recognizes that options that are separate from the judicial process are often the most effective in dealing with youth criminality and allowing focus on the reasons behind these behaviors among young people. It would mean that young people could turn to other programs, supportive programs, before any charges are laid. It is important to note, however, that there needs to be some targeting in the area of other options in the context of the use of drugs, diversion and other methods with respect to possession, etc. Should be limited to possession under 4.1 of the Controlled Drugs and Other Substances Act and 8.1 of the Cannabis Act. This would mean it would be consistent, the Act, that is, would be consistent with the other diversionary interventions pursuant to changes made in 2022. There would be the issuance of a warning with the consent of the individual so that the person can receive the services of an organization, can support it. These measures could only be applied in the case of simple possession. The bill also proposes, in some provisions of the Youth Criminal Justice Act, some orders that only address issues of treatment. This restricted, limited approach could lead to some unintended consequences that would be unfavorable and would limit access to other types of treatment programs, specifically those respect to mental health treatments or the change in conduct and the development of skills. One of the reasons why this bill is so important is because it highlights the nexus between the youth criminal justice system and public health. Public health issues are not limited to the consumption of substances, the problematic consumption of substances. People in Canada who have mental health issues are also overrepresented in the criminal justice system. For some amendments that are proposed, the idea of focusing more broadly on treatment rather than simply focusing on addiction or the use of substances would allow for this bill's essence to be maintained without excluding other important forms of treatment. A broader approach would mean that the youth criminal courts could postpone sentencing so that a young person could take part in a number of treatment programs rather than limiting this possibility to strictly the drug addiction or the addiction treatment programs. This bill has an important purpose to help young people who have issues with respect to addiction and allowing them to access supports and addiction treatment programs rather than to be sanctioned by the criminal justice system. There have been a number of approaches that have been put forward to deal with the issue with respect to overdoses while ensuring public protection. For this reason, the government is prepared to support this bill while putting forward a number of amendments and ensuring that there is a broader scope. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have not had the honor and the pleasure of having known David, but I do know his father. I don't always agree with his views, but this is a person that I deeply respect and for whom I have a great deal of affection. I'm pleased to speak today on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to this bill, and I can say off from the start that we will be supporting this bill, C-231. And I see 231, and I would say that it's in the DNA of the Bloc Québécois, this bill. Since the establishment of the Bloc Québécois, we have been in favor of diversion. We believe in rehabilitation at the Bloc Québécois. There are some cases, of course, where you do have to provide custodial sentences in jail. And the criminal code is there for a reason, yes, but we need to be prudent. It can't be more useful or always even useful at all to provide for a custodial sentence for young people. Young people, because they are younger, they have less experience, they're less mature, they are likely to make mistakes that might be benign in nature, but sometimes can be more serious. As a society, in either case, we should be well-meaning, benevolent. We should try to direct them on the right path rather than imprison them, if you will, in a process that they can only with difficulty extricate themselves from. On C5, you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, there were some tough discussions at the Bloc Québécois. We were favoring support for diversion. C-231, to my mind, is a second chance, I think, to get back to this issue and to make it a process that's useful for all courts and specifically when it comes to young people. Mr. Speaker, drug addiction or addiction in general is not really a legal problem. It is a medical problem. If you're going to lock someone up, it's not going to solve issues relating to addiction. But treatment might. Successful treatment, is not 100% guarantee. But isn't it worth trying to find treatment? Whether it's our own children or the children of our neighbors, our friends, or strangers, really. When a child has an issue with addiction, I think it is worthwhile to invest, to attempt a rehabilitation. Yeah, it may not work. And we may have to say that in this case, it didn't work, and we might need incarceration or other more serious measures to address the problem. But first off, when you have a young person who is dealing with these kinds of problems, it is our duty and it's in our interest as a society to go ahead with parallel measures, measures that are not judicial, that are diversionary methods. We believe in rehabilitation at the Bloc Québécois for young people, but also for adults. Should society invest billions of dollars to build penitentiaries and have officers in charge of making sure that these kids do not go anywhere? I mean, in some cases, perhaps, but in other cases, no. Even in cases of adults dealing with addictions, we've often said this at the Bloc Québécois. In these cases, we need to try to focus on diversion. It's more profitable for society. It is more benevolent towards society as a whole. And it is more effective, actually, specifically when it comes to young people. More so for the young people than for adults. Our youth, Mr. Speaker, need love. And I think C231 is proposing we offer these young people this love, and we wholeheartedly support our colleague, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, on this bill. I was listening to our Liberal colleague who was announcing some amendments. Yes, perhaps there may be some, but I'm pleased to see that this is an idea that speaks to all members of this House and that without any partisanship. Unfortunately, it's unhealthy. It's not because of a lack of a desire to work together. It's the nature of things. We were elected, and we were elected on the basis of various agendas, and we have to defend ideas. But there are cases like this one where the ideas that we defend meet. And in this particular case, I think that is the case. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if here we have a bill that could be one of our rare opportunities to ensure that we have unanimous consent. I don't love these English terms. You know, we call this to fast track a bill. I would love to see this bill fast tracked. I'd like to see it in place in the spring or as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
I would just conclude by saying Godspeed, David, and congratulations, my friend, on your bill. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you. Today, we rise to speak to a subject that we rarely discuss. It's an uncomfortable one we don't like to speak about, but that we cannot continue ignoring. Mental health distress in youth. 20% of youth under 18 will have mental health issues. And we need to address that. It's very important. These issues can lead to addiction. And all too often, addiction can lead to tragedies that could have been avoided. We all know that these problems exist in our schools, in our families, in our ridings. But too often, our response is not adequate. We don't have all the knowledge that we need to face it as parents, and even specialists have limited resources and time. So we struggle to face this issue. And the problem is that we continue to see what kids are doing, but not really try to understand what they're experiencing, what they're going through. And often what they're going through is suffering. And they're trying to express something with what they do and with their behaviors. And sometimes they try to express their suffering through their addiction. Because for some youth, addiction isn't just a question of curiosity or peer pressure. It's not just about experiencing something. For some of these young people, it's a way of managing something that hurts them. For some of them, it's the only way they can keep on going on, despite the pain they carry. Some of these kids can't sleep. They're experiencing severe anxiety, and they just don't understand what's happening in their head, because for young people, their brain isn't finished developing yet, and they don't have perhaps enough experience to compare and contrast and reassure themselves that things will be better later. And then one day, they discover drugs, and they find that it soothes them. It may not be a perfect solution, it may not be healthy, and some of these young people know that, but it does help them get by. And they may see it as a temporary solution, but all too often, it actually becomes permanent. And that's often how it starts, how it all starts. And all too often, drug use becomes the answer. It may not be the right answer, but it's an accessible and regular answer. Because meanwhile, the system is hard to access. There are waiting lists. Services vary from one region to the next. Parents may be looking for help, but they don't really know where to turn. They may not have the right tools. Meanwhile, the substance is always there. It's available. Quick. You don't need an appointment. It's stable. It feels like it's listening to you, that it doesn't judge you. That's why you get hooked to substances for these youth. And adults, specialists have only the best of intentions. They want to help, but often it's too late. Only after an arrest, a crime, we only arrive all too often to help once things have already gone wrong. And then what do? Often we criminalize the issue. And it doesn't actually help the young person. We respond to the behavior, but we don't really look to see what might be behind the behavior. It's like a Band-Aid to try to treat a gun wound. And for me, what really matters is prevention. We should always prioritize prevention. Because prevention is about preventing these things from happening, whether in physical or mental health. As a society, if we don't practice prevention, we shouldn't be surprised that it keeps happening. We need to have the courage to recognize that our current method has limits. It's not because people aren't working hard, because first responders aren't working hard, but it's because currently the system arrives too late and often in the wrong places. So that's why this bill, C-231, is so important. This bill would introduce something we haven't done enough of. It enables us to take a step back, try to get a contextual point of view on all this, and say, what if instead of trying to punish, we actually try to help? What would this bill do? It would delay a sentence to enable youth access treatment. It would enable the treatment to be integrated to the ultimate decision. And that treatment could do something about the cause of the problem. And this sends a clear message. It sends the message that if a youth doesn't manage to succeed right away, they don't immediately become detained, because it's normal when you're in treatment. There are times when you'll relapse, when you'll have difficulties, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the road. It just means it's part of the process. The system needs to be capable of understanding that and responding to that. So this bill shows clearly that we need to make a choice. Instead of continuing to have a problem-based approach, we could have a needs-based approach. And this is a political decision, but it is a very important one. But let's be very clear. If you adopt a bill and you don't have the resources, it doesn't change much. It's all very well to tell a young person, go get treatment. But if they need to wait 3 months or a year, it actually means we can't help you. And for a young person, timing is crucial. the windows of opportunity that open can close just as quickly. A teenager's brain is still changing and can find ways to face issues, but once that window closes, very often we end up losing access to being able to help that young person, often for a very long time. So we need to have the courage to ensure there are services. We need to train people to respond. And we need to stop treating this as a matter of silos, because today, as all too often, justice works in one area, social services in another, and in the middle of all this, there's the young person and the people around them, if they're lucky enough to have even people around them. All of those people need to navigate a system that doesn't seem to be made for them. We need to do better, because this is only part of the story. It's only the tip of the iceberg. Under that, you have other things: distress, trauma, unmet needs. And if we don't do something about that, we cannot do anything about the source of the problem. We need to take action early. It's not a matter of being too weak at that point. It's about being effective. It's to avoid having the problem happen again. This is about avoiding problems that could have been avoided. And sometimes the legal system, yes, can be a turning point, but why wait? Why wait for the situation to break before trying to fix it? All too many young people are suffering. And this is like a kind of signal, like a message. When they take drugs, they are perhaps making clumsy attempts to get better. It may even be dangerous, but still, they're trying to get better, and our response should be to give them the most help possible. As parliamentarians, we're not, of course, all experts on every aspect of society, so we need to call on people who have a lot of resources. And I was very lucky to speak with Geneviève Labbé, who's a psychoeducator who is responsible for addictions, and with 20 years of experience, 20 years supporting families and youth. In fact, the entirety of my speech is based on discussions I had with her. And she reminded me of something. With every case like this, we see a young person who's having trouble, who needs help, who needs support. And all too often, a young person who could still be helped. Today, with this bill, we can do things differently. Of course, we can't make things perfect, but we can act with more humanity and more effectively, once again. This is a simple question. Should we take action while we still have time, or do we always wait until it's too late? Helping a young person today isn't just about fixing a problem. It's about changing the direction of their life. And I think that changing the direction of their lives is extremely important. Thank you.
Prise du débat. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honorable member for Mégantic, l'Érable-Lobinière. 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking all of my colleagues who rose to speak to this bill. It warms my heart to see that in this House we are capable of discussing such a delicate issue in a sensible manner and taking into consideration what's going on with the youth as well as resources. And seeing that so many people have gone through experiences like what I've been through. I've heard from so many people about what they've been through and young people they knew who had addictions. It really opened my eyes and enabled me to feel like we're on the right path. And I'm not alone in this. My daughters, Marie-Soleil and Justine, my granddaughters, and my wife, Caro, and all of our loved ones. And recently, Caro was on a podcast for an hour with the Vivere Foundation. And since I have a platform here, but she doesn't, I would encourage people to go listen to that podcast because it will enable people to understand more broadly what it's like to go through this. I'd like to thank her for her support. We're looking to the future, even though it's been difficult. And if, thanks to what we're doing now, we can save even one young person, we will be happy because, of course, we want to save more people. But even just saving one person's life, even helping one young person have their future because we help them make a good decision, we'll feel good as parliamentarians. We will have done our work. We will have improved legislation to help people. I'd like to thank the members for Laurenti Labelle, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, the member for Rivière-du-Nord, the member for Southwest St. Margaret, the member for Argenton-Habitation, the member for Mégantic-Compton-Stansted, my conservative colleagues, Fort McMurray, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon, and Fort McMurray, and we heard from the member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, who spoke about her own family for the first time here. Even though she was the critic for addictions, she had never shared that story. And that's the goal, is to help people talk about their experiences, to ensure that this is no longer a secret, to enable us to talk about what's happening and to find solutions. And my colleague, for Maman Assis Charlevoix, who believes strongly in prevention as a society. We need to make sure that things don't get to the point that they do with too many young people. And once they are in the system, we need to help them get out of it. So this bill C-231 is here for one reason. There are thousands of young people like David here in Canada. And too many young people will find themselves facing the justice system because their life has been seized by addiction. And they won't all have the same resources. Some of them are able to stay in control, but many of them will end up being controlled by their addiction. And once that happens, things get worse very quickly. And how can young people pay for their drug habit when they're young and they don't have an income? Well, very clearly with illicit activity. And so this bill enables us to take a step in the right direction. I heard what my colleagues had to say about possible amendments, and I think that's very sensible. If we can help more young people, if we ensure that judges talk about treatment, because that's the thing. Because currently we don't have the word treatment in the law. That's very important. We need police officers, if they decide, to ensure that a youth ends up in a treatment center. Well, I think that this needs to be part of the legal proceedings because we all know that good intentions are not good enough. What we need sometimes is a clear boundary, and that can be the justice system can be a clear boundary for some teens. That way, that can be an opportunity for young people to make different choices. I am looking forward to discussing these amendments. I'm looking forward to debating this in committee. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues here in the House for their support. I think that everyone here is looking forward to making a real difference on this. Thank you. The question is as follows. Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Viss, moved that Bill C-231, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from Mégantic-Lérable-Lobinière. I'd like to request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 15th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Motion M15 under Private Members' Business.
Private Members' Business, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat sur la motion M15 au sujet des...
Resuming debate on M15, standing in the name of Mr. Villeneuve, conservation donations. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support Bill M15, standing in the name of my colleague for Paul-Missisquoi. I'm very pleased to support this, and it would invite the government to examine possible improvements to conservation donations. This motion includes a very important principle, enabling members of the public to protect nature. And that's key because Canada has a great deal of natural capital. Our country has 20% of world freshwater reserves, a large proportion of lakes, 24% of boreal forests. We also have one of the longest shorelines in the world and some of the most maritime habitat. There are around 80,000 species in these habitats. In Canada, we have committed to conserving 30% of our lands and oceans by 2030. That is part of the biodiversity framework adopted in Montreal in 2022 and is some of the most ambitious targets for the environment of our time. We need to have a pan-governmental approach. We need to ensure that federal departments, Indigenous peoples, all levels of government, industry, environmental and philanthropic organizations, and private landowners, we need them all to participate. This is not just a matter of government action. It's very clear that because we have so much biodiversity in Canada, that a lot of that land will be on private property, whether it be forest, wetland, rivers, and so on. So a great deal of these lands and waters belong to private owners. So in order to succeed with our national plan, we need to ensure that people, private citizens, are able to participate. And that's why we need to consider this matter of conservation donations. Thanks to this, landowners can donate their lands to a recognized organization to ensure that the land is conserved, and in return, they will receive tax advantages. This is one of the most effective programs that Canada has. Since 2007, we've been able to protect around 800,000 hectares throughout the country, which is as big as Prince Edward Island.
These lands include essential habitats and wetlands and forests that shape the identity of many communities across our country. Every protected land is important, and it contributes to protecting our collective future because natural ecosystems play a role in purification of water and air, and they help to offset climate change. So natural ecosystems also affect pollination and reduce flood risks and drought risks. So positive impacts of these ecosystems are evaluated at more than $30 billion for Canada, which represents an immense wealth for our society. Protecting natural ecosystems is not just an environmental issue, it's also an intelligent economic choice. And nature-based solutions to protect watersheds and wetlands are some of the most effective and profitable solutions to fight climate change. Investments in restoration provides sizable economic advantages. Protecting nature is not a cost, it's an investment in a sustainable future. And this reflects this logic. If you make an ecological donation, you renounce a portion of the value of your property, and this action makes a private good a public one. You don't have to assume the cost of your acquisition immediately, and it's an example of cooperation between citizens and the government. And so that for this model to work, it has to be adequately supported. Even this program is an exemplary project. The tax framework has not been updated for two decades. So M15 proposes something simple and essential. How can we offer tax breaks to encourage more Canadians to participate in this effort? For example, by enhancing tax credits for lands granted on private lands. And also this raises another issue, financing conservation organizations. They play an essential role in the protection of natural ecosystems. And we have to do site management, ecological restoration, and take long-term stewardship of these lands. So it becomes a true sustainable program, and it relies on philanthropic and private donations. They've done scientific studies. They have to cover legal costs and transaction costs. And they also have to mobilize the community. And it becomes much tougher to manage effectively these lands that are granted. But today, tax breaks are still rather limited. And this motion, M15, examines the possibility of implementing a tax system for such donations for conservation. It hinges on these two complementary forms of donations. Land donations allow us to protect natural ecosystems, and financial donations ensure that these lands are managed properly in the long term. One system cannot function properly cannot work without the other, so we need a tax parity, and there could be sizable benefits. Every dollar invested in conservation can generate sizable economic benefits both for the environment and the economy. And public funds can create significant leverage. So supporting environmental philanthropy is a good example of how we can help. And we must remember that ecological donations don't just involve large lands, because many donations come from rural locations, or sometimes it's just a small lake that's part of someone's family history. They're not seeking financial gain. They just want to leave a donation. And the donor can lose the value when they give the land, and it's all the citizens of our community that benefit from this. And there are sizable environmental benefits. Biodiversity and climate change are at stake, and it contributes to the vitality of our communities. So the benefits for our community go well beyond the donation itself. Therefore, in support of this motion, we're not just creating a tax incentive, we're sending a clear message. Conservation is part of our solution to protect biodiversity in Canada. We also recognize the essential role that people play in conservation, local communities, and Indigenous peoples, because the ecological transition cannot just be government's job, it's a collective effort. And this is exactly why, this is what this motion proposes. It acts as to strengthen a model that already is working. It hinges on the generosity and cooperation of people to conserve our ecosystem. Protecting nature is not a luxury. It is necessary. And it makes our communities more resilient and ensures our future. Because every forest protected, every river we protect, represents an investment in our future. And every effort we make must be recognized and encouraged. Motion M15 gives us the chance to strengthen these efforts. It's a pragmatic and fair approach to accelerate the conservation of natural habitats, and I would ask everyone to support this motion. Protecting nature is protecting our future, and we need to take steps today for the generations of the future. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Bull-Missisquoi for his leadership on this file. Thank you.
Debate. The honourable member for Ponoka-Disbury.
Mr. Speaker, what is M15? It's a non-binding motion brought forward by one of our new colleagues, a Liberal here in the House of Commons. Its purpose is to create a discussion and take a vote on a very specific proposal to make the donation of cash to conservation or preservation organizations be treated in the tax code the same as a donation of land. In the preamble of the motion, we read, "The Government of Canada has committed to conserving 30% of territory by 2030 in order to address biodiversity loss and strengthen the resilience of our ecosystems." Well, that sounds good, but here's the stumbling point. The House has never voted to approve the 30 by 30 and 50 by 50 agenda that Canada signed on to at COP15 on the Convention on Biodiversity. In the previous Parliament, the Minister of Environment, who has since resigned due to the MOU signed between Canada and Alberta, tried to table a bill to give the government a mechanism to implement the 30 by 30 and 50 by 50 agenda. The bill never passed and there was no vote. The government simply signed on and has begun implementation without consulting all Canadians or this House. The Liberals are doing so through the Fisheries Act powers, national park creation, and through agreements with First Nations called Indigenous Protected Conservation Areas. The government has already signed on to or has begun negotiations for over 60 of these Indigenous Protected Conservation Areas, and we don't know what's in them. I've asked for an access to information request, and I've only received 4 agreements that have been signed on by the government. I asked for these 2 years ago. They had 30 days to get back to me, and they haven't done so on over 50 of these agreements. So we are seeing a trend in Canada where the government and First Nations negotiate amongst themselves, and then announcements are dropped on the public, causing confusion, uncertainty, and now even the question of private property ownership in British Columbia is in doubt. So what is the agenda? For those of you that are listening at home, many of you have never heard of this. The Liberals' goal is to preserve 30% of the terrestrial and marine environments of Canada by the year 2030 and 50% by the year 2050. The rationale is to ensure habitat protection to maintain biological diversity. So it's not just a random 30% of Canada or 50% of Canada, it's 30% of each ecological zone in Canada. This means 30% of our mountainous areas, 30% of the Canadian Shield, 30% of prairie grasslands, 30% of the parkland forest, 30% of the boreal forest, and so on. Much of these areas have significant portions of the land as privately owned property. The government needs a mechanism to turn this privately owned land into recognizable conservation land or protected areas. Because the Convention on Biodiversity sets the standards of what it means to meet a conservation or preservation threshold, it will require private landowners to either sell their land or put easements or conservation overlays on that land, which would severely restrict what types of activities are allowed to happen on that private land. The mechanism to donate this land already exists. The motion seeks to make the donation of money to this cause be treated equally under Canadian tax law, which is meant to be a driver of this agenda. Furthermore, the government is using this non-binding motion to implement their global central banker-backed philosophy. The definition, for those of you that don't know how this works, for the 3030 initiative, a protected area is a geographically defined space managed legally or effectively to achieve long-term biodiversity conservation. This includes formal national and provincial parks, marine protected areas, Indigenous protected areas, and other effective area-based conservation measures, such as wildlife corridors or sustainable management zones. I want to focus on this for a minute because it is these other effective area-based conservation measures that this motion is specifically speaking to. This is largely how private land can become protected and count towards the 30% by 2030 and 50% by 2050. And there are excellent organizations in Canada doing good work. Ducks Unlimited uses a model of conservation easements where willing landowners are willing to put restrictive covenants on their properties in exchange for cash. These easements survive change in title so that when someone buys land with an easement on it, they honor the easement. Once these easements are in place, however, it does severely restrict what the landowner is allowed to do. For example, if you were going to do any development on that land, such as building a pipeline on it, the pipeline company would need both the blessing of the landowner and the holder of the conservation easement. You can see where this gets really complicated really fast. Furthermore, each easement is an individual agreement between the landowner and the holder of the easement. They're not all the same, so if you're managing a large construction project that's spanning several different easements, each one of them is written differently. The Nature Conservancy of Canada focuses more on purchasing land and will allow the continuation of farming and certain agricultural practices, but as the landholder and title holder, they would ultimately be able to decide if any other types of economic activity would be allowed to proceed on this conservation designated land. Both organizations, I know, are well intended. As a hunter, I appreciate that I can usually access these conservation areas, although it usually comes with more restrictions than accessing private land or Crown land. And who is driving and helping with this agenda? The United Nations. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, adopted in December of 2022, establishes 4 goals and 23 targets for 2030 to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Core target includes 30 by 30. Commitments to restore 30% of degraded ecosystems and halt human-induced species extinction. Financial reforms include reducing harmful subsidies by $500 billion annually and mobilizing $200 billion a year in biodiversity funding. Emphasis is placed on Indigenous rights, stewardship, and integration of traditional knowledge. This means that the Indigenous protected conservation areas will rely on traditional knowledge rather than science-based management of species, and this is in contravention, generally speaking, to the North American model of wildlife management, which creates confusion for wildlife managers. Targets to reduce pesticide risks, pollution, and cut food waste by 50% is another goal, and a framework for fair benefit sharing from digital sequence information, such as the genetic resources that we're looking to protect and preserve. The World Economic Forum, well, what role does the WEF have in this? It acts as a facilitator and coalition builder supporting the 30 by 30 and 50 by 50 agenda, aligns private sector capital and develops financial models, and brings political and business leaders together to advance the implementation of this agenda. The global financial sector and banking sector has a role in this as well. Banks are a key capital allocator supporting the 30 by 30 goal. Estimated $1.2 trillion annually needed from the private sector investment in order to achieve their outcomes, addressing an estimated $700 billion annual biodiversity funding gap. Key roles for banks: mobilize private capital through blended finance and green bonds, shift portfolios away from nature-negative sectors, such as defunding oil and gas and other types of economic development, and develop new financial instruments, adopt a nature-related risk disclosure framework, and promote sustainable practices, which Canada already does in agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. So what would Conservatives do differently? I think Canadians would be surprised to know that currently 89% of Canada is Crown land, and 100% of our water is managed under the direction of the government. Nobody owns a single square inch of the surface of water in Canada. If the management of our Crown land has sustainable development frameworks underpinning it, and they do, and if the Government of Canada, who's responsible for all of our oceans, was properly managing them, then one could easily say that Canada has already met this conservation agenda. Nothing happens on Crown land without permission from either a provincial, territorial, or federal government. No activity is allowed to happen on the ocean without permission granted from the Government of Canada. No activity is allowed to happen on any lake or river without the consent of a province or territory. These are all governments that all Canadians are allowed to vote for. Now, for the remaining 11% of privately owned land, 7 of that 11% is zoned agricultural, meaning only agricultural activity is permitted on these lands. In fact, when it comes to listing the environment, farmers and ranchers are some of the best stewards of this land because it's in their own best interests to ensure the integrity of the land and the ecosystem. The land of a farmer is only valuable if it can continue to grow a crop, if it continues to yield forage or pasture for livestock, which means that this land is also very valuable for wildlife. Anybody with any hunting experience would know that pastoral land is some of the most prized hunting land a hunter can access. Marginal land with trees and natural systems acting as connecting corridors weaving through highly productive farmland and forage land creates an abundance of ungulates, migratory birds, upland game birds, and even some apex predators. That leaves 4% of the landmass of Canada available for building roads, cities, towns, and the human ecosystem. So why is land and building houses so expensive in Canada? Because we restrict access to our own land. 14 million people are only allowed to access about 4% of the land for purchase, building houses, and development. And now the government, through this motion, is enabling further restrictions on the 7% of farmland that is currently zoned agricultural. This will create more barriers, preventing economic activity that is necessary to keep our country working for all Canadians. Drawing circles and lines around 30% and eventually 50% of Canada and locking it in place for all time simply makes no sense. I'll give you an example. In its desire to help the southern resident killer whales on the west coast of Canada, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans has created massive exclusion zones for fishing and other activities to help the whales. The whales are rarely in these areas because they are migratory creatures. Permanent closures and permanent restrictions have little to no use at all for the protection of these whales. While it serves the purpose of a box-checking exercise, it is very easy to question whether the desired result of balancing ecological integrity with economic activity is what the government is actually doing. They say they can protect the environment and protect the economy at the same time, but the results of their actions say something completely different. Conservatives would gladly partner with organizations to aid in conservation and the recovery of endangered and at-risk species, with the understanding that if a necessary economic activity needs to happen, then everybody involved is consulted and that decision is made transparently. It is for these and a plethora of other examples that Conservatives cannot, in good faith, support the agenda that the government currently has, because we know that this agenda will overly restrict human activity, economic activity, and create friction in the socio-economic fabric of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure this evening that I speak on this motion from my colleague and neighbour from Brome-Missisquoi. We met ourselves in another life. We've known each other for a few years. So this is a very nice motion. The Bloc supports M15 because it is strategically recognizes this issue. And I'd like to commend conservation organizations who are essential partners in this mission. And since we share these organizations, whether it's the Rayé or the CEDI, they house various organizations which affect our area. CEDI in particular works very hard on conservation. They are truly essential partners in conservation. So, of course, we need tax incentives. It's a really good idea. But the government cannot simply rely on private generosity. And we have to remind everyone the government also has its role to play. They can't just delegate this to the private sector. So we need to protect biodiversity. It's not an option. It's a collective responsibility. And there are various players that can intervene to protect biodiversity. So we feel this in the current state of things. It's intimidating a bit to talk about this motion because I know my colleague from Repentigny, well, I know we discussed this issue. They are a super environmental critic. There is a sense of urgency. So, Mr. Speaker, what we want to do in this House is elevate the debate. Biodiversity is a major crisis. It's on par with the crisis of climate change. We often talk about climate change, but the biodiversity crisis is important as well. There's 1 million threatened species, and that's an international figure, and 75% of terrestrial habitats that are altered. So we really want to bring it down to earth, talk about food, drinking water, and the impact on biodiversity. We really don't talk about the impact on our health enough. Without biodiversity, there are simply no longer conditions for life. So we want to remind everyone that the government has made commitments, 25% by 2025, and 30% of lands want to be protected by 2030. So we're looking at approximately 13.8% of terrestrial and 15.5% marine protection. And there's often a lack of consistency. The government has announced ambitious targets, but it does not provide the means to achieve them. So Quebec, for example, we're looking at 17% of protected territory, and Quebec is already taking action. We want to emphasize the fact that we have jurisdiction over our territory. It is our jurisdiction. So we realize that Quebec did not wait for Ottawa to act, and it must be able to continue to do so according to its own priorities.
Vous parlez du fédéral qui a sa part à faire, le Québec qui fait la sienne, mais...
So Quebec has its own system, but I would like to focus on the organizations that work so hard in this area. They're really central actors in the fight to protect this maritime and land mass They have expertise in the field, and I've had an opportunity to discuss biodiversity with the individuals in Saint-Joachim in a bog. I was able to vacuum spiders for one. It was a very interesting experience just to see the wealth, the diversity, the biodiversity in the bogs in our region. Yes, it's important to have an inventory of species, in this particular case, spiders. And that was really an interesting and enlightening experience. So I tip my hat to these organizations that have those really on-the-ground types of experiences and expertise. It's complex. There's a legal aspect with respect to the lands, scientific and financial aspects as well. With those organizations, they have a serious problem with respect to having the required funding to accomplish their mission. So what matters is to renew this program for the conservation called PCPL. Also, we're talking about investment funds for conservation and enhancement of ecological standards, because these organizations that actually do the work day after day in the field. So taxation with respect to M15. What we would like would be that donations receive this tax support, and less support for financial donations, more stable funding, more projects. We would like more done to protect nature, and that should be done in whichever way that it is done. Protecting our lands has to do with quality of life, has to do with access to nature. Protecting land means accessing nature. We know that that's good for our health, being in nature. It's good for the development of our regions. It's good for local communities that also enjoy these wonderful lands. Protecting biodiversity is protecting our natural areas. Now, it has to be said that there's serious underfunding. There have been announcements from the government. Only 3% of projects are supported, 31 out of 980. That's a letter that I received from a coalition of organizations. Only 10% of hectares are financially protected. So the problem is not just a lack of projects, but it's actually a lack of federal funding. I said it, and there is a consultation that's going on. Federal government has its part to play. Quebec has its area of jurisdiction. These organizations that are out there in the field and doing the work, the communities are prepared to do the work, but Ottawa's not always showing up in that right way. What we want is to show that the system's not actually working to full capacity right now. And we need to go further than M15. Of course, we got to start somewhere. We want some concrete, tangible solutions over the long term. Among the proposals is the creation of an investment fund for conservation in Canada, $150 million, because right now there is a kind of funding in place. There needs to be support over the long term for land management and something for perpetuity. It's critical to be able to address these issues. It's not about doing one-time funding. We need long-term funding for the generations to come to protect these lands. It has an effect on the ridings, which is completely relevant given the political aspect. They have 150 organizations that work in conservation, 13,000 employees and volunteers in this area, 255,000 hectares that need to be protected. And the angle is having concrete efforts that are made in the ridings, and there's a direct impact on local communities. I'd like to thank Martine and her team for the work that they're doing. But let's not forget, the lands in southern Quebec are really important. Let's not forget that 80% of our population lives in the southern part of the country. These zones are most rich in biodiversity, and they're also the most under pressure. There's a conflict between economic development and protection. It's important to have an integrated approach, and it is specifically where people live that we need to focus on developing the economy, and that's where there's the most pressure on biodiversity. There needs to be also enhanced access to nature. It's an issue that is environmental in nature. It's good. It's good for our mental and for our physical health. And yet there's less access to nature than there's ever been before. Access to lakes, access to mountains are limited, more so today than ever before. Protecting nature is great, but we need to make sure that people have access to nature close by where they live. So we need to have an overall vision that is more global. We need to also include the Indigenous considerations. There also needs to be conservation on agricultural lands. Agricultural lands are part of the solution when we talk about protecting our landmass. They want to be part of the solution, these experts in the agricultural field. We need to have a system that is seamless within the federal system. And there's a lot that is ineffective right now. Mr. Speaker, solutions need to be well adapted to the reality on these lands, specifically in Indigenous and agricultural regions, because we have lakes, mountains to protect. And it's absolutely essential that we have something to hand down to the next generation. So we should work to adopt this motion. And again, congratulations to my neighbor and my colleague from Home-Mississauga.
Well, member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to all those watching out there in Canada. It's glad to have you watching us tonight. Really, this motion M15 is about the Liberal commitment to the 30 by 30 agenda and the ever-growing commitment, and it grows to 50 by 50, which is half of really our landmass and waters in Canada, and funding the groups that promote this agenda. This agenda threatens public access to large tracts of land and waterways that have previously been utilized for hunting, fishing, and resource development. And this motion will ensure more loss of public access. And despite what the Liberals are trying to give you the impression that this is about conservation, it's really about protection. And for the audience out there, I asked a group just last week at UVic, what's the difference between protection and conservation? Conservation is the principle that we will conserve things so we can use them. An example would be people that I know very well that are salmon fishermen and women, and they go on weekends and clean up garbage along the river and the streams, all to promote those salmon spawning again. And that's, again, promotion, conservation to use. Protection is completely different. Protection, and this is what this group is, they're proposing to support more protection, is really building fences around areas in the country and really causing us to be prevented from accessing what used to be public land. And I'm going to quote the member from Skeena-Bunkley Valley who spoke on this earlier. Quote, "This debate is not simply about conservation policy. It is about who makes decisions over Canada's land resources and economic future. Whether those decisions are made here in Canada by elected representatives accountable to Canadians, or whether they are increasingly shaped by international frameworks and targets negotiated outside this country's democratic institutions." And I'll just speak firsthand. I had a personal example, a couple of them, and it all really started around, Pensima, which was the Pacific North Coastal Integrated Management Area, where I was first exposed to MPAs, they're called. But this is where it really hit home for me, is the caribou closures that happened in my riding, and it started with the meeting with Mayor and Council in Chetwynd. They said they were worried if these caribou closures really took hold, we would lose mills, we would lose possibly coal mines in the area, and they were very concerned about what this closure would do to that access to resources. Well, it came to fruition. The closures, despite community outcry and many community meetings say that this would be devastating for, again, coal development, snowmobiling, hiking in the backwoods, skiing, etc. The government proceeded to go, despite all our recommendations, proceeded to go forward with this closure policy. And we've since lost 2 mills in Chetwynd. We've lost access to snowmobiling in the Rocky Mountains, where people from Chetwynd go to recreate and people in the Peace go to recreate. We saw this closure land exactly as we had predicted, the loss of public access to previously accessible lands and waters. Another example is the Pender Bluff example, where it's off Victoria, where we met people that fish in Victoria, and they have little boat businesses. It contributes about $1.3 billion to the provincial GDP in the province. But this one really key area just outside of Victoria where people go fish, well, the closure was proposed all for the protection of the southern resident killer whales. Well, the southern resident killer whales are only in that particular area from 5 to 7 days per year. And yet they're going to close down the entire area for the entire year. And these closures, they haven't gotten smaller, even though the southern resident killer whale population and the other killer whale populations have done very well and they're very healthy. Yet the MPAs, or the marine protected areas, keep expanding, all because of this 30 by 30 and 50 by 50 agenda. And I'll speak to another example that just happened recently, and this is under the current Prime Minister's watch. It's a closure that's happening and been implemented in Northwest Territories. And I'll just read the article. And this is an American article. So another, again, a highlight for us in this particular issue is that it isn't just Canadians talking about these protections. It's actually got a lot of foreign influence that really shut down access to those public lands. Quote, Pew and partners celebrate unprecedented Indigenous-led, which it really isn't Indigenous-led. It was an initiative led by these other groups, and they got eventual buy-in from Indigenous groups. Initiative to, I'll read the whole article again. Pew and partners celebrate unprecedented Indigenous-led initiative to protect Northwest Territories. Washington. The agreement, initially funded through the investment of $375 million Canadian and approximately $270 million US in public and private funding. Well, I'll go on. The initiative will protect now, Mr. Speaker, not conserve, protect a vast area of intact forests, rugged mountain chains, and wetlands, lakes, rivers, resulting in significant contribution to Canada's pledge to protect 30% of its lands and waters by 2030. Again, protection is putting a big fence around a large area of potentially resource-rich territory in the Northwest Territories. Private donors will match the government on a 1-to-4 basis, contributing $75 million Canadian over a 10-year period. And that money is coming from, guess where? The article says from Pew Foundation. So the international donors, of which there are many, is the Pew Charitable Trust. And so here we have this foreign influence that really threatens access, again, for public, not only to fish and hunt, but again, we know we're already struggling to have mining in Northwest Territories. The last mine is about to close at the end of 2026, and here we have another impediment to future development. But I'll just read this in terms of scale, because when we say the scale, like 30% and 50% and those kind of things, what does that actually mean? And this is a quote from an article in Canadian Press about the size of 25 by 25 and then what 30 by 30 will actually mean in a tangible amount. To hit, quote, to hit 25 by 25, Canada must further protect more than 1.2 million square kilometers of land, or approximately the size of Manitoba and Saskatchewan added together. A massive amount of territory. To get to 30% is to add on top of that land almost equivalent to the size of Alberta. It is massive, Mr. Speaker. Quote, the federal government would need to protect another 638,000 square kilometers of marine territory and coastlines by 2025, or an area almost 3 times the size of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. By 2030, another area the size of the Gulf would need to be added. So here we are, influenced by foreign non-governmental environmental organizations about closing key, formerly areas that we could publicly access, again, to fish and hunt and develop our resources, all shut down by these groups. And I just would like to quote, I met this Crawford Patkotak. He's an Alaskan Inuit leader, and he spoke to us about this very issue. And he listened to his approach to these radical environmental groups. Quote, environmental groups, animal rights groups, these are the same organizations that come into our communities and try and split us all apart. Split all the corporations, the tribes, the governments because they have an agenda. It's called the 30 by 30 agenda. And if they had their agenda, we wouldn't be able to hunt today. If they had their agenda, we wouldn't be able to develop the oil we have in the ground. That would cripple us economically. Quote, we told these groups to get lost. And I would say that's an example of a leader, an Indigenous leader, who knows exactly the benefit of having access to be able to fish, hunt, and develop their resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just close it up here. M15, while well-intentioned perhaps, really sets the stage to have a lot more closures and protections in Canada. And 30 by 30 is already causing Canadians to lose more access to our beloved fishing, hunting, and areas of recreation, and examples I've laid out tonight, and that I cannot simply support. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to address this bill, this motion rather. And before I go any further, I would like to reply to a number of inaccuracies raised by my colleague from Northern Rockies. I don't think there's one aspect of what he said that could be verified in fact, but I'll get back to that. Let's start by discussing where things stand. The Liberal government was elected in 2015, and at the time, we weren't even protecting 1% of our coastal region, our oceans, that are essential not only for the fishery, which is essential, but today we protect 16% of our marine regions and 14% of our land mass. And that's happened in the last 10 years. How did we get there? In part because of historical investments. $16 billion were invested over the last 10 years in many conservation efforts, initiatives that my colleague the other way does not seem to understand in least bit. Let me give you a few examples of the falsehoods that he raised earlier. He said there's some kind of a limit around these areas. Let's look at the Maritime Park in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. If you look, Mr. Speaker, at what this is a co-management area managed by the federal government of the Quebec region, Quebec government. There's fisheries, there's commercial navigation, there's tourism in this area. There are so many commercial activities in the region, but all of this is done in a spirit of conservation. When my colleague across the way says all they're doing is putting some kind of barrier around these areas, he clearly does not know what he's talking about. $16 billion in investments in the last 10 years. We heard the Prime Minister and a number of our colleagues announcing last week a historic investment of almost $4 billion in the context of a force for nature, the strategy that's been put forward. Let me tell you what this is about so you have an idea of everything we've done so far. We've taken the commitment to create new national parks. Last summer, we had incredible use of these parks. He's saying, my colleague across the way is saying it's preventing Canadians to have access to nature. On the contrary, there were record numbers in our national parks, record numbers of visitors last year, Mr. Speaker. More and more Canadians want access to these green spaces, to nature in Canada that is protected from industrial, limitless exploitation. This is precisely what we're doing. Conservation areas, urban parks. We wanted to create 15. We already have the Rivière Rouge in Toronto, for instance. You can leave from downtown Toronto and you can go to the Red River Park, which is the urban park that is one of the national parks that is most in demand in the country.
What's very clear is that what we have before us has to do with the goals that we set at the biodiversity meeting in Montreal in 2022. At that meeting, if we recall, it has to do with the Rio Summit in 1992, where countries together decided to fight desertification and focus on conservation and biodiversity, and to fight climate change. At the Montreal conference, 194 countries, Mr. Speaker, in a difficult geopolitical situation, which is challenging for us all, and yet 194 countries agreed to protect 30% of our lands and oceans by 2030. There's an objective here for 2050, as our colleague across the way was saying. Well, I'd like him to show us where that objective is, because I've been working on this for decades, and I have not seen any objectives for Canada for 2050. So I'm sorry, but he's been inventing things that simply don't exist. This conference was called historic by the experts. And they even spoke of a Paris Agreement for nature. Now, of course, conservation is very important to us. This is something we need to do in partnership with local communities, and this is something that Parks Canada has been doing for years in an exemplary fashion. For example, what's being done at the National Parks of Jasper or Banff. And this is also a way to work on reconciliation. My colleague for Peace River mentioned the Northwest Territories. This is something that I have worked on, and that all 23 Indigenous nations in the Northwest Territories have unanimously, for the first time in history, have unanimously agreed on. The government of the territory and the federal government, as well as Canadian and foreign partners, have all worked together to create this new era of conservation, which will be, to our knowledge, the most important protected area, Indigenous-led protected area in the world. This is how we're going to reach our goal. I had the privilege of helping to create the first national park in history that has been led by Indigenous groups from beginning to end, the Burungi Park in Prince Edward Island. So we were able to create this partnership with the Mi'kmaq community there. And they told us that they wanted to protect this very important part, this very symbolic part of their territory. They wanted to ensure that Canadians would be able to go there and discover this portion of our heritage and history. And this leads me to speak about the Conservation Donation Program. We need to understand where this 30% number comes from. Was it just a number, as our colleague was suggesting, that we just plucked out of our hat? It's very clear that in order to protect biodiversity, and in case conservatives have forgotten this, human beings are animals who need good quality air and water to survive. We can't survive without that. So we need to protect ourselves. That's why it's very clear that we need to start somewhere, and this is where we should start. So the Conservation Donation Program plays an important role. It allows for private donations. And my conservative colleague did not mention once the fact that private landowners who voluntarily participate in this program, the fact that this is entirely voluntary and volunteer, that's the basis for which on which people can do this. And this is essential in order to reach our objectives. So this will facilitate protecting these various habitats on private land, including farmland. And my colleague said that it was like we were going to be putting all of these lands into a museum and we wouldn't be able to touch them. How can that be true when some of them are farmland? So let me give some examples of the benefits of this program. Since 1995, more than 2,000 of these donations have been made, more than $1.3 billion in value, and more than 252,000 protected hectares, permanently protected, nearly half of the surface area of Prince Edward Island. There are many challenges with this program, and I think the government can do more to improve this program, including with the fiscal parity between these various types of donations, whether they be in kind or in money. But in any case, protecting nature is not only a necessity for our health, the water and air that we need to survive, but it's also our biggest ally in fighting climate change. And it's a celebration of Canadian identity. Thank you. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beaume-Missisquoi, 5 minutes for the right to reply. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, this is the end of the debate on motion M15. And this brings us to an important question. How do we protect our lands in Canada in 2026? This can seem a very broad question, but on the ground it takes a very concrete form. As our Prime Minister clearly expressed, the beauty of Canada's natural landscapes, whether lakes, forests, mountains, or coastlines, is at the heart of our history, our identity, and our way of life. As Canadians, we have a responsibility to protect the lands and waters that we have inherited. In my riding, Beaume-Missisquoi, in the Eastern Townships, we experience this reality every day. We are in a region where the richness of our land is part of who we are. But this is fragile, and it relies largely on private land. I regularly meet landowners' families and engage citizens who want to protect their land because they're committed to preserving what they received and passing it on to future generations. These people make important choices that have a direct impact on biodiversity, on the quality of our living environments, on the future of our regions, but they cannot do it alone. Working alongside them are conservation organizations, such as Appalachian Corridor or the Mont-Brome Conservation Society, that work tirelessly to protect these environments. They support landowners, they structure projects, they ensure the long-term management of protected areas. In short, they make conservation possible. And what these people on the ground are telling us is that the Canadian model of voluntary conservation works, but it could be better. Today, our system recognizes land donations for conservations, and that's a good thing. But the reality of conservation isn't just about acquiring land. It's also about everything that comes before and after. Management, maintenance, and long-term protection. And that depends largely on the organization's ability to act. Motion M15 raises a question of fairness and consistency. It calls on us to ensure that our tax tools accurately reflect this reality as a whole. It calls on us to ensure that the various ways of contributing to conservation are recognized in a fair and balanced manner, because ultimately the goal is to sustainably protect our natural environments. Mr. Speaker, this discussion is also part of a broader context. In recent days, the Government of Canada announced a new national nature strategy that clearly recognizes we will need to mobilize more private capital to achieve our conservation goals. That is a critical point because, yes, governments have a role to play, but we know that we will not meet our targets without citizen engagement. We will not succeed without the private sector's contribution, and above all, we will not succeed without providing the right tools. A large portion of the areas to be protected are on private land. And that means one thing: we must work with individuals. We must give them tools. We must recognize their contributions. We must ensure the framework within which they operate is coherent, effective, and adapted to today's reality. That is exactly what motion M15 aims to do. By improving tax incentives, we are creating the conditions to mobilize more private capital for conservation. We are transforming goodwill into a real capacity to act. That is exactly the spirit of motion M15. It is not an approach that is coercive or it is not a blanket approach, but it relies instead on cooperation, voluntary participation, and shared responsibility. Of course, as in any serious debate, concerns have been raised and they are important. We must always ensure that the measures we implement are well regulated, responsible, and that they produce the desired effects. But what this motion proposes is to take a step back, to open up this discussion in a structured way, drawing on expertise from the field, from organizations, and from individuals. This is an invitation to improve what we already have. Protecting our land is not an abstract issue. It is concrete, local, and it often begins with individual decisions. Decisions made by people who choose to preserve a wooded area, to protect a natural environment, and to contribute to something greater than themselves. Our role here as parliamentarians is to ensure that these actions are recognized, supported, and encouraged. This motion sends a clear message that protecting our natural heritage is a shared responsibility. And that at a time when Canada is setting ambitious goals, we must also give ourselves the means to reach these goals, particularly by mobilizing private capital. It is in our collective best interest to act together in an intelligent, sustainable manner. In conclusion, I would like to thank Stephanie and Anne from my office who have supported me tirelessly. Their work was essential to introducing this motion to the House. Thank you.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Villeneuve, seconded by Mr. Saint-Pierre. May I dispense?
Si un député participant en personne désire que la motion soit...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Beaumont-Missisquoi. I would ask for a recorded division, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 15th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm again here late at night to bring the government in, to bring common sense solutions to offer them. Now, Mr. Speaker, we hear every day that our healthcare system is stretched thin. And across the 34 communities in my riding of Courtenay Alberni, too many people are already struggling to find a family doctor, and we should be reducing pressure on the system, not adding to it. Yet the federal disability tax credit process continues to do exactly that. Family doctors are spending hours on Government of Canada paperwork when they could be actually instead seeing their patients. The College of Family Physicians of Canada has been clear. In 2022, roughly 250,000 disability tax credit forms consumed about 250,000 hours of physician time, the equivalent of 1 million lost patient visits. That is 1 million appointments that could have been gone to actually giving Canadians the care they need. There's also another side to this problem. Across the country, many people who already qualify for disability supports, whether it be in their province or territory, can't actually access the disability tax credit, not because they're ineligible, but because they can't actually find a doctor to complete the form. So no doctor means no form, and no form means no access. As a result, people are being shut out of both the disability tax credit and the disability benefit that depends on getting the disability tax credit, Mr. Speaker, because the benefit that they're actually trying to get is just modest. It's about $200 a month, Mr. Speaker. But it actually can make a huge difference in someone who's living on disability's lives. It can be the difference between getting by and falling even further behind. So instead of actually removing barriers, the government is maintaining them. So we're also learning from public servants at the Canada Revenue Agency who are dealing with the burdensome and duplicative process that I identified, that they're actually repeating the work that provinces and territories have actually already done. So while a growing backlog of applications leaves Canadians waiting, this isn't just inefficient, it's actually deeply frustrating for the staff and the doctors and healthcare workers who are trying to help the people navigate the system to actually get this done. So, Mr. Speaker, you've heard me. I've been raising this issue for years. Tonight, I'm responding to a question I first asked again in December, and this question still has not improved the situation. Budget 2025, though, Mr. Speaker, it sets aside $10 million. So get this, Mr. Speaker, so that applicants can actually pay a $150 fee to navigate the same broken process. Instead of fixing the system, the Liberal government is asking people to pay to get through it. It's just not okay, Mr. Speaker. This is not a solution. Canadians deserve to know why these barriers remain, and when eligible people can't access supports, it raises serious ethical questions about whether the complexity is actually being used to limit access and make life harder rather than improve outcomes. That's why I introduced Bill C-211, making it easier for people with disabilities to access the benefits they're entitled to while reducing the paperwork burden on healthcare workers. Right now, Canadians are forced to prove the same disability over and over again across different levels of government My bill would streamline the process so that when a disability is recognized by a province or territory, it's automatically recognized federally. This is a practical, common sense fix. It would reduce barriers, improve access to benefits, and free up doctors to focus on patient care. It would also ensure that people aren't excluded simply because they can't access a physician to complete their paperwork. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a system that works. New Democrats will continue to put forward practical solutions that relieve pressure on our healthcare system, respect healthcare workers, and ensure supports reach the very people who need them the most. It's time to fix the disability tax credit process once and for all. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Courtenay-Alberni correctly notes that provinces already determine eligibility for their respective programs, including those based on disability. And he is asking why the minister will not accept provincial approval to reduce barriers to obtaining the disability tax credit. It's not about red tape, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Disability Benefits provides up to $2,400 per year to low-income persons with disabilities between the ages of 18 and 64 who are eligible for the disability tax credit, among other criteria. The amount is indexed to inflation and will be adjusted each July to reflect cost of living increases. This benefit was identified as a priority for the disability community because although provinces and territories play a critical role in providing supports and services to Canadians with disabilities, those programs vary widely in objective, design, scope, and amount. Our benefit was always intended to supplement, not replace, existing provincial and territorial income support measures. And that's because our priority is to ensure equal access to support for persons with disabilities, regardless of where they live in this country. We deliberately chose to base the eligibility criteria on the disability tax credit rather than provincial and territorial benefits to avoid creating disparities where a person qualified for the benefit in one province or territory but not in another. We wanted all Canadians to have equal access to federal support in addition to support they receive from provinces and territories. Basing disability eligibility on the disability tax credit ensures the Canada Disability Benefit is delivered in a consistent and equal way across Canada. We recognize navigating these benefits and their requirements can be challenging, so we have made improvements. In Budget 2025, we announced our intention to offset the cost of applying for the disability tax credit. New payments of $150 will be made to current, past, and future Canada Disability Benefit recipients to help offset costs associated with applying for the disability tax credit. The payments are expected to be paid before the end of 2026 to 27. Additionally, the 2024 federal budget committed funding to support not-for-profit community-based organizations. This will help connect persons with disabilities in accessible and culturally appropriate ways to federal, provincial, territorial, and/or local benefits that could assist them. This will also include the Canada Disability Benefit and the Disability Tax Credit. Currently, 14 community-based organizations are receiving funding to help address barriers and increase take-up of benefits. Mr. Speaker, there are a few ways in which we are supporting Canadians with disabilities by supporting their financial security. Thank you very much.
Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, even though this is federal, clearly this Liberal government doesn't see that this is their issue. During COVID, governments moved quickly. We cut red tape, trusted existing systems, and delivered support when Canadians needed it most. We need that same urgency now. Today, doctors are losing valuable time to paperwork instead of seeing patients. People who qualify for the disability tax credit and the Canada Disability Benefit can't access the supports they need because they can't find a doctor to complete the form. Meanwhile, public servants are stuck managing a duplicative process and growing backlogs. And when resources are scarce, every hour matters and every barrier matters. Provinces already assess eligibility. The government needs to recognize that and act. Stop the duplication, free up doctors, support people, let public servants do their job. Why won't this Liberal government act now and take this issue seriously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his advocacy on behalf of Canadians with disabilities, and I really respect his work on this. He really works tirelessly, so I look forward to working with you on this. And I appreciate the opportunity to remind colleagues that we are working to support persons with disabilities struggling with higher cost of living. The Canada Disability Benefit is one part of a system of supports guided by the principle that inclusion is a foundation of a strong and resilient society. This is important work, as my colleague has noted. The government will continue engaging with provinces and territories to ensure Canada Disability Benefit recipients are better off because of the benefit. Our program highlights the federal government's commitment to building a more affordable and inclusive Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I've come over to the government side temporarily to offer my question today because I think it is a common sense question. I think that it is a bipartisan question. I think that anybody on the Liberal side of the House, on the Conservative side of the House, should be able to ask this sort of question and get a reasonable response. I certainly didn't want to be here tonight, Mr. Speaker. I asked what I thought was a very reasonable question of my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary for Health. She didn't really answer it, and that's why I'm here tonight. I'm going to try asking it again, and I'm going to beg her to answer it this time. So for folks following at home, the Liberal government in the last Parliament, they spent $250 million on a program called Prescribe IT with the laudable goal of making it easier for physicians such as myself to send prescriptions to the pharmacy. I'm from the Waterloo region. I went to the University of Waterloo. A lot of my friends are tech entrepreneurs and founders. Many of them are senior software developers at this stage of my life. I've asked them, how much money should this sort of thing cost? They've said maybe $1 million, maximum $5 million. There is no way this should have cost $250 million. They were spraying money from a fire hose. Incredible to spend $250 million on something that should have cost 250 times less. But what's worse is the program didn't work. They know that it didn't work. That's why they've canceled it. So after spending $250 million of taxpayer money on something that didn't work, they're canceling it. The taxpayer's getting nothing. And I know that my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary of Health, I know she wasn't here in the last Parliament. She didn't sign that contract. The Prime Minister wasn't here. There's no blame in it for either of them, but as a country, as a Parliament, we need to get to the bottom of this. Like, it's Parliament's sacred duty to protect the taxpayer's dollar. 250 million of them is a lot. So we would like to see that contract. We put forward a motion at the Health Committee to just see the contract. The Government of Canada entered into that contract on behalf of the taxpayers, blew 250 million of their dollars. I think our bosses, the taxpayers, should get to see what the heck happened. My colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Health, spent 2 hours of all of our time filibustering that motion so as to not produce the document. I saw the Prime Minister today gave a speech to reporters where he said he doesn't like filibustering. He criticized some Conservative members for speaking about cats and dogs. Does the Prime Minister know she's been filibustering this document production order? Is he happy with it? Why is she doing it? Why won't she stop? Why won't she just let the taxpayers see this contract so we can all stop this sort of waste and mismanagement from going forward in the future under this new government that they like to call themselves? So I'm sitting close to her. I can see that she has prepared remarks. I'm begging her to put them away and just answer the very simple question to taxpayers. Why won't she let us, as Canadians, as taxpayers, as residents in an open society, why won't she just let us see that contract, please?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague from Kitchener South Hespeler for his question. Although he temporarily crossed the floor, although I hope it's more permanent than this. It's nice to have a friend just sitting right beside you during adjournment debates. As you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it could be a little bit lonely during the adjournment debate, so appreciate the companionship. And I think my colleague also mentioned, as a physician, he's seen firsthand how digitization has shaped and transformed Canadian healthcare over the past decades. And Kitchener, rightfully so, is it's a capital of a lot of digital transformations and a lot of innovations coming out of the city and the university. So I think he's also very proud of that. The world is rapidly changing, and Canadians rightfully so expect that our healthcare system changes with it. That's why successive governments, both the Liberal and Conservative, have invested in Canada Health Infoway since 2001, with the goal of accessible information for patients and their doctors. Which is also why we've introduced Bills S5, the Connected Care for Canadians Act, at the Senate, so that Canadians can securely access their healthcare data anywhere, anytime in Canada. Just as importantly, we need to reduce the administrative burden on doctors so they can spend less time on filling out paperwork and more time doing what they love, which is caring for their patients. This has been at the heart of the work by our government and by previous governments to develop a pan-Canadian interoperability roadmap, one that drives the adoption and use of electronic medical records by doctors across the country and helps them share data safely and securely. Part of this work included Prescribe IT. As the member knows from his time as a doctor, many physicians are still using fax machines. It's almost impossible to find fax machines anywhere else in the world, in a world with emails and secure online messages. But if you go to a doctor's office, some of them, you still feel like you've been transported to a different time. That was why the previous government worked with the provinces and territories to develop Prescribe IT. The goal was to move our health system towards safe, secure, and efficient e-prescribing that could deliver real benefits to Canadians and to the healthcare providers who serve them every single day. I think the member also would agree that this was an understandable, worthwhile goal, as he's mentioned in his remarks. But no matter the intention, the facts have been very clear. The previous government intention for Prescribe IT to become self-sustaining, and by any measure, it was clear that the program wasn't achieving that very goal. Rather than simply continuing to invest in a program that wasn't delivering the intended results, we undertook a comprehensive review and consultation process that included engaging with provinces and territories and the people who actually use the program. Based on these findings, we decided to end Prescribe IT. But the work to promote a more connected healthcare system for Canadians needs to be and will continue. We'll continue to support organizations like Infoway, as well as provinces and territories, to develop innovative new digital solutions. Not only that, we're backstopping this work with Bill S5, the Connected Care for Canadians Act, that will help Canadians move their health data with them anywhere they go. Canadians deserve a modern health system, and I look forward to working with my friend and colleague to deliver that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
So let's start that work right now. Please answer the question. Why won't you let us see the contract?
Through the chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Facts has been clear. Prescribe IT was launched by the previous government with the goal of building a national e-prescribing system. Well, this is an important goal. The fact is the Prescribe IT didn't have the pickup among doctors and pharmacies needed to make the system self-sustaining. At the time when we need to spend less and invest more, our government decided to end the funding for the program. There is important work to be done in creating a connected digital healthcare system that works for all Canadians, and through legislations like the Connected Care for Canadians Act, we're delivering on the digital future.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time of global conflict and energy insecurity, Canada should be part of the solution by providing ourselves and our allies a secure and reliable source of energy. Instead, the Prime Minister continues to block Canadian energy development while our allies search elsewhere for supply, leaving us vulnerable to Trump's unjustified tariffs. Today, none of Canada's oil reaches Europe because Liberal laws have made it nearly impossible to build pipelines or the export facilities that are needed to get it there. The consequences are serious. Amid the conflict in the Middle East, the Trump administration continues easing sanctions on Russian oil. Every barrel of Russia sells means more revenue to put in Putin's war machine. Instead of supporting Canadians, that money is funding a dictatorship that continues to terrorize Ukrainian civilians. Canada cannot control the global conflicts, but we can control whether our resources reach the world market. It is time for the government to remove the barriers holding the Canadian energy back. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been photo op after photo op with dozens of police officers as a backdrop to announce empty promises, this Liberal Prime Minister and his Public Safety Minister pledged to improve safety with 1,000 new RCMP officers. The Auditor General delivered a damning report recently that the RCMP is now short 3,400 officers. Recruitment is failing. With only 1,500 spots available, the training positions are still not being fulfilled. And after a year-long wait to get processed, only 6% of applicants are making it through the process. The RCMP is failing to recruit, train, and retain the officers we need to protect our communities. And this government continues to turn a blind eye to the problem. In rural communities, like the ones I represent in Yellowhead, police are stretched to a breaking point. They cannot keep up with the wave of crime, while the Liberals delay real bail reform. Even with the announcements, enough with the photo ops, it's time to stop the illusions, put real boots on the ground, and actually protect Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has made it clear, after nearly a decade, billions of dollars, and countless promises, the Liberal government has no credible plan to fix the Phoenix pay system. Over 133,000 public employees remain trapped in a backlog of pay errors, with many afraid to retire because they don't trust that they're actually going to get their paid correctly. Now, that government is preparing to move forward with a replacement system while the underlying problems remain unresolved. The Auditor General warned that without fixing the existing data and the backlog, the same errors will simply be transformed into the new system. And what has all this cost? The Phoenix system is $4 billion. And now the government is planning to spend another $3.5 billion on a replacement system that risks repeating the same mistakes. The public servants have been overpaid, underpaid, or not paid at all. And no wonder the bureaucrats in Ottawa and across the country do not trust this Liberal government, let alone Canadians who lost confidence years ago. So I ask the government, why is it prioritizing a rushed transition to a new pay system instead of fixing the existing backlog, cleaning up the data, and ensuring that the same costly mistakes are not repeated?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. I share the concern on this issue and welcome further discussion of the outgoing Phoenix pay system and its effects on Canada's public sector workers. Our hardworking public servants are dedicated to serving Canadians. Every day they strive to deliver a broad range of programs and services that make a positive difference in communities across the country. I want to be clear that it is totally unacceptable that for so long, so many of our public servants have had to contend with inaccurate and untimely compensation. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the toll this has taken, and the Public Services and Procurement Canada has acted to address the issue in a number of ways. The department has hired and trained more compensation advisors and expanded client support services and call centers to meet the challenge. Alongside work on reducing the existing backlog of cases, the department is focused on ensuring all current pay transactions are accurate the first time around. At the end of last year, an average of 98.4% of pay transactions were accurate. Mr. Speaker, the department is also making use of improved technology and taking advantage of new ways of processing pay transactions, such as bulk processing and automation. The department is also exploring AI-enabled supports for more straightforward cases. The use of these technologies means faster results and a reduced need for manual processing, allowing compensation advisors to focus their efforts on the more complex cases. Mr. Speaker, while much hard work is going into fixing the problem created by the existing pay system, we know the situation is not sustainable. We must transition from Phoenix once and for all, and that is what our government intends to do. Last May, the Government of Canada announced it is moving towards implementing a new, more reliable pay solution known as Dayforce. This will not only replace Phoenix, but more than 30 existing HR systems. This new system will be rolled out gradually over the coming years, and that pace is deliberate. We need to avoid the mistakes of the past and make sure we have a robust and reliable system that pays public servants accurately and on time. As we move forward with this transition, we are guided by the many lessons learned, including the most recent recommendation of the Auditor General, which we have accepted and are addressing. We'll also point out that in her most recent report, the AG found that we are managing the project to transform the pay system and that the project will provide value for money once implemented. Mr. Speaker, while nothing can erase the financial disruptions of the past, we can certainly work to ensure they don't happen again. If we're to build trust with our public servants, we must act decisively to eliminate the backlog, improve our capacity to manage pay in the here and now, and phase in a replacement system that truly meets the needs of Canada's hard-working public servants. That's exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are losing confidence in the fairness of our immigration system. The Auditor General found over 153,000 suspected cases of international student visa fraud, yet only a fraction are being investigated. At the same time, the Ethics Commissioner found a deputy minister, who was in immigration at the time, broke the Conflict of Interest Act by fast-tracking a friend into an $80,000 a year role at immigration, despite no French, no government experience, no basic systems knowledge, and no expertise in federal laws. With the system in its worst shape in years, fraud goes unchecked, the minister avoids accountability, and insiders get special treatment. Decisions like this, alongside other online failures like the pay system, undermine the work of dedicated public servants and demotivate those who actually follow the rules. Canadian taxpayers expect qualified people in charge. How can they trust the government when the connections matter more than their competency?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the problems with the Phoenix pay system have had lasting consequences for public servants and their families. Public Services and Procurement Canada has strengthened its ability to deal with compensation issues accurately and in a timely fashion. Much progress has been made, but some public servants continue to face pay issues. This is unacceptable. From hiring and training more pay advisors to using AI-enabled supports for more straightforward cases, I can assure the member that the government is taking concrete actions to address and mitigate public service pay issues. We're also phasing in Dayforce, a more stable and reliable replacement system that will better serve Canada's dedicated public servants and rebuild trust in the Government of Canada as an employer of choice. Thank you.
Order. The motion to adjourn this House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.